Chapter 164. The B-grade hunter competition had begun. Mu Nanyan's magic scepter lit up in Huangting's hunter team. Mu Nanyan was an earth elemental master. Her magic scepter was embedded with 3 earth elemental soul stones. They were 10 years old, 50 years old, and 100 years old respectively. Such soul stones were considered normal. This reflected Mu Nanyan's magic and character. Earth elemental magic was neither arrogant nor impatient. Instead, it was steady and steady. A yellow light shrouded the 4 of them. Earth elemental intermediate magic, Earth's shelter. Under the effects of Earth's protection, aside from Mu Nanyan, Yunsheng's defense was increased by 30%, while Mu Nanyan's defense was increased by 20%. When the defensive spell was cast, Yunsheng felt a surge of power enter her body. It felt as if her limbs had become much stronger. Black 3, the master magician of the Black Squad, did not show any weakness. He raised his magic scepter and chanted. A light green wind element was added to the 4 Black Squad brothers. Black 3 was a wind elemental magician. He chose to increase the Black Squad's agility by 30%. It was Yunsheng's first time participating in a team battle. According to Feng Kuo's initial arrangement, he and Wenren Xiu were not allowed to leave the team. They had to protect Yunsheng and Mu Nanyan. Kill. Both sides were filled with murderous intent. They had already forgotten Lamlin's advice at the start of the competition. Big Black was the first to move. His fists were filled with battle aura. He punched his fists in the air, and there were many shadows of fists on his fists. Although the shadows were phantoms, they were filled with murderous intent. They were all aimed at Huangting's hunter team. The moment Heide came up, he used his famous battle skill, Rain of Fists. Big Black looked reckless, but he was very meticulous. As the leader of the Black Squad, he knew that it was necessary to strike first when facing a team like Huangting. The shadows of his fists seemed to be aimless, but they were all aimed at Mu Nanyan and Yunsheng. Among the 4 of them, Mu Nanyan and Yunsheng were a magician and a summoner respectively. Their defense should be the weakest. However, he had underestimated Mu Nanyan and Yunsheng. Mu Nanyan cast a defensive buff, and then cast a mud swamp on herself. Big Black's legs went soft, and in an instant, it sank into the mud. Feng Kuo's long legs swept horizontally, creating a gust of wind, blocking the attack of the fist shadow. His hands moved behind his back and placed Yunsheng on his shoulders. Seeing Feng Kuo's eagerness to protect his child, Heide sneered. He roared angrily, took a few steps forward, and got out of the swamp. Black 3 immediately shot out wind blades from his magic scepter. Heihu and the others had already studied Huang Tang's combat style. In the first 3 rounds, the little summoner did not even make a move. As they expected, Huang Tang's summoner was their biggest weakness. Big brother, watch out. Wenren Xiu reminded him loudly as she put her hands on her waist. Yunsheng then saw that there was a sword on Wenren Xiu's waist. The sword in Wenren Xiu's hand made several sword flowers and repelled He Er, who pounced on her. Big Black and Black 3 faced Feng Kuo at the same time. Feng Kuo was protecting Yunsheng on his shoulders while blocking Big Black's attack. It was already very difficult for him. In the first 3 rounds, Feng Kuo could still protect Yunsheng. But facing Big Black, whose strength was almost the same as his, and Black 3, who cast strange wind blades from time to time, Feng Kuo quickly showed signs of fatigue. A tricky wind blade slashed toward Feng Kuo's shoulder. He saw that the wind blade was about to kill him. He could have lowered his body to dodge, but if he dodged, Yunsheng on his shoulder would undoubtedly suffer. Feng Kuo frowned, but he did not dare to retreat. If he did not retreat, he would have to use his flesh and blood to block this attack. Yunsheng on his shoulder saw this and knew that Feng Kuo was trying to protect her. She was touched, and Yunsheng quietly used the end of her magic scepter to poke Feng Kuo's Chihu acupoint on his shoulder. Feng Kuo did not know that Yunsheng would suddenly make a move. There was a sour feeling on his shoulder like ants biting, and his shoulder could not help but lower. At the same time, Yunsheng beautifully turned over and nimbly avoided the wind blade. But then, Yunsheng found that something was wrong. After Black 3's wind blade missed, it did not spread in the wind. On the contrary, After the wind blade stopped in midair, it suddenly turned back and slashed Feng Kuo's shoulder. Feng Kuo's shoulder suddenly bled. What a cunning black 3. It turned out that he did not use the ordinary primary magic wind blade, but the intermediate magic disguised as a primary magic wind sickle. The wind sickle was almost the same as the wind blade in appearance, but it would turn back halfway to form a more powerful wind sickle. If Yunsheng had not escaped in time just now, she would have been chopped into 2 pieces by now. Feng Kuo's shoulder was injured, and his body's strength was relaxed. His counterattack immediately slowed down a lot. "Boss, I'll do it." When Rinxiu concentrated her Do Qi on her sword, the sword suddenly grew a few inches and turned into countless sword lights. The sword lights covered Black 2's body, forcing him to retreat a few steps. Mu Nanyan also chanted the earth thorn magic at the same time. Several earth thorns broke out of the ground, disrupting the enemy's pace. Feng Kuo used his Do Qi to protect his heart and watched the situation in the field with rapt attention. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. After the game started, there was still one person in the Black Guards who did not move. The summoner, the opponent's summoner, had not made a move so far. Yunsheng had already revealed that her summoned beast was Xiao He, but Black 4 summoned beast had not shown its true face. Even when facing the forest tiger, Black 4 did not summon a beast. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. Pung! A violent collision sound, and Mu Nanyan screamed in pain. The defense in front of her cracked. An armor-piercing beast broke out of the ground and unexpectedly broke Mu Nanyan's defense. It was a rank 4 armor-piercing beast, about 70 to 80 years old. It had a burly appearance and weighed about 100 pounds. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a pangolin. Its whole body was covered in thick scales, and its sharp claws and teeth pressed on Mu Nanyan's neck. Mu Nanyan could only use her magic scepter to block it. Seeing that Mu Nanyan was in danger, Rinxiu's handsome face showed a touch of anxiety, and the sword in her hand was also disrupted. "Go save Nanyan." Feng Kuo took a deep breath. Ignoring the blood on his shoulder, he raised his magic scepter and chanted. Feng Kuo was a dual cultivator of magic and Do Qi. In a situation where the enemy was strong and he was weak, he still did not panic and calmly cast magic. "Stubborn, for kill that woman first." Black 4 smiled ferociously. He and Black 3 swarmed forward to entangle Feng Kuo and Rinxiu. No one was in the mood to pay attention to Yunsheng. "Baby, let them see blood. Kill that female magician first." Black 4 looked coldly at Mu Nanyan, who was desperately resisting. "Before you kill someone, shouldn't you make sure that you are still alive?" Black 4's back was cold. He looked carefully and found that the summoner of Huang Tung had unknowingly stood beside him like a ghost. The black-haired, black-eyed girl had a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 165. Where he found Yunsheng. He was shocked at first, and this shock made him miss the opportunity to make a move. Yunsheng raised her hand, and a very strange-looking weapon flashed. Before He could react, he felt a sharp pain in his hands, and both his wrists were cut off. He screamed. The main artery in his wrist was cut, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Who was Yunsheng? She was a modern female doctor who could control life and death. Under her scalpel, countless lives were saved, but she could also turn into a bloody god of death at any time. The people on the field only paid attention to the actions of the other people. When He screamed, they only saw a strange scene. Yunsheng's knife was too fast. She was the #1 surgeon in the medical university, and, coupled with the second level of Trillium hand, her hand speed was several times faster. In other people's eyes, it was just a flash of light. They saw He screaming, both his wrists were cut off, and he kept rolling on the ground. His arteries were all cut, and blood kept spurting out. In less than a quarter of an hour, He would die. Yunsheng's eyes were only left with a chill. The 4 brothers of He, who deserved to die for what they had done. As early as walking on the field, Yunsheng's heart had sentenced them to death. The summoner was injured, and a summoned beast was also fatally injured. Mu Nanyan saw the opportunity and smashed the head of the armor-piercing beast with her magic scepter, throwing it out. Lao Si. Hida was the closest to Hei Si. He rushed forward, wanted to check Hei Si's wound. Xiao Hei, go! But how could Yin Sheng give him a chance? She called out Xiao Hei from the Linglong Beast Tower. Swallowing the Sky Battle skill, activate. Following a wolf-like howl, the entire branch arena was plunged into darkness. It was like going from day to night all of a sudden. It was dark all around, and no one knew what had happened. But some people vaguely guessed that the wolf-like cry might have triggered some kind of magical beast battle skill. A battle skill that could change the weather in an instant. What kind of magical beast was that? What's going on? Huang Ting saw that Hei Si was severely injured, and Mu Nanyan had successfully escaped. Feng Kuo and Wenren Xiu were immediately energized. However, it was pitch black all around them. They had no choice but to be on guard in case the black guards took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In fact, Huang Tong and the rest worries were unnecessary because the Black Valiant Hunting Squad had witnessed Black Four's strange injury and the sky darkening. Everyone was panicking. Haida wanted to save Hei Si, but he lost his way in the dark. The darkness came in a strange way. Even though Haida was a revered martial artist and his five senses were much sharper than ordinary people, he still could not see anything clearly in the darkness. In the darkness, a figure landed on Blackie's neck like a bolt of black lightning. I told you, I'm going to break your neck like a chicken. Yin Sheng sat on Blackie's shoulder. Her petite figure was a stark contrast to Black's overly tall figure. It was dark all around, and the spectators could not see clearly what was going on. Blackie only felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He reached out to grab Yin Sheng, but Yin Sheng's body was as slippery as a loach. In her hands, for 4 seasons glazed needles pierced into Blackie's skull. When a warrior reached the revered martial artist realm, his skin, bones, tendons, and veins were as hard as iron. It was difficult for ordinary swords and spears to pierce through. However, even a revered martial artist could not change the meridians of the human body. When the 4 seasons glazed needles that were infused with magic entered his head, a strange feeling of heat and coldness entered his body. Blackie only felt that he was hit by several types of magic. He stood there stiffly. Yin Sheng's hands were like daughter, tightly wrapping around Blackie's neck. After she felt his bones, she exerted force with both hands. A cracking sound was heard. At the last moment, Blackie only knew that his neck was twisted into a ball like a fried dough twist. The darkness gradually dissipated. Big Hay was still in his original position. His hands were still in the same position as when he was grabbing Yin Sheng. However, his head made the hunters, who had taken countless risks and were not afraid of death, suck in a breath of cold air. Blackie's head was strangely reversed. His eyeballs were protruding. He died with a grievance. His mouth, nose, and eyes were all covered in blood. His face was burned black, frozen, and covered with dust. It was as if he was hit by several magic at once. It looked as if he had been attacked many times in the dark. Blackie on the ground was bleeding, and he was dead. Big brother, fourth brother. Blackie Air and Blackie San cried out in pain. However, none of them dared to go forward. In the huge arena, there were only 4 people standing there. Whether it was Hei Hu, Huang Tong's people, hundreds of spectators, or Lan Lan, who had forgotten her responsibility as a referee, everyone's eyes fell on one person. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles for needles. After using the Jade Marrow skill to suck out the 4 needles from Big Black's head, Yin Sheng did not forget to wipe the blood from the needles on Big Black's body. She calmly wiped the needles, and her eyes fell on Blackie Air and Blackie San. She opened her mouth and said something that shocked the whole arena. Let's fight together. It'll save us time and effort. Hiss. When the people who were listening to the story said this, everyone in the restaurant sucked in a breath of cold air. Although it had been 2 days since the B-grade hunter assessment that had caused a stir in the entire Dezhou country, when the storyteller mentioned how Huang Tong Summoner had killed Hei Si and then Haida, especially when she had pulled out the 4 needles from Haida's head Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if their heads had been pierced by 4 needles. The result of the assessment was no suspense. Huang Tung won. In a situation of 2 dead and 2 frightened, Zhang Ziyan, who came back to her senses, communicated with the Blackie Hu hunting team, who only had 2 people left. Blackie Hu announced the defeat, and the Huang Tung hunting team finally obtained the B-level hunter qualification. That assessment could be said to be very satisfying, but the most popular one was the summoner who seemed to be the weakest, but suddenly broke out in the end. Some people said that she was not only a summoner, but also a genius in both magic and martial arts. Otherwise, how could he be so strange that he could kill 2 hunter powerhouses without even using magic? After the competition, countless people surrounded the arena of Mount Daoi, wanting to see Yun Sheng's real face. However, due to the protection of Huang Tung and the others in Yun Sheng's illusion earrings, the outside world recognized her body shape and the pseudonym registered in the Hunters Guild. The rest of the information was unknown. Although they did not know Yun Sheng's specific appearance and background, the rumors about her quickly spread in the hunting world of the Great Zhou dynasty, and even in the hunting world of other countries. She was ruthless and young. After that battle, Yun Sheng even received a resounding title, Bloody Lowly. Chapter 166. In Daoi Mountain, Huang Tung and the other 2 were still waiting for the results of the B-level hunter assessment of the hunting branch. At this moment, they were sitting in a luxurious restaurant in the city with a table full of good food and wine. However, Yun Sheng, who was supposed to be the biggest contributor, was nowhere to be seen. On the seat where Yun Sheng was originally sitting, Xiao He was happily gnawing on a few pieces of carefully cooked demon beast bones. After confirming that Xiao He could use a combat skill like Swallow the Sky, Xiao He's status in the eyes of Huang Tung and his team rose sharply. Bloody Lowly? That group of people is too ridiculous. Xiao He is so cute. How can they give her such a title? Wenrenxiu grabbed a demon beast leg and gave it to Xiao He. Xiao He didn't even lift her eyelids. She grabbed the table with her claws and cut off a demon beast leg. Except for her master, Yun Sheng, she ignored all the food that was handed to her. Actually, it was quite bloody. I didn't expect Yun Sheng's needles to be so powerful. Mu Nanyan was the closest to Yun Sheng at the competition that day. Although she didn't see how Yun Sheng did it, she was sure that Yun Sheng's technique was faster than old Feng was. A little girl, unless she had been practicing martial arts since she was in her mother's womb. How could she kill Haida and He-Si so quickly? That day, when Yun Sheng was bathed in blood and pulled out the needles calmly, she was like the god of death. The title of Bloody Lowly was well-deserved. Let's not mention this in front of Yun Sheng. Although we haven't been with that child for long, she's like a dusty pearl, gradually emitting a luster that belongs to her. She's our teammate and has her own secrets. However, we won't ask too much. Feng's face was calm. That day, he saw killing intent in Yun Sheng's eyes, but he didn't see madness. This made Feng admire Yun Sheng even more. She killed those who needed to be killed, but it was not to the extent that killing became her second nature. She was a child who was so calm that people could not help but fear her. Speaking of which, where is she now? Logically speaking, after the examination is over, she should have a good rest. Why do I feel that she is busier than before? Other than this Xiao He dog, Lord Black, Xiao Sheng is nowhere to be seen. Mu Nanyan was puzzled. Wenrenxiu was drinking wine. Hearing Mu Nanyan's question, he coughed. He was thinking in his heart, should I gossip about Xiao Sheng's gambling? No one could guess what Yun Sheng was busy with at this time. Even Wenrenxiu, who vaguely knew the truth, only thought that Yun Sheng made a lot of money by gambling. But in fact, Yun Sheng's income was far more than the gambling money. As soon as the B-level examination was over, Yun Sheng immediately rushed to see Yanton. The things that she had asked Lin Yao to do should have a result. In Yanton, Lin Yao was using the abacus to report to Yun Sheng about the expenses of the B-level examination in the past few days. According to the odds, the 100,000 gambling money suddenly doubled to 700,000 gold coins. After returning 200,000 gold coins to Wenren Xiao, Yunsheng still had 500,000 gold coins left. But that was just gambling money. According to Dr. Yun's instructions, we sold 100 baskets of tomatoes, rotten eggs, stones, and rotten cabbage leaves. Including the transportation, the total cost was 500 gold coins. In addition, we hired 10 storytellers and 10 writers to tell a lot of stories and copy them. The cost was 18,000 gold coins. We bought 1,000 blank memory disks, and the total cost was 80,000 gold coins. When Lin Yao first bought these things, she secretly clicked her tongue. Dr. Yin spent nearly 100,000 gold coins in one go. Dr. Yin was very generous. This made Lin Yao even more convinced that Yun Sheng must be a child of an aristocratic family. That was why she was so generous. But after a few days, when she saw the income, Lin Yao immediately changed her point of view. If there was an investment, there would be an income. The storytellers and writers spread rumors in the major restaurants, as well as the various paper materials that were copied. The Black Valiant hunting squad was so black that even their own mother wanted to strangle them when they were born. After the competition, the remaining 2 members of the Black Valiant hunting squad left Mount Daoi dejectedly. They didn't even have time to arrange Heida and Heisi's funeral. The 18,000 gold coins were well spent. Those fruits, vegetables, eggs, and stones that were originally sold at a low price also increased by 10 times. They earned a total of more than 7,000 gold coins. But the most impressive thing was the 1,000 blank memory disks. Lin Yao was also a magician. She also knew that the blank memory disks were used to memorize magic. They could clearly record sounds and effects. Other than recording all kinds of magic, their biggest use was for some magic students to record all kinds of magic that their tutors used in class. It was used for revision or to skip class. The price of the blank memory disks was not cheap. One disc cost 80 gold coins. When Yun Sheng bought 1,000 discs in one go, Lin Yao was very depressed. Who would have thought that after the end of the bill level assessment, when the Phoenix Hunter team defeated the Black Valiant team, those hunters who were regretting that they did not have the admission ticket side. However, the memory disc of the B-level assessment was released on the market. Not only did the discs clearly record the entire process of the competition, but it also included the taunts that the Black Valiant hunting squad encountered when they entered the arena. It also included the whole process of the bizarre deaths of Big Black and Big Black. The memory discs were complete and clear. They reproduced the entire process of the competition. So when these memory discs were released on the market, it was immediately snatched up. In the end, the memory discs that cost less than 80 gold coins were sold at a shocking price of 1,000 to 1,500 gold coins each. This also created a new record in the history of using a memory discs to record a competition. Everyone was guessing who it was that had recorded the first memory scroll. 1,000 discs of memory discs eventually earned a high return of more than 1 million gold coins. This shocking amount of wealth made Lin Yao completely dumbfounded. Using the memory discs to copy the entire process of the B-rank assessment and reselling it. This idea was not unfamiliar to Yun Sheng, who had experienced countless pirated CDs. When she used the intermediate magic discs given by Mary to learn magic, she was already inspired. This time, the battle between Phoenix Hunting Squad and the Black Valiant Hunting Squad gave her a real practical battlefield. But she didn't expect that the people of the Wuji continent would have such a high demand for this kind of pirated discs. 1,000 discs of memory discs, the supply simply couldn't meet the demand. Yinsheng couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. The people of the Wuji continent who don't have the internet and entertainment activities are really too sad. Miracle Dr. Yin, should we take some measures? I heard that there are already people imitating our memory discs on the market. Lin Yao saw that there was money to be made, so she wanted to distribute more memory discs. No need 1,000 discs. The market is almost saturated. We should stop while we are ahead, so as to avoid people finding out that the enchanting is involved in this incident. Yinsheng thought for a moment. The so-called windfall was just a one-time fortune. She still wanted to focus on the development of the enchanting, which was more reliable. After the assessment, Yun Sheng became a little rich woman with a bulging purse. Chapter 167. The hunter assessment had ended, but the storm caused by this assessment had just begun. A magic scroll that could be sold for 1,000 gold coins, and the cost of a blank memory scroll was only 80 gold coins. Naturally, there were a lot of people who wanted to do such a profitable business with little capital. But soon, some people found out that the magic scroll they bought could not be copied. If anyone tried to copy the scroll would immediately self-destruct and be destroyed. What was certain was that the person who made this combat magic scroll had already anticipated that someone would copy it. He had drawn an anti-copy fire magic array on the magic scroll. As a result, the B-level assessment battle in Mount Daoi became even more mysterious. The people who bought the scroll saw it as something they could show off. These days, the most common question the hunters in Mount Daoi would ask when they met wasn't about the weather or what kind of mission they had. Instead, it was about whether they had bought the combat magic scroll or not. At this time, no one cared about the failure of the assessment, the whereabouts of the Black Valiant Hunter team. On a moonless night, outside the hunter acropolis of Mount Daoi, there were only a few crooked short trees on the boundless plain. Black 2 and Black 3 bent their backs and knelt on the ground. In front of them stood a man. The man's back was facing the two of them, so they could not see his face. But his stalwart body and the aura of death emitted from him made the plain even colder. The man held an open combat magic scroll in his hand. This scroll was the B-level assessment battle that took place in the arena of Mount Daoi 2 days ago. When a summoner from Huangting approached Black 4 and cut off his wrist, the man groaned and closed the magic scroll in his hand. That's not a great fighting skill. It's just a medical skill. The other side used a doctor's knife technique. The man's tone was cold enough to drip water. His voice fell into the ears of Black 2 and Black 3, and the two could not help but shiver. A doctor's knife technique. They were warriors of the later Qin Dark Camp, but they lost in the hands of a doctor. Black 2 and Black 3 felt as if they had been slapped twice in the face. The boss was dead. The fourth was also dead. They didn't even have time to take the bodies away. They just hurriedly bought this battle magic light axis in order to find out the real origin of the summoner. He thought that the other side would be an extraordinary expert or a spy sent by the Great Zhou country, but who would have thought that she was just a doctor. You failed your mission and exposed your identity as later Qin spies. I don't need to teach you what to do. The man still did not turn around, but his words had already sentenced Black 2 and Black 3 to death. Originally, Black 2 and Black 3 did not have to die, but their identity had been seen through. Coupled with this magic scroll, if they returned to later Qin, it was equivalent to exposing the entire Dark Camp. The two brothers would die. Dark Prince, please let us go. We have beheaded nearly 100 Zhou State C-class hunters. We have completed the mission given to us by the organization. Please. Black 2 and Black 3 begged, wanting to live. It turned out that the man in black was the crown prince of later Qin. The Dark Prince of later Qin was famous among the 5 countries of the mainland. His Dark Camp was the best spy and assassination organization in later Qin. In the Dark Camp, there were 50 first-class warriors, all of whom were above the martial great master level. There were 300 second-class warriors, all of whom were above the martial venerable level. There were 1,000 third-class warriors, all of whom were above the great master level. Although the 4 brothers were only at the martial venerable level, they were cunning and cruel. In the past 2 years, there was a trend of them advancing from third-class warriors to second-class warriors. Losing 4 quasi-second-rate martial artists in one go gave the Dark Crown Prince a headache. Okay, I'll give you a chance. I'll count to 10. After 10, I'll make a move. If you can escape, I'll let you live. The Dark Prince seemed to be unable to bear it. As soon as he finished speaking, Black 3, who was kneeling on the ground, jumped up and ran desperately to the open field in the south. Black 2, on the other hand, was like a fool. He knelt on the ground and did not move. The Dark Prince did not even lift his eyelids. He could only hear him counting in a low voice. 1, 2. When he counted to 10, Black 3 had already run thousands of meters away. At such a distance, only a magician could succeed in one shot. However, the Dark Prince was a warrior whose cultivation was unpredictable and had never shown his skills in front of his subordinates. The wind seemed to be blowing stronger. Black 2, who was kneeling on the ground, did not even dare to lift his head. He could only see the Dark Prince's feet. Suddenly, the pair of dark-colored boots disappeared. The Dark Prince's figure merged into the night. In the distance, Black 3, who was running with all his might, burst into a bloody mist. His body was torn in half. The Dark Prince's hand was covered with fine scales. It did not look like a human's hand at all. He pierced through Black 3's body with his bare hands. Both Black 3 and Black 2 saw how he did it. Black 3, who was wearing armor, had no resistance at all. He was torn in half alive. In the dark night, the Dark Prince's eyes emitted a scarlet light. His face was also revealed. It was a resolute, masculine face with a head of wild black hair. The Dark Prince was like a lone wolf in the desert. He casually threw Black 3's body away like a piece of paper. Why didn't you run? The Dark Prince did not kill Black 2 immediately. If he remembered correctly, Black 2 was the most meticulous one among the 4 brothers of the Black family. The Dark Prince has successfully merged with the blood of the King of Beasts. In this world, other than those top existences, no one can escape from your hands. Black 2's face was pale. Within a few days, he was the only one left among the 4 brothers of the Black family. Life and death were no longer that frightening to him. You're smart. Tell me a reason not to kill you. The fine scales on the Dark Prince's hand quickly faded. His hand returned to its original appearance. It was a pair of exquisite, aristocratic hands. This subordinate knows that I've disgraced Later Chin and deserve to die. However, when this subordinate went to Mount Daoi this time, I met someone. I believe that the Dark Prince will be interested in his whereabouts. Black 2 licked his dry lips. He wanted to make up for his mistake. Who is it? The Dark Prince seemed to be interested. Immortal Residence, Holy Wind King. Then, Black 3 tore open a wound on his forehead. That wound was left a few days ago when he was ambushed by a stone in the arena. There is still a portion of elven magic power left on the wound. Chapter 168. Yinsheng had a headache. When she found out that her disguise magic was actually seen through, the joy of becoming a rich woman was immediately washed away. Soon after Yinsheng walked out of the Xiantong, the divine wind from the immortal Jew country, like a ghost, followed Yinsheng. No matter how hard Yinsheng tried, she couldn't get rid of him. Who are you, and why are you following me? Yinsheng saw that she couldn't get rid of him, so she had to stop and put on the posture of a shrew. Little lowly, don't pretend I recognize your smell. No, I'll call you Bloody Lowly. It's really not easy to catch you. Your magic is quite special. TSK. Compared to the previous illusion earring, it's much more effective. Divine wind circled around Yinsheng, just like a puppy. Bad. She was really seen through. It was not surprising that the illusion earring was seen through. After all, it was just an ordinary magic tool. It was normal for Yunsheng's real appearance to be seen through by a magician with amazing insight. But why didn't the disguise magic work? After Yunsheng learned the disguise magic, she had never been seen through. Today, she planned to go to the Xiantong, so she disguised herself as a 15 or 16-year-old girl. But just as she walked out of the inn, she didn't know where she exposed her flaw, but she was seen through by divine wind. My magic attribute is wind, so I'm more sensitive than anyone else. You have a very nice smell on you, like the fragrance of herbs. I noticed it from the very beginning. This is your unique smell. I definitely won't remember it wrongly. Divine wind was still recklessly moving closer to Yunsheng's neck. Divine wind's words were not comprehensive. Not every magician with wind attribute could catch the wind like him and see through the disguise magic. Yunsheng's disguise magic, because it was not officially recorded in the magic book of the temple, only a few people in the continent could see through it. However, Yunsheng encountered divine wind. The fragrance on Yunsheng's body was naturally because she had been in contact with various medicinal herbs all year round. In addition, she cultivated orthodox Taoist techniques, so her body naturally carried a delicate fragrance. It was this smell that exposed Yunsheng's identity. Divine wind had the inheritance of the elves. Within a radius of a few miles, every breeze and every flowing air could be turned into his tool. If divine wind's actions were seen by his subordinates, they would probably shout that it was improper and unbecoming of the imperial family. The descendants of elves had never liked the human race. They thought that the human race was cunning and dirty. Divine wind was also like this in the past, but she had an inexplicable good impression of Yunsheng. She even liked the aura on her body. Ever since that day when Yunsheng shocked everyone in the competition and transformed into a bloody little lowly, Divine Wind had been looking for all kinds of opportunities to stop Yunsheng. Xiao Hei's swallowing the heavens battle technique was very magical. Divine Wind planned to borrow Xiao Hei from Yunsheng to study it. Borrow Xiao Hei? No. Yunsheng was on guard and took a few steps back. Divine Wind had a beautiful face, which made people have a good impression of her. However, when she heard from Wenren Xiao that the elf tribe didn't discriminate between men and women before the age of 20, Yunsheng became wary of Divine Wind. Physically, she was still a lowly, but mentally, she was definitely a mature woman. After experiencing Lu Minglang's emotional trauma in her previous life, she had a natural resistance to men. Even if Divine Wind was now a half-male, half-female descendant of the elves, it was still not enough. Don't be so stingy. How about I give you something in exchange? I just want to borrow your summoned beast to take a look. Just for a day, just for a day. Divine Wind's face was drooling as she came closer. Looking at her shocking face up close, Yunsheng's eyes were even more dazzling. Yunsheng could even clearly see her almost transparent skin and thick fan-like eyelashes. Fortunately, Yunsheng was calm enough and did not panic at this crucial moment. An item from the Elven Kingdom to borrow her summoned beast for a day. Yunsheng's heart began to beat faster. Moreover, he only said that he wanted to borrow her summoned beast. She had seen the magic power of Divine Wind's magic that had almost destroyed the entire competition that day. The magic of the elves were all secrets. Compared to the magic of the human race, it was much more advanced. An item from the elves would definitely not be simple. You really just want to borrow my summoned beast to take a look? Yunsheng cautiously took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Divine Wind. Elves will not deceive people. Divine Wind's face was full of sincerity. But at the same time, Divine Wind's face suddenly changed. He grabbed Yunsheng and protected her behind him. Since when did the dignified Divine Wind King learn how to abduct innocent women? Like a black cloud pressing down on them, the Dark Prince appeared in front of them with Hei'er without any warning. Yunsheng recognized Hei'er. But who was that young man who suddenly appeared? He was wearing a black and gold dragon pattern battle robe. He had a pair of extremely captivating slender phoenix eyes and a straight nose. His figure was comparable to the 2-meter-tall Divine Wind. This man's whole body exuded a wild beauty. Just by looking at him, Yunsheng had an instinctive sense of danger. This person gave her the feeling of a proud wolf king, who would use his big hands to tear people in half at any time. I was wondering who would be so rude to interrupt this king's conversation with someone. So it's later Qin's Dark Crown Prince. Divine Wind didn't need to turn his head to feel that the little lowly behind him was sizing up the Dark Crown Prince with an inquisitive gaze. Divine Wind's slender figure seemed weak compared to the Dark Crown Prince, which made Divine Wind very dissatisfied. I only have good intentions. I can't bear to let that girl be fooled by you. Most of the elves pay attention to honesty, but only the Wind elves have errata personalities and are temperamental. The Dark Crown Prince's gaze seemed to pass by Divine Wind and looked at Yunsheng, who was covered by Divine Wind. Her complexion was sallow, and she was very thin. She didn't have a figure nor an appearance. She looked like a very ordinary human girl. But why would the proud and reserved Divine Wind King look at her differently? The Dark Crown Prince thought to himself. Yin Sheng had the ability to disguise herself. Other than Divine Wind, neither Black 3 nor the Dark Crown Prince recognized that Yin Sheng was that bloody lowly from the ruthless Bright Blackguard hunting team in the arena earlier. Bah! How can the Dark Crown Prince, who can use a human head as a wine bottle, be so kind? Little girl, look carefully. Next time you see this person, run away immediately. He is the famous tyrant crown prince, Dugu Xiao. Divine Wind pointed at Dugu Xiao. Originally, he thought that after he said Dugu Xiao's name, Yin Sheng would definitely be frightened to the point that her face would turn pale. He would also be able to comfort the little lowly's frightened little heart, who knew that after a while, Yin Sheng still had a confused expression. Have you never heard of this tyrant crown prince? Then you should have heard of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus, right? Divine Wind made a fuss. What's the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus? It's very famous. Is it a person or a treasure? Yin Sheng's words shocked the Dark Crown Prince, and his face darkened. Chapter 169. Shun Feng's mouth was wide open, revealing a mouthful of sparkling white teeth. It was as if he had seen a new continent. You actually don't know about the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus? Are you from the Wuji continent? Actually, I'm not. I'm just a passerby who was accidentally given the good person card and stayed as a permanent resident. Yin Sheng pouted. She wasn't surprised by Shun Feng's identity. Wenren Xiao had already said that Shun Feng might be a member of the Immortal Abode's imperial family. She just didn't expect him to be a prince of the Immortal Abode. The Wuji 5 Jade Annulus isn't a person. No, they're a person. I'm referring to the 5 newly emerged geniuses who are as flawless as Jade. They're the first Jade, Tang Yuan's second Prince Li Xiao. The second Jade, Peng Lai's Prince Regent Ji Romo. The third Jade, Immortal Abode's Shun Feng clan. That's me. The fourth Jade, later Qin's Dark Prince Dugu Xiao. The fifth Jade. Before Shin Feng finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Dark Prince's snort. Flawless Jade, they really are flawless. Yin Sheng glanced at the two of them. In terms of temperament and appearance, if the two of them were placed in the modern era, they would definitely be screen killers with both strength and idols. In addition, with their background and cultivation, they were worthy of being called the nation's Jade Annulus. You dare to be ranked in front of me and call yourself the third Jade? The Dark Prince was very dissatisfied with Shun Feng's explanation. A dense pressure was emitted from his body. It was as if the air in the surroundings was instantly sucked dry by someone. Yin Sheng immediately felt that it was difficult to breathe. Such a dense, murderous aura. That Dark Prince must be someone who has walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The battle aura he cultivates must also be of the murderous aura type. Suddenly, a light breeze blew over, blowing away that dense killing intent that was suffocating to the point of suffocation. Shun Feng's sparkling eyes carried a bit of worry as he looked at Yin Sheng with concern. Dugu Xiao, that ranking is publicly acknowledged by everyone. If you have a temper, then take it out on me. Why are you venting your anger on her? Seeing Divine Wind's expression as if someone had touched his reverse scale, the Dark Prince's eyes deepened. Divine Wind, the others were all ranked according to the year, month, and day of birth. Only you and I were born on the same year, month, and day. Why are you ranked before me? I've said it before. Unless you and I have a real fight, don't even think about calling yourself the third wall of Wuji in front of anyone. Damn, Yin Sheng finally understood. As it turned out, the reason why these two arrogant princes and the crown prince disliked each other was because there was a conflict over the order of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. The hidden crown prince had found someone to challenge, who said that those who were strong should be ranked first. If you want to challenge someone so much, why don't you challenge Xiao and Qiu? Divine Wind was also furious. He was having a good conversation with the little lowly when this eccentric fellow suddenly came out of nowhere. What a killjoy! Xiao Wenxiu is also one of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. Shouldn't the last person of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus be the crown prince of Zhou State? Yin Sheng only reacted after hearing Xiao Wenxiu's name. According to what Divine Wind said, she thought that the last person of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus should be someone from Zhou State. The Crown Prince of Zhou State? How can that kind of idiot be ranked with us? Divine Wind's face was filled with disdain. It was no wonder that Divine Wind would have such a reaction. Thinking back to when Yun Sheng was in the Imperial Magic Academy, the Crown Prince of Zhou State, Yi Balian, was the #1 person in the Imperial Magic Academy. However, he was only a great magician, compared to Divine Wind and the Dark Crown Prince. Not to mention his cultivation, just his appearance and temperament were far superior to Yi Balian's. As for Xiao Wenshu of the Temple of Dharma, although his status wasn't as high as the other four because of his talent in magic and the power of the Temple of Dharma, he replaced the Crown Prince of Zhou State and became the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. The Order of the 5 Jade Annulus was indeed based on the time they became famous in their age. Among them, Tang Yuan and Li Xiao were the oldest at 19 years old. Xiao Wenshu was the youngest at 15 years old. However, when it came to Duguxiu and Divine Wind, their ages were about the same. They were both 16 or 17 years old. For some reason, Divine Wind was ranked ahead of Duguxiu. As for who was the strongest of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus, there were many opinions on the continent. However, Xiao Wenshu of the Temple of Dharma was publicly recognized as the top 3 of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. Divine Wind pondered for a moment and said sourly, "Little lowly, how can you only recognize Xiao Wenshu and not me?" Divine Wind was very upset. As the Divine Wind King of the Immortal Abode, he was a proud son of the heavens and usually didn't put Xiao Wenshu in his eyes. Divine Wind's temper was like that of a child's. He was clearly happy and angry. A moment ago, he was still laughing and joking with Yun Sheng, but now he had a sour expression. Yun Sheng and Xiao Wenshu seemed to be very familiar with each other, which made Divine Wind feel sour in his heart for some reason. Enough. Do you want to fight or not? The Dark Prince didn't have time to listen to Divine Wind's nonsense. It was because he was unconvinced by the rankings that the Dark Prince, Duguxiu, had been chasing Divine Wind all over the continent ever since the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus title appeared 5 years ago. However, Divine Wind came and went without a trace and rarely left the Immortal Abode. The few times they met, Divine Wind relied on his strange wind spirit movement technique to escape from Duguxiu. Until this time, when Black 3 was accidentally attacked by Divine Wind Stone because of the B rank examination, there was still a portion of magic aura left on it. That was why the Dark Prince tracked him down. Fight, of course I'll fight. But before that, you have to catch up to me first. Divine Wind smiled slyly. He suddenly hugged Yun Sheng's slender waist, and a pair of green wind wings appeared on his back. His long legs kicked off the ground, and he rushed into the sky. In terms of fighting, the Divine Wind King might not be stronger than the Dark Prince. However, in terms of escaping, other than the few old existences in the few big countries, no one in the younger generation dared to claim to be the best in the world if the Divine Wind King claimed to be the second best. This was also the reason why Duguxiu hadn't succeeded in catching up to Divine Wind for the past 5 to 6 years. However, this time, the Dark Crown Prince came prepared. This move again. Do you think that I'll let you escape again? The Dark Prince frowned. His Qilin armor made a clattering sound, and he followed closely behind Divine Wind, as if he was stepping on clouds. If it was just Divine Wind alone, Duguxiu might not be able to catch up to him. But this time, Divine Wind also brought along Yun Sheng. His movement technique would more or less be affected. With Divine Wind in front and the Dark Prince behind, both of them were top existences among the younger generation. On the streets of Mount Daoi, 2 figures quickly flashed past. Those hunters only had time to see the figures flash past. Who are they? What a fast movement technique. What answered them was only a gust of wind. Seeing that the city was noisy, Divine Wind didn't let go of Yun Sheng and directly ran out of the city. Chapter 170. Divine Wind carried Yun Sheng and passed through the city gate. It was Yun Sheng's first time seeing the beautiful green wings on the back of an elf descendant. Upon closer inspection, the wings weren't innate. The wings were condensed from magic elements and could freely control the speed of the surrounding wind. Flying like this made Yun Sheng feel as if she was riding on a glider. The journey was smooth, and there weren't any bumps at all. Riding the wind, her light golden hair spread out and fluttered in the wind. Her originally exquisite facial features became even more vivid and beautiful under the sunlight. The elf race was indeed as beautiful as immortals. Little lowly, the scenery above isn't bad, right? You're the first person to enjoy such treatment. Divine Wind lowered his head dotingly. Because of their elf bloodline, many members of the immortal resident's imperial family were born with exquisite appearances. However, Divine Wind only had a special feeling for this soft little lowly in his arms. Divine Wind even had a thought. It would be great if they could continue flying like this. It wouldn't be bad to kidnap this little lowly back to the immortal residence. However, good things didn't last long. As soon as the two left the city gate, they heard the sound of crossbows piercing through the air. Chain crossbows. Those were the crossbows used by the Qin army. Dozens of black iron pellets shot towards the Divine Wind King. Divine Wind clicked his tongue, and a trace of impatience appeared on his face. What a cunning dark crown prince. He actually set up an ambush outside the city. This was something that Divine Wind didn't expect. He casually waved his sleeves, and a green vortex appeared on his gorgeous robe. The vortex was formed by wind elements, and all the iron pellets were sucked into the vortex. The whirlwind pushed in the opposite direction, and the iron pellets that were originally aimed at Divine Wind and the others were all sent back to the ambushing soldiers. Several figures fell out of the whirlwind, their chests full of holes from the iron pellets. Divine Wind King, where are you running to? While Divine Wind was retaliating, the Dark Crown Prince also took the opportunity to attack. Several of his elite subordinates were shot and killed, but the Dark Crown Prince didn't even frown. Although he didn't have wings of the wind like Shen Feng, his battle chi had already been cultivated to the point of perfection. Following the tuck-tuck-tuck sound from the city wall, he soared into the air, leaping hundreds of feet high. His muscular arms carried a ferocious aura as he attacked the Divine Wind King's wings with a black tiger steals the heart. The Divine Wind King didn't turn his head. The wings on his back suddenly contracted, and Yunsheng only felt that her body was falling in a straight line. It was like a racing car that suddenly came to an emergency brake. This fall just happened to avoid the Dark Crown Prince's iron fist. Halfway down, the wings of wind formed behind the Divine Wind King's back again. He looked down at Yunsheng and grinned. "Little lowly, I'll bring you down now." Divine Wind was very considerate. If an ordinary person did not have the protection of a wind spirit, it would be very difficult for them to adapt to flying at high altitudes for long periods of time. Unexpectedly, Yunsheng said uneasily, "Wait a minute, fly higher." "Little lowly, what's wrong? You can't bear to go down? This king's embrace isn't bad, right?" Divine Wind teased. However, he still flapped his wings of wind in a good temper, rising hundreds of feet higher. Yunsheng poked her head out and bent down to look down. When she saw it, her expression changed abruptly. Shen Feng casually looked down as well. In the next moment, his smiling face froze. Outside Mount Daoi's Hunter Guard city was a verdant mountain forest. Birds chirped there, and the mountains were quiet. It was usually a beautiful scene. But today, this tranquil mountain scenery was broken. Although they were high up in the sky, a faint earthquake could be felt at this moment. As far as the eye could see, the verdant mountain ridge in the distance was rapidly peeling away at the speed of a blink of an eye. It was like low-quality paint that faded away after being washed by water. Other than the trees, the beasts in the mountains were also rioting. They were running towards Mount Daoi at a very fast speed. The Dark Crown Prince had already arrived. He followed Divine Wind's line of sight and looked over. The distance was too far. Even with Divine Wind and Dark Crown Prince's eyesight, they couldn't see what was going on in front of them. Could it be an earthquake or a landslide? Divine Wind muttered, "I'm afraid it's neither. It's a beast tide." The words of the little one in his arms were earth-shattering, frightening Divine Wind King and Dark Crown Prince. Beast Tide. There was a beast tide near Mount Daoi, but there weren't any groups of magical beasts living nearby. There were only some ordinary wild beasts in the mountains. How could there be a beast tide? Perhaps it's not a very powerful magical beast. It might be very small, but because there are so many of them, it can form a beast tide that isn't small. Yin Sheng was a summoner. Among the three of them, her cultivation was the weakest. However, she could feel a powerful beast language wave that was constantly approaching. In the continent where magical beasts and humans coexisted, beast tides weren't rare. According to the scale of beast tides, they were divided into 100 beast tides, 1,000 beast tides, 10,000 beast tides, and the legendary beast tides of 100,000 or even 1,000,000. However, those beast tides of a larger scale all appeared before the magical beasts were expelled from the boundless continent. In the past few thousand years, the frequency of beast tides happening was already very low. However, Yin Sheng was sure that the beast tide that was about to affect Mount Daoi and even destroy the entire southern border of Zhou State wouldn't be small. It wasn't a very powerful magical beast, but it had the power to cause landslides and split the earth. Ridiculous. Unheard of. Unheard of. Divine Wind King. Don't tell me you also believe her nonsense? The Dark Crown Prince's long and narrow eyes were filled with disdain. A weak girl who only knew how to hide behind Divine Wind King actually dared to talk nonsense in front of the Dark Crown Prince, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Divine Wind smiled bitterly. I also don't want to believe it, but look ahead. It seems that little Loli is right. We're really fucking unlucky to have encountered a beast tide. A few hunters ran over as if they had gone mad. They didn't even dare to look back and used all their strength to run towards Mount Daoi Citadel. They shouted, "Beast! Beast tide! Beast dance! Help! Help!" It was actually beast dance. They weren't very powerful, but their numbers were very shocking. They were like a black tide that was covered by dark clouds. They were boundless, long, and wide. They quickly moved between dozens of mountain ridges. Wherever they went, trees were uprooted and rocks were turned into powder. Although the ants were small, they couldn't withstand their numbers. A small beast ant might only be a few centimeters in size. To form such a large beast tide, it would require at least 10,000 or even 100,000 beast ants. Under the lead of the Ant King, they went crazy and devoured the mountain ridges, wild beasts, and even humans. The beast ants were undoubtedly fatal. Go! Divine Wind swept Yin Sheng up and quickly flew towards the sky. The Dark Crown Prince also raised his Do Chi and jumped onto the highest tree in the vicinity. Huff, huff. The few hunters who were out on a mission and unfortunately encountered the beast ant tide were about to reach Daoi Mountain City. However, the beast ants behind them, who were in a killing frenzy, kept chasing after them and were about to swallow their elbows. Wah! The last hunter didn't escape fast enough and was swept into the beast tide. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a living person into a pile of bones. Chapter 171. Countless ant beasts crawled over the hunters' corpses. Each of them was the size of half a thumb. Their eyes emitted green light as they waved their sharp ant pincers. What was even more perverted was that a portion of the ant beasts were flying ants. They flapped their wings like grasshoppers and leaped into the trees and the sky. Even Divine Wind, who had already flown into the sky, was not spared. He had to dodge in the air. The flying ants seemed to have noticed that the scent on Divine Wind's body was very special. It was as if they had smelled honey, and all of them flew over. The rest of them turned their attention and flew towards the tree where the Dark Prince was hiding. The Dark Prince's subordinates, including Black 3, were not spared. They were all swallowed by the crazy ant tide and turned into white bones. Numerous wind scythes slashed across the sky. Before the flying ants could get close, they were cut in half. However, there were too many of them. A few flying ants took advantage of the gap and stopped on Divine Wind King's wind wings. I've seen perverted beasts, but I've never seen such perverted beasts. Where did these things come from? Divine Wind screamed. The magical elements that he had condensed into wind wings were being nibbled away by these inconspicuous things. To think that he could even devour mana. How shameless! Divine Wind was twisting and turning in the air like a kite with a broken string. We won't be able to hold on for long. Looking at the ant beasts, they're probably going to attack Mount Daoi Guard City. You're the fastest among us. Return to Mount Daoi first and inform the hunters and guards in the city. Yunsheng saw that the ant tide was getting more and more intense. She knew that she wouldn't be able to escape easily today. Huang Teng and the other two were still in the city, as well as Lin Yao and the rest. Yunsheng couldn't leave them behind. No, I can't leave you behind. How could Shen Feng not be worried about his companions from the Immortal Keeper Nation? However, if he left, the little lowly would be all alone. There's also the Dark Crown Prince, who knew if he would stab him in the back. Unknowingly, Divine Wind had regarded Yunsheng as more important than his companions. When he realized this, he couldn't help but be startled. Yunsheng pursed her lips. Did she really think that her title of Bloody Lowly was a joke? She might as well use her actions to prove herself. She pointed at the wings of wind on Divine Wind's back. Can you give me a pair of those? Kamikaze's facial muscles trembled. If these words were said by someone else, Divine Wind might have used a wind sickle to chop that person into pieces. However, these words came from Yunsheng's mouth, so he didn't say anything. Only the heavens knew how precious the wings of wind were. Other than sky mages, only the elves could possess magical wings. Yunsheng's tones sounded as if she was asking how much the 2 cabbages cost per caddy. Wings of the wind were condensed from magic elements, so Divine Wind naturally had a way to condense a pair for her. Divine Wind hesitated for a moment, then gathered a touch of pure wind element between his hands. He placed his palms flat on Yunsheng's back, and a cold and light magic element was injected into Yunsheng's body. Yunsheng only felt that the wind magic spirit in her body instantly became active. Feeling the change in Yunsheng's body, Divine Wind couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He originally thought that Yunsheng was only a fire mage, but according to the current situation, she was also a multi-element mage. Yunsheng only felt that her body was a lot lighter. Her back slowly stretched out, and a pair of beautiful wings of wind appeared on her back like a butterfly's wings. Yunsheng originally knew the primary wind magic levitation technique. With the wings of wind, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. She raised her magic scepter, and her mouth fluently chanted, "Fire element, invincible, fire continuous critical strike." She waved her magic scepter, and her beautiful body swayed with the wind. She was like a willow branch dancing gracefully in the spring breeze. On the enigmatic scepter, the red soul stone was mixed with a dense wind aura. This feeling was the aura of a wind fairy. He didn't expect this little lowly's first soul stone to be blessed by a fairy. It had been many years since a human who could receive such treatment appeared. No wonder Divine Wind felt a sense of intimacy when he first saw her. Divine Wind couldn't help but be stunned. But then, a scene that made Divine Wind King even more unable to close his mouth happened. On the magic scepter, balls of fierce fire shot out like cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. 3 intense fire explosions instantly exploded on the ground. Blazing flames shot out from the fire explosions, and countless heat waves rolled out, sweeping towards the ant swarm. The flame's temperature was no less than 1,000 degrees, and the small beast ants were immediately burned to death. The ant beasts that were originally surging forward were in a mess. The flames burned the sky, and once the tongues of the flames touched the wings of the flying ants, they immediately turned into bright fireflies. Under the pressure of the flames, most of the ants that came into contact with the flames were directly burned to death. A portion of the lucky ones burrowed into the ground. The countless beast ants that were entrenched earlier were blown to ashes, and there was a large hole in the ground. The beast ants that were surging forward also smelled the scent of death. They were so frightened by the terrifying destructive power that they stopped moving forward. However, Yunsheng was very clear that the fire explosion's deterrence was only temporary. When the fire was slightly smaller, the beast ants would definitely make a comeback and continue to advance towards Mount Daoi. Insects and ants were the most afraid of fire. Yun Sheng's fire explosion's power was not to be underestimated. It happened to be the natural enemy of these ant beasts. If her father, Yun Songhai, was here now, he would be able to return to his peak state back then. Even if he could not repel this beast tide, he would be able to cause devastating damage to the beast ants. It was a pity that her cultivation was limited. 3 consecutive fire explosions had already reached her limit. The fire magical elements in her body had already been squandered. She had no choice but to use the Beast Language Ring's meditation water to quickly replenish it before she could launch the next round of fire explosion. Seeing the situation, Divine Wind also knew that Yun Sheng could temporarily suppress the situation. He kept his wind wings and landed under the tree where the Dark Prince was. Dugu Xiao, I will temporarily hand her over to you. If anything happens to her, I will definitely make you pay the price in blood. When he said this, Divine Wind no longer had the playful smile of the past. His dark green eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. The Dark Prince was also fearful of Yun Sheng's fire explosion just now. He thought to himself, so that girl's abilities are not weak. But the strange thing is that the magic scepter she used just now only has 1 soul stone. Logically speaking, she should only be a sorcerer. However, regardless of whether it is the fire explosion or her incantation speed, they're all more powerful than those great magicians. Who is she? Is she really just an ordinary hunter from Zhou State? The Dark Prince grunted and did not reply. Based on Divine Wind's understanding of him, the Dark Prince reluctantly agreed. Divine Wind did not stay any longer. He turned into a green light and streaked towards Mount Daoi Guard City like a shooting star disappearing in the sky. Half an hour passed. Yun Sheng had already drunk the 9th bottle of meditation water. Chapter 172. Oh no, this is the last bottle of meditation water. After throwing away the last bottle of meditation water, Yun Sheng couldn't remain calm. If the guards still don't come, I'm really going to be eaten alive by this group of persistent ant beasts. While Yun Sheng was hesitating, a few cunning flying ants took the opportunity to land on her magic wings that were already on the verge of collapse and ruthlessly gnawed on the magic elements. Yun Sheng was on her guard. She gritted her teeth and cast a levitation spell. She floated a few inches higher and pulled some distance away from the densely packed ant beasts on the ground. Not far away, the Dark Prince was like a stubborn rock, motionless. After Divine Wind left, he maintained the same posture. He didn't take the initiative to retreat or run away. He emitted a murderous aura that was as sharp as a blade. With just a glare, the nearby ant beasts immediately bounced away as if they had encountered fire. Yun Sheng suspected that the Dark Prince only had a volcano. If those ant beasts got any closer, they would probably be killed instantly. Just as Yun Sheng was cursing the Dark Prince in her heart for fighting the ant tide alone. Whoa, a strange insect sound came from the ground. The insect sound came from the deepest part of the ground and sounded very much like a human's mumbling. When it fell into a person's ears, it made them feel distracted and it was hard to raise their spirits. As the sound became louder and louder, the ground protruded and a hole opened up. From the hole, a rotten smell like that of a corpse emitted out. The ant beasts that were originally restless all carefully gathered towards the hole. Upon closer inspection, their antennae were all drooping down as if they were commoners seeing an emperor and bowing in respect. A giant ant the size of a dog crawled out from the ground. Although it was called an ant, it was at least 10 times larger than other ant beasts. Its size was about the same as Xiao He, and its exterior was covered with a thick shell that was like a battle armor. What was more shocking was that there were at least 100 centipede-like legs under its abdomen. Each leg emitted a strong poisonous gas. The soil under its feet immediately turned as black as ink. One look, and one could tell that it was extremely poisonous. Commander level Centipede Ant King. Even someone as calm as the Dark Prince couldn't help but change his expression. Everyone knew that even though insect beasts were the weakest of all magical beasts, no one would ever look down on them because they were the most numerous on the continent. After the insectoids evolved to a higher level, they would have more limbs. The more limbs they had, the higher the insectoid's age and cultivation base would be. This beast tide came suddenly without any warning. The Dark Prince originally suspected that there was an extremely powerful magical beast general behind the beast tide, causing mischief. Just looking at the beast ants attack just now, it was a mess, and he didn't see any high-level beast ants. Who would have thought that such a monster would emerge from the ground? The magical beasts in the Boundless Continent were divided into 9 levels from low to high. Above the 9 levels were commander-level magical beasts and general-level magical beasts. Perhaps only Marquis or Bishop-level magicians could kill such a monster. The level 3 or level 4 magical beasts that Yun Sheng had killed for practice earlier were at most level 5. In front of this level 9 Centipede Ant King, they were simply trash. The Dark Prince was already at the peak of the continent's younger generation, but he was only a Marquis. Together with Yun Sheng, who was a magician, they still had to face thousands of centipede ants. The two of them together were not enough to fill the gaps between this commander-level magical beast general's teeth. Seeing the appearance of the commander-level magical beast, the Dark Prince knew that things were not looking good for him today. The centipede ant broke out of the ground. It smelled the burnt smell of the ant soldiers' corpses around it and flew into a rage. It raised its head that was the size of a puppy and sprayed a ball of venom at Yun Sheng in the sky. The venom was fishy and sticky, and its speed was as fast as an arrow. Yun Sheng dodged, and the sticky liquid stained the wings of wind on her back. The wings of wind on Yun Sheng's body were already incomplete. Once the magic elements dissipated, she fell and was about to fall into the centipede ant king's mouth. Her body abruptly stopped falling, and a tall figure appeared beside her. The Dark Prince furrowed his thick brows and grabbed Yun Sheng's collar. Yun Sheng and the Dark Prince communicated silently with their eyes and saw the disgust in each other's eyes. Almost at the same time, the two of them snorted and turned their heads away. Even though the Dark Prince didn't like Yun Sheng, he didn't shake her off because he had silently promised Divine Wind that he would take care of Yun Sheng. The Centipede Ant King became even more enraged when it didn't hit its target. It let out a strange cry as though it was blowing the horn of war. The ant beasts that heard the commotion instantly flared up. They launched a fierce attack at the people closest to them, Yun Sheng and the Dark Prince. The flying ants swarmed over like a flood. Yun Sheng's scalp was about to explode when he saw the beast ants rushing over. The Dark Prince didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex and picked up Yun Sheng and ran in the opposite direction of Mt. Daoi with the fastest speed in his life. Wu Ho's leg strength was much faster than these ant beasts, but since it was extreme speed, it meant that it was exchanged with explosive qi. It was destined that it wouldn't last for long. The Dark Prince was already very impressive. While he was carrying Yun Sheng, he had been running at the speed limit for nearly an hour, maintaining an astonishing running speed that modern people would not be able to comprehend. From the increasingly intense heaving of his chest, it could be seen that he was already quite tired. Damn it, what is the Divine Wind King dragging on for? The Dark Prince's legs were about to lose feeling. He could feel that his body had reached its limit. Behind him, the ant beasts had already been pulled apart, but a cloud of insects appeared in the sky. It turned out that the Centipede Ant King was following closely behind with a group of subordinates. Just as the Dark Prince was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he saw a deep blue lake on the mountain range not far away. Lake! The Dark Crown Prince, who was so tired that he didn't even want to take another step, lifted Yun Sheng in his hand and threw her into the lake without any hesitation, as though she was a rock. With a splash, Yun Sheng sank into the water. The moment before she entered the water, she saw a ball of qi on the Dark Prince's body like a wild python coming out of its hole. Not long after the two of them fell into the water, the beast tide had already approached the lake. In front of the bottomless lake, the ant beasts didn't dare to move forward without permission. The Dark Prince stood beside the lake, and the qi emitted from his body turned into a qi shield. He raised the qi shield and took a step forward, charging into the ant swarm. In Mt. Daoi Citadel, The hunter branch was urgently mobilizing the entire city's forces. All hunters in MT Daoi, listen to my orders. A sudden beast tide has been discovered 100 kilometers away from the citadel. According to the hunters who returned to the citadel, this is a beast ant tide with tens of thousands of ant beasts. All hunters, including the citizens, are not allowed to leave the citadel. Once the news of the beast tide of 10,000 ant beasts was announced, the entire citadel panicked. At this moment, the Divine Wind King, who brought back the news, was risking his life to charge out of the city. Chapter 173. Get out of the way. Don't make me say it a second time. Divine Wind's handsome face was filled with anxiety. King, you can't leave the city. This subordinate just received news that the beast tide this time is likely to be caused by a commander-level magical beast general. Several guards of the immortal resident's country stood by Divine Wind's side, unwilling to back down. When Divine Wind returned to the city and informed the Hunter Branch about the situation of the beast tide, the Hunter Branch immediately released several psychic cranes. Psychic cranes were a type of paper crane that had sound transmission magic and image magic drawn on it. They could detect the situation of the enemy from afar. According to the investigation of the magic paper crane, the beast tide was moving in the opposite direction of Daoi Mountain Guard City for some reason. Among the beast tide, they also discovered a commander-level poisonous beast general. It had been a long time since a commander-level magical beast had appeared on the continent. Although the elf race had magic, their physique was more afraid of poisonous beasts compared to humans. If it wasn't for them holding her back, Divine Wind would have already successfully escaped. At this time, her heart had already flown out of the city. A commander-level beast general, Divine Wind regretted. She shouldn't have left the little lowly outside. If something happened to her, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. King, you're the last successor of the Divine Wind clan. You can't ignore the continuation of the entire Wind Elven race for your own selfish reasons, General Ba Tu bitterly advised. Ba Tu, it's already too late. Divine Wind's face was filled with helplessness. Her light green eyes revealed an incomprehensible emotion. When I left the immortal residence this time, the high priest said that I would meet the person who made me stop. I think I have already met him. Wind elves were the most restless and the most unstable of all elves. But even if they were as willful as the wind, once they found the person who made them stop, they would always guard by their side. If that person died, then Divine Wind would also lose its life. Divine Wind's figure flashed and disappeared. General Batu was furious. After a while, he helplessly waved his hand, indicating the people of the immortal residence to immediately leave the city and search for the whereabouts of the Divine Wind King. Beside the lake, the battle between the Dark Prince and the 100-legged ant general had also reached its climax. The Dark Prince held the battle chi shield in his hand and was like a war god. He was unstoppable. The battle chi shield in his hand blocked the flying ants from all directions. Countless flying ants crashed into the battle chi shield, causing their heads to bleed. The ground was soon filled with the corpses of the beast ants. Facing the heavy casualties of his subordinates, the centipede ant general was so angry that he ground his teeth. The hundreds of strange legs under him wriggled and moved nimbly on the battlefield, accurately dodging the Dark Prince's attacks time and time again. It spat out several streams of venom from its mouth, and when the venom touched the Dochi shield, the corner of the shield immediately melted. What a powerful venom! It had already melted the wings of wind formed by the magical elements earlier on. Who would have thought that it would be equally effective on the combat aura shield formed by the combat aura? The Dark Prince's combat aura shield was quickly shattered by the venom. With the shield broken, the surrounding flying ants came back and wave after wave of attacks pressed towards Dugushio. At this moment, another ball of venom was sprayed on Dugushio's leg. A heart-piercing and corrosive pain swept over him. Dugushio staggered and his vision became blurry. The venom of the 100-legged ant general was much more powerful than he had imagined. Dugushio wasn't someone who was fond of fighting. He knew that he was poisoned and hurriedly sealed a few major acupoints on his chest to prevent the venom from spreading. He then jumped into the lake behind him, and his tall body sank into the water. The ice-cold lake water swallowed his consciousness. The moment before he lost consciousness, Xiao felt someone supporting his body and quickly dived into the water. His life was saved. This was Xiao's first reaction when he woke up. Before he could savor the feeling of surviving a calamity, Xiao saw a pair of indifferent eyes. A pair of eyes that were as bright as the morning stars. The one who was sizing him up was the female mage that the divine Wind King left behind. Her appearance wasn't outstanding, but looking at her up close, she had a pair of eyes that left a deep impression. The Dark Prince couldn't help but feel wrong for that pair of eyes. In comparison, Yunsheng's appearance was too ordinary. There were plenty of girls like her around the Dark Prince. Scram. When he realized that Yunsheng was checking his wound, Xiao fiercely reprimanded her. But the moment he opened his mouth, he felt a pain in his leg. When he looked at his thigh, his wound had already rotted. The venom of the 100-legged ant general was extremely poisonous. It was like concentrated sulfuric acid and corroded a large wound on Xiao's leg. "You're injured and need treatment." Yunsheng spoke with the tone of a doctor. Her gaze warned the Dark Prince not to move. The venom of the 100-legged ant general was very special. Yunsheng had checked it just now, and it even carried a portion of the power of darkness. The Dark Prince was a martial artist and had a very strong physique. But after being contaminated by the dark magic element, his body couldn't recover in a short period of time. If this dragged on for a long time, his body would rot bit by bit until he died. Yunsheng took out the Dachira juice and planned to anesthetize the Dark Prince. However, the other party swept away the medicine bottle in her hand and knocked it over. "Don't pretend to be benevolent. I won't use your medicine." The Dark Prince was very vigilant. He wasn't willing to use any of Yunsheng's medicine. 1 hour, at most 1 hour, and your left leg will rot completely. Half an hour later, your lower body will be completely paralyzed. After 1 day, no one in the world can save you, Yunsheng said firmly. The Dark Prince hesitated. Although he didn't know much about beast poison, the venom on his leg was very powerful. At this moment, he couldn't feel the pain in his leg. He was heading to Mount Daoi alone. His subordinates and accompanying imperial physicians were all hundreds of miles away. The only person who could save him was this female mage of unknown origin. The Dark Prince didn't say anything. Yunsheng squatted down again and tore open the pants on his leg. This time, the Dark Prince didn't dodge. The Dark Prince's face twitched violently. Yunsheng lowered her head. There was a strange knife in her hand. When the Dark Prince saw that knife, he immediately recognized it. It was the knife he saw on a magic scroll that cut off Black Four's wrist. "It's her." The Dark Prince recognized Yunsheng. She was the child hunter known as Bloody Lowly. It was no wonder Divine Wind called her Little Lowly just now. The Dark Prince raised his hand. Yunsheng was fully focused on cutting off the rotten flesh on the Dark Prince's wound. She didn't notice the changes in the Dark Prince's expression and mentality. With a jerk of his hand, Yunsheng's knife slid across the rotten flesh like a butterfly shuttle. The pain rushed to his head. Even a tough guy like the Dark Prince couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. "Bear with it. It won't hurt any more soon." Yunsheng subconsciously used the tone of a doctor to a patient. Her voice was very gentle, completely different from her tough tone from before. Somewhere in the Dark Prince's heart was touched, and his heartstrings were gently plucked. Chapter 174. While he was hesitating, Yunsheng had already cleaned up all of his poisonous flesh. After sprinkling some hemostatic agent to stop the bleeding, Yunsheng started the last step of the treatment, which was to use the Four Seasons glass needle to sew up the wound. Yunsheng didn't even raise her head and immediately took out the glass needle. Both her hands worked at the same time, and the needle nimbly pierced through the skin, quickly sewing up the wound. This Dark Crown Prince was a tough guy. He didn't even let out a groan despite the pain. When the last needle was sewn, Yunsheng was already drenched in sweat. She had gone through several dangerous situations today and used a large amount of flame explosion magic. Her physical strength was greatly depleted. Right now, she only wanted to quickly end this treatment and meditate on the spot to adjust her breathing. Yunsheng subconsciously raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. Who knew that her neck would suddenly hurt? Her tender neck was already grabbed by the Dark Crown Prince's right hand. He was like an eagle pouncing on its prey as he lifted Yunsheng up. The two of them had just climbed out of the lake, and their bodies were drenched. Duguxiu strangled Yunsheng with astonishing strength. His wet hair hung down to his chest, and he looked wild and dangerous. Duguxiu's left hand touched Yunsheng's ear. Yunsheng's disguise magic had already lost its effect after several hours. Right now, the only thing maintaining her disguise was the illusion earring on her ear. Duguxiu's slightly rough hand slid past Yunsheng's earlobe, accurately touching the illusion earring. The earring cracked with a sound. Yunsheng's face was also exposed in front of him. When he saw Yunsheng's face, Duguxiu was stunned for a moment. No wonder Divine Wind would call her little lowly. It was a very young face. She looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. Her eyebrows weren't fully developed, but it couldn't hide her beautiful facial features. Her face was white, but it was not the sickly white of the weak and delicate imperial concubines in the later Qin palace. Instead, it was a clean, healthy, and tender white. There was a hint of pink in the whiteness that made people want to take a bite. Yunsheng's fair skin was due to the fact that she had been cultivating the jade marrow technique all year round. The impurities in her body had been eliminated, and her entire body was sparkling and translucent. She had a delicate and high-nosed bridge and a small mouth that looked like a newly born stamen. She looked very full. This face was very compatible with her eyes. In that instant, a thought flashed through Duguxiu's mind. This little girl in front of him was truly worthy of the words flawless jade. She was exquisite and translucent, just like a flawless piece of white jade. It gave people the urge to hide her away. He was a grand crown prince of later Qin. How could he have such filthy thoughts about a little girl who hadn't grown up yet? However, in the next moment, Duguxiu regained his composure because he noticed the light in Yunsheng's eyes. Even in such a dangerous situation, there wasn't any unnecessary fear in her eyes. Duguxiu looked at his wound again. More than half of the poison had been removed. It had to be said that Yunsheng's medical skills were very exquisite. Her stitches were complete, and she wasn't inferior to the imperial physicians in the later Qin palace. Yunsheng, who was being choked by the neck, didn't reveal any panic. She suddenly smiled. She held the needle and pierced it toward the Dark Crown Prince's eyes. The latter reflexively wanted to block it. However, Yunsheng's elbow was like a spiritual fire. She turned and changed direction, smashing it on the Dark Crown Prince's stitched-up wound without any hesitation. The wound was quickly torn open and blood splattered out like rain. Almost at the same time, Yunsheng's petite figure moved forward. It was as if she was throwing herself into the Dark Crown Prince's arms. Looking from afar, their current posture was very ambiguous. It was as if a man and a woman were hugging each other intimately. In addition, their clothes were wet. Through their clothes, they could feel the pressing heat emitted from each other's bodies. However, along with the heat came waves of murderous intent that made one tremble in fear. Yunsheng's hand and needle were less than an inch away from the Dark Crown Prince's eyeballs. The Dark Crown Prince's hand was still choking Yunsheng's neck. As long as Yunsheng's needle was an inch closer, the Dark Crown Prince would shatter Yunsheng's throat. At the same time, as long as the Dark Crown Prince's hand dared to move, Yunsheng's needle would pierce his eyeballs. Her killing intent wasn't inferior to others. The Dark Crown Prince couldn't help but feel apprehensive. You've already lost. At most, I'll be blind in one eye, but you're going to lose your life. The Dark Crown Prince was indeed experienced. Blood flowed like a river under his body. Despite the danger before him, he still straightened his back with a proud expression. Unless this man was really daring, he was arrogant to the bone. Even at a time like this, he still had to put on a strong front. However, No matter how arrogant he was, it was useless. Because the person he met was her. You're wrong. You're the one who lost. 1, 2, 3. Before Yun Sheng could finish counting, the Dark Crown Prince's body swayed. He felt his vision turning blurry. The hand that was choking Yun Sheng's neck loosened, and he fell back in a daze. After the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, Yun Sheng put away the bone needle. What a strong bull. I wasted 10 times the amount of anesthetic before I could knock him out. Yun Sheng felt her heart ache. The Dark Crown Prince refused to use anesthetic no matter what. However, Yun Sheng took the chance when he wasn't paying attention and smeared a large amount of mandala juice on the Four Seasons glaze needle used for suturing. This amount was 10 times more than the last time when she anesthetized Yi Baiming. Once the Dark Crown Prince fainted, Yun Sheng could do whatever she wanted to him. After a round of looting, Yun Sheng found an anonymous limitless red gold coin card on him. Later Qin's national power wasn't bad. As the crown prince of a country, the Dark Crown Prince naturally had a lot of money on him. He even had a storage ring on him. Since the puffed egg could break the magic barrier, she didn't hesitate to take the storage ring. After a round of looting, Yun Sheng rolled her eyes. She didn't have a good impression of the Dark Crown Prince. Under the Dark Crown Prince's orders, the Dark Guard hunting team killed so many hunters on Mount Daoi. She should have slit his throat. But when she thought of how he saved her from the Centipede Ant King, she couldn't help but feel guilty. The death penalty could be avoided, but it was difficult to be punished. Looking at the man's well-built body, Yun Sheng smiled evilly. When Duguxiu woke up, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. He realized that all his clothes had been stripped off, leaving only his underwear. His limbs were twisted together by water magic and thrown on a road leading to Mount Daoi. Not far in front of him, there was a line of words that he would never forget. Duguxiu, I've stitched up your leg again. I'll use your pure gold coin card to cover the cost of the 2 stitches. The water binding magic will lose its effect in about 2 hours. At the end of the message, he didn't forget to add the words, Zhou states Yin Yun. Yin Yun, this crown prince won't let you off. Duguxiu's angry voice reverberated through the forest. In just a day, Yin easily replaced the Divine Wind King and became the first person that the Dark Crown Prince of later Qin, Duguxiu, vowed to hunt down. Somewhere in the forest, Yun Sheng had clearly heard the man's beast-like roar. She shrugged her shoulders indifferently. A dog that barks doesn't bite. In any case, we won't have any contact with each other. See you never, Duguxiu. Yun Sheng continued to walk forward, and a slope appeared in front of her. When she saw the slope, Yun Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. A bright light flashed through her ink-black eyes. Chapter 175. This slope was discovered by Yun Sheng when she swam to the opposite shore after being thrown into the water by Duguxiu. After Yun Sheng was thrown into the lake, she cursed Duguxiu 100 times in her heart. However, when she climbed out of the lake, she found that there was a dense forest on the opposite shore. When the beast tide attacked, the forest near the mountain was destroyed. However, the forest in front of her was lush and green, without any signs of damage. This made Yun Sheng feel that it was strange. Why didn't the beast tide attack this place? According to the records of the continent's ancient books, every large-scale beast tide, especially when there were more than 10,000 beast tides, was due to war or natural phenomena. However, the beast tide that Mount Daoi was facing this time was completely different from the previous ones. Divine Wind had already returned to the Acropolis to call for reinforcements. However, relying on the small Mount Daoi to repel the centipede, ant general, and thousands of beast ants was not easy. Yun Sheng's experience as a doctor in her previous life told her that she had to find the cause of the beast tide to treat illnesses. She also had to find the cause of this beast tide. Just as Yun Sheng was about to enter this unusual forest to explore, Duguxiu, who had been stung by the centipede ant general's venom, was washed over by the flowing water. Yun Sheng had no choice but to save him first. As a result, the scene of the two fighting to the death occurred. While treating Duguxiu, Yun Sheng discovered that there were dark magic elements on the stinging wounds of the centipede ant general. This magic element was the same as the dark magic element on the disguise magic scroll that she had obtained earlier. This reminded Yun Sheng that the disguise magic scroll and the centipede ant general most likely came from the same place. Yun Sheng boldly speculated that when the gravediggers led by the man discovered the tomb, they might have unintentionally unlocked some kind of restriction in the magician's tomb. The centipede ant general, which had never appeared near Mount Daoi, reappeared in the world and caused this terrifying disaster. Right now, Yun Sheng wanted to find that tomb. After walking through a thorny forest, Yun Sheng found several waist-thick tree stumps near the mountainside. There were still traces of human cutting on the tree stump. From the looks of it, it should have been cut down in the last 10 days, around the same time as when Yun Sheng bought the disguise scroll. After taking a few more steps forward, Yun Sheng found that there were 5 or 6 holes in the ground. The hole was about 1 meter long and half a meter wide. It was very deep, and there were traces of dirt being shoveled at the entrance. All the holes were the same. Yun Sheng suspected that these were the deep holes dug by the gravediggers. Summoning Bobo, Yun Sheng ordered it to fly to the bottom of the deep hole to see what was going on. "Dear Master, Poppy doesn't want to go into the dark cave alone. Poppy wants to go with you." Puffed Egg proudly flew around Yun Sheng like a wasp. Yun Sheng was not in a good mood. "I've never seen such a timid beast like you. You have wings, but I don't. The depth of the hole is unpredictable. Without wings, you will fall to your death if you don't stop." "Who said that? Poppy having wings means that Master has wings. We can combine." That's a new ability that Poppy recently learned in the Ling Long Beast Tower. Puffed Egg was so excited that its egg emitted a red light. With a whoosh, it drilled into Yun Sheng's body and disappeared. The red light enveloped Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng only felt an itch on her shoulder blade. She touched it with her hand and found that there were 2 more granules on her back. The granules grew bigger and bigger, and finally a pair of wings grew out. The pair of wings were real wings. They were fluffy and white like a swan's. They were even more authentic than the pair of wings that Divine Wind had. Puffed Egg's voice echoed in her mind. "Dear Master, relax a little. Poppy will be in charge of flying. You will be in charge of checking the cave." After saying that, the wings on Yun Sheng's back shook. Her body fluttered like a big bird and fell into one of the deep holes. A fireball ignited in Yun Sheng's hand, and her body kept falling down. After falling for more than 100 meters, the darkness gradually faded. Yun Sheng's feet finally touched the ground. As soon as she landed, Puffed Egg automatically separated from Yun Sheng. Puffed Egg's first battle skill, Fusion, was officially a success. Yun Sheng discovered that Puffed Egg was different. It seemed that other summoners could only control beasts, but she had never heard of a beast that could directly fuse with a summoner. Puffed Egg must be a very special summoned beast. "Poppy, if I fuse with you, can I also inherit your other abilities?" Yun Sheng's heart moved. Since she could fly with Puffed Egg when she fused with it, did that mean that she could also use other abilities of Puffed Egg, such as monstrous strength? Puffed Egg was ignorant. It was not particularly clear. Yun Sheng planned to find an opportunity in the future to test it out. The fireball illuminated the surrounding environment. As Yun Sheng expected, these deep holes were indeed left behind by gravediggers. However, Yun Sheng looked around and found that this was not a tomb like she had thought. This place was more like a place where people lived in seclusion in the early years. There were pots and pans, as well as some simple tables and chairs. Unfortunately, these utensils had been weathered for a long time. Some of the more valuable things, such as the disguise magic scroll, had also been plundered by the gravediggers. Looking at the situation, there must have been a famous magician who lived in seclusion here. But for unknown reasons, the magician eventually died here. There were also footprints of a few people and obvious traces of crawling insects nearby. The tide of centipede ants had indeed crawled out from here. Yun Sheng followed the footprints and kept going inside. At the end of the hole, there was a skeleton sitting. The belongings and clothes on the skeleton had all been stolen by the gravediggers. There was no suspected nest of centipede ants around. This magician, is he the one who invented the disguise magic? Yun Sheng could not help but feel a touch of respect in her heart. He didn't know why he had died in the tomb for no reason, and it was still unknown for the time being. But since the disguise magic was also a big gift, according to the saying on the continent, the inheritor and the inventor of the unique magic were naturally master and disciple. As a junior, it was better for her to bury the remains of this nameless magician. After Yun Sheng kowtowed a few times to the nameless magician, she removed the dust on the skeleton and used the earth thorns to dig a hole to bury the skeleton. A few earth thorns came down, the hard soil in the hole loosened, and a big hole was quickly dug. Just as Yun Sheng was about to move the magician's skeleton to bury it, she found that under the skeleton there was a sharp horn. The sharp horn was not a stone, but more like a box. Yun Sheng's heart moved. After placing the skeleton in the hole, she dug down along the sharp horn. The sharp horn slowly revealed its full appearance. A shabby black jade box was revealed. Chapter 176. The dusty black jade box looked as if it had been buried under the ground for many years. Black jade was originally a kind of precious magic crystal. This kind of crystal was mostly used to preserve precious items, to prevent the magical properties or medicinal effects of the items from losing their effectiveness. This piece of black jade was perfectly cut, and its surface was emitting a cold air. It looked very precious. As the nameless sorcerer was sitting below, on the boundless continent, desecrating a sorcerer's corpse could lead to a magic curse. This was also the reason why the group of gravediggers did not dare to move the sorcerer's corpse. If Yun Sheng did not have the intention to bury the nameless sorcerer, she would not have given out this box made of black jade. There were still some traces of the magic array on the black jade box, but as it had been too long, the magic array had already lost its effectiveness. Yun Sheng braced herself and opened the box. This is? Even if it was Yun Sheng, when she opened the box and saw what was inside, her hand still trembled and she almost threw the box out of her hands. But in the next moment, Yun Sheng's mind appeared seen. On the boundless wasteland, a red-robed summoner raised his right hand. In an instant, the sky was filled with the roar of an angry dragon and hundreds of phoenixes. An army of countless magical beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. The roar of the magical beasts changed the color of the sky. The illusion disappeared, and Yun Sheng's gaze stopped on the open box. There was actually a hand in the box. A right hand. To be exact, it was a right hand that had been air-dried. The skin was as dry as chicken skin, and the flesh had long dried up. It was a hand that looked like an eagle's claw, although it had long been air-dried to the point that only skin and bones were left. But from the perspective of a professional doctor, Yun Sheng could see that this hand was well preserved. Even the pores on the hand could be seen clearly. On the middle finger of this hand, there was a huge square summoning ring. As a summoner, Yun Sheng would not have overlooked this ring. From a beast speaker to a beast summoner, all the way to the highest level of a summoner, the one and only existence in the Zhao state, the Emperor Zhao in Red's ruby imperial ring. Yun Sheng's hands started to tremble unconsciously. Her heart was beating very fast. The black jade box in her hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Teacher Mei Li's words were still ringing in his ears. 8 barons' divine artifact. Who would have thought that in this inconspicuous gravedigger's cave, there was an artifact that all the summoners in the world would go crazy for? It was the hand of the first Emperor Zhao, the hand of summoning. According to the legends, the hand of summoning was made from the right hand of the first Emperor Zhao. Possessing it was equivalent to possessing the power of a legendary summoner. Legend had it that this amazing summoning emperor had once sealed the most powerful magic beast of the 8 barren lands. The summoning demon hand was still lying quietly in the box. It was unknown how this magical hand ended up in this desolate cave. Yun Sheng took a deep breath and sorted out her chaotic thoughts. In the illusion just now, She also learned that the summoned magic beast had an incredible summoning power. Using it, one could contract or subdue a magic beast that was much higher than the summoner's own level. The heavens are really helping me. I was just worried that I couldn't find a way to eliminate the white-legged ant general. With this magic hand, the problem will be solved. Yinsheng no longer hesitated. She put the black jade box back into the bee speaker ring and immediately left the secret cave. In order to prevent any more gravediggers from disturbing this cave, Yinsheng used earth spikes to completely collapse the cave before she left. From now on, no one would ever find out that there was a nameless legendary magician here. After meditating for a while, when she left the cave, Yinsheng immediately used disguise magic to disguise her true appearance. This time, she used magic to disguise herself as an old man. Yinsheng once again merged with the puffed egg and flew all the way to Daoi Mountain City. Daoi Mountain City was now surrounded by the beast tide. The soldiers were the city gates. Hundreds of thousands of beast ants, in addition to the terrifying commander-level 100-legged ant general, surrounded Daoi Mountain in layers. The wide ground was covered with all kinds of beast ants. The flying ants fought to fly up the city walls and launched wave after wave of attacks at the citadel. The Hunter Association deployed a large number of people. The magicians used fire and water magic, and the warriors killed the beast ants together. But in the face of the endless swarm of ants, there was only so much they could do. From day to night, the hunters were busy running around. Some of the timid citizens did not listen to the Hunter Association's arrangements and forced their way out. But before they could leave the city gates for 15 minutes, they were devoured by the hungry beast ants. At dawn, there were many skeletons outside the city gates. There were both human and bee skeletons. Huang Tung and the other two also joined in the defense of the citadel. Looking at the piles of skeletons outside the city gates, the three of them felt like they had a nightmare. But no one knew when they would wake up from this nightmare. Boss, little Shang is still missing. Wenren Xiao waved the soft sword in her hand. With one slash, she decapitated the ferocious beast ant. I heard from the elf magician at the immortal residence that little Shang is outside the city. She won't be in danger for now. Feng Kuo hoped that Yunsheng had gone far away. This time, even he did not know if he could leave Daoi Mountain City alive. The B-grade hunting team had not even warmed up their reputation yet, and they were about to die under the beast tide. Furthermore, they were being surrounded by a group of ants. Feng Kuo roared angrily. He swept out a few leg shadows and smashed a city stone full of beast ants into pieces. Boss, look at the city gates. What the hell is that? Wenren Xiao and Feng Kuo both looked in the direction of the city gates when they heard Mu Nanyan, who had always been bold, change her tone. When they saw it, their faces changed. The city gates of Daoi Mountain City had been closed when the beast tide was discovered. The city gates were made of thousands of pounds of molten iron and hard diamond sand. They were extremely hard and did not fear any weapons. There were also several defensive magic arrays on the city gates. It should be said that they were impregnable. But just now, there was a strange movement underground. A ferocious ant king with 100 feet broke out of the ground. It spat out venom. The venom touched the city gates and greatly weakened the magic arrays on the city gates. Once the magic arrays were weakened, the centipede ant king led a group of beast ants and flying ants to gnaw on the city gates. The sturdy city gates were gradually loosening. A hole appeared on the city gates, and the hole was getting bigger and bigger. Quick, guard the city gates. If the beast tide enters the city, no one will be able to escape today. The elder of the hunting team commanded the hunters to guard the city gates, waiting for the final attack. The city was in chaos. The frightened merchants and people fled in all directions. The situation in the city was even more chaotic. Boom! With a loud sound, the city gates that weighed thousands of pounds finally could not withstand the continuous attacks of the beast tide. With a muffled sound, the city gates collapsed. The tide-like beast tide crazily poured into the city. Go! Capture the leader first. Kill the centipede ant general. The hunters swarmed forward. When they saw the outside of the city gates, there was no sign of the centipede ant general. Chapter 177. That hunting branch elder let out a blood-curdling scream. Beneath him, a large hole had appeared out of nowhere. The centipede general broke out of the ground and swallowed the hunting branch elder whole. As it swallowed him, blood flowed all over the ground. The elder of the hunter branch was a martial highness realm expert, but he had no chance against the 100-legged ant general. After the centipede general swallowed a person, its body grew an inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked even more ferocious. Oh no, this demonic beast can increase its cultivation by swallowing people. Disperse immediately. With the death of the hunting branch elder, the whole city was in a state of panic. Without a leader, Fonqua saw that no one was in charge and immediately commanded the magicians and warriors to split into two lines. The warriors below the martial master level were in one line and specialized in killing the beast ants that attacked on the ground. The magicians below the archmage level were in the other line and used magic to kill the flying ants in the sky. The remaining warriors of the martial master rank and above and magicians of the great magus rank and above quickly gathered together and formed a circular human wall surrounding the centipede ant layer by layer. Countless magic and battle techniques attacked the centipede general like a dense rain. That centipede general seemed to have human intelligence as it cunningly hid underground. Everyone's expression became serious as they guarded every inch of the ground under their feet. No one knew which corner the centipede general would suddenly emerge from in the next second. Fonqua's eyes widened. Suddenly, there seemed to be a gathering of strange creatures under his feet. He stabbed the magic scepter in his hand into the ground. With a burst of buzzing sounds, the ground rolled and the centipede general, whose shell was dented, roared angrily. The commander-level demonic beast general's tyrannical ant body rushed out of the ground. The 2-meter-tall Fonqua was forcefully sent flying. Seeing that Fonqua was sent flying, the centipede general waved its two thick whip-like antennae and swept Wenrinshio and Mu Nanyan away. It spat out a ball of green liquid from its mouth. Just as Fonqua's hand touched the green liquid, he felt his armor immediately dissolve. The skin under the armor was attacked by waves of burning heat. At this critical moment, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound in the air. As if it had sensed something, the centipede ant general stopped its evil deeds. Its body was enveloped by a summoning array. An unfamiliar old magician appeared in the air. Floating in the air, some people noticed that behind his ridiculously large magician robe, there was a pair of flapping wings. Bastard, you snuck out when I wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, you didn't make a big mistake. In the summoning array, the centipede ant general struggled a few times, but was soon taken back by the magic space. Once the centipede ant general was subdued, the beast ants and flying ants also left Mount Daoi Guard City in an orderly manner. It was a very strange sight to behold. Fonqua and the other hunters were dumbfounded. After a while, Fonqua came back to his senses and bowed to the old magician in the sky, who looked like an immortal. Honorable Master Summoner, thank you for saving Mount Daoi from its crisis. May I know your name? The Guard City will definitely report today's matter to the Emperor of Zhou State, and thank you personally. Being able to fly meant that he was at least a sky-rank magician. Being able to subdue the commander-level centipede ant general meant that he was at least a summoner at the level of Emperor Zhao. Perhaps only the imperial family of Zhou State could invite such an important person, but he appeared in a remote area like Mount Daoi Guard City. Could it be that the imperial family of Zhou State sent him here? But it had only been a day and night since the beast died. The news had not been sent back to the Jade capital yet. There's no need for that. I was only entrusted by someone else. If you really want to thank someone, thank my disciple, Flaming Cloud. If it wasn't for her pleading, I wouldn't have stepped in, the old summoner said as he retracted his skinny hand into his magic robe. With a flap of his wings, he disappeared into the sky. This old man is actually Yunsheng's master. Huang Teng and the other two were dumbfounded. This incomparably powerful summoner was invited by Yunsheng. Oh my, that little girl actually knew such a powerful summoner. No wonder her summoned beast was so strange. In a short time, Yin Yun's name spread throughout the entire Mount Daoi. This also made Bloody Loli's name even more famous. Once the beast tide was over, Mount Daoi started to rebuild and bury the dead. Somewhere in the forest, Yunsheng, who had luckily captured the centipede ant general using the summoning demon's hand, was also very lucky. She immediately removed her disguise spell. After wiping the cold sweat off her forehead, Yunsheng sighed. She had planned to disguise herself as an old summoner with an unfathomable level of cultivation. She had become famous after the battle in Mount Daoi. Even though Huang Teng and the other two tried their best to cover it up, once they returned to the Jade Capital, anyone who wanted to investigate would definitely suspect her. She was now just an orphan girl without anyone to rely on. But after today, she would have an Emperor Zhao as her master. As the saying goes, one can enjoy the shade of a big tree. Even if someone wanted to touch her, they would have to consider her master behind her. This was also a way for Yunsheng to protect herself. All of this was thanks to the 8 Barons' divine equipment that she had just obtained, the Summoning Demon's Hand. The first time she used the Summoning Demon's Hand, the effect surprised Yunsheng. She also didn't expect that she would be able to subdue the centipede ant general with just one use. It could be seen that the Summoning Demon's Hand was indeed as rumored. It had the ability of a legendary summoner. The biggest use of the Summoning Demon's Hand was that it could form a magical beast space. Through this space, Yunsheng could confine and subdue magical beasts. It was a pity that with Yunsheng's current abilities, she could only form the magical beast space once a month at most. And to maintain this magical beast space, Yunsheng needed a lot of physical strength. After using the Summoning Demon's Hand just now, Yunsheng almost couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, she had the puffed egg, so she could escape successfully. Yunsheng adjusted her breathing for a moment and released the magical beast space. In the magical beast space, the centipede ant general curled up obediently and didn't move. The beast language ring on Yunsheng's hand lit up. She tried to contract the centipede ant general in front of her. If it was in the past, Yunsheng wouldn't dare to do this. But this magical beast space was formed by the Summoning Demon's Hand. The centipede ant general had already been subdued by the Emperor Zhao in Red's powerful summoning power. What Yunsheng needed to do now was to tame and contract it. She pricked her finger, and the dark red blood merged with the magical beast space. In just a short while, the centipede ant general was successfully contracted. Just as Yunsheng was about to communicate with the centipede ant general, Yunsheng felt that the 5-colored soul in her body was glowing. The magical elements in her body became active. She was about to break through. Yunsheng immediately sat down cross-legged and entered a state of deep meditation. Chapter 178. This time, Yunsheng's breakthrough lasted for an entire night. Around dawn, when dew dripped from the tips of leaves, wetting Yunsheng's cheeks, she slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In just one night, Yunsheng seemed to have grown several years older. Her appearance had changed. She was originally only 7 years old, but now she looked like a 12-year-old girl. Her face that still had some baby fat slimmed down a bit, turning into a delicate and lovely oval face. Her figure was also nearly 10 centimeters taller, and her original dress was a lot shorter. It was as if Yunsheng's advancement this time wasn't just a breakthrough in her magic. Even her physique had undergone a huge change. This was because although Yunsheng was not a warrior, she cultivated the very mystical Jade Marrow technique. The Jade Marrow technique was a Taoist technique that paid particular attention to step-by-step progress. Yunsheng had the foundation of the Jade Marrow technique in her previous life, and her foundation was very solid. She started cultivating when she was 3 years old, and by the time she was 7 years old, she had cultivated for a full 6 years and had already broken through to the second layer of the Jade Marrow technique. This time, Using the opportunity of contracting the centipede ant general, she had also successfully broken through. After Yun Sheng breathed in and out for a while, with a slight thought, the enchanting bone scepter immediately shot out a dazzling fireball. The fireball exploded on a nearby tree, and the tree immediately burned fiercely. Yun Sheng used a few more spells in succession, and found that after breaking through to become an archmage, the magic elements in her body had become more abundant, and her chanting had also become smoother. And in the aspect of summoning, Yun Sheng had also smoothly advanced from a bee summoner to a scepter summoner. Even more gratifying was that after contracting the centipede ant general, Yun Sheng had a commander-level summoned beast, and she already had memories of the centipede ant general in her mind. Yun Sheng's thoughts moved, and a brand new magic space appeared in front of her. The previously domineering and savage centipede ant general had already become docile and obedient, and was crawling in the magic space. The 100-legged ant general was a commander-level poisonous magical beast. It could command summoned ants and flying ants. The venom it spat out could corrode magic and battle aura. A commander-level magical beast that could summon hundreds and thousands of flying ants. This was equivalent to having a magical beast army. After learning of the centipede ant general's advantages, Yun Sheng was overjoyed. She tried to control the centipede ant general to summon beast ants and flying ants. After a try, she got what she wanted. Not only that, but Yun Sheng also tried to control the beast ants and flying ants. She realized that these ant soldiers would not only listen to the ant general's command, but also her command. When Yun Sheng and the ant general gave orders at the same time, the ant soldiers would follow Yun Sheng's name. Haha, I've really earned enough from this beast hide. Yun Sheng was overjoyed when she heard an anxious cry. Judging from the voice, it was Divine Wind. Yun Sheng recalled the termites back to the magic space. After a short while, Divine Wind, who was riding the wind, rushed over with Little Black. After Divine Wind left Mount Daoi, it was worried that it would not be able to find Yun Sheng. Thus, it became cautious and kidnapped Xiaohe. Xiaohe was also worried about its master. It brought Divine Wind along to search for Yun Sheng's scent. One dog and one human searched for an entire night. Along the way, they could see traces of the ant beasts everywhere. Just as Divine Wind was about to lose all hope, Xiaohe let out an excited bark. Only then did it find Yun Sheng. Little lowly, it's good that you're all right. Divine Wind saw Yun Sheng and was extremely excited. It hugged her in its arms. Once it hugged her, it realized that the soft and milky body of the little lowly was completely different. He was so excited and happy just now that he did not take a good look at Yun Sheng. Now that he lowered his head to take a closer look, he realized that the little lowly in his arms had completely changed after not seeing her for a day. Her face had changed from cute to delicate. Even her figure was slim like a young girl. Looking at the magic robe on her, because it had shrunk quite a bit, it did not cover her body. What made Divine Wind even more surprised was that he felt that the magic waves on Yun Sheng's body had become much stronger. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, Yun Sheng was already an archmage. Ayo! Xiaohe cried out in dissatisfaction. Feeling Yun Sheng's resistance, Divine Wind awkwardly let go of his hands. A rare tinge of red actually appeared on his face. He took out a set of magic robes from his storage ring and gave it to Yun Sheng. The Immortal Jew Nation was a nation of elves. The elves were good at weaving, brewing, and forging. This set of magic robes was also very exquisite. After Yun Sheng changed into it, she looked completely different. Her face was like a peach blossom, and she was as light as the wind. Divine Wind could not even bear to blink. Little lowly. Divine Wind still called her Little lowly. He rubbed his chin and said, "You really do look like someone from the Immortal Jew Nation. Why don't you just follow me back to the Immortal Jew Nation? I'm from Zhou State. Why would I go back to the Immortal Jew Nation?" Yun Sheng shrugged. She had been missing for a day and night. Huang Tung, Yao Er, and Huang Tung in Daoi Mountain Guard City must be worried sick. It was better for her to hurry back to the city. I suspect that your magic scepter is a sacred item left behind by the elves. If you're willing to follow me back to the immortal Jew nation, I can give you a 200-year-old magic bee soul stone. Divine Wind pointed at Yun Sheng's magic scepter. You mean this bewitching bone scepter? No, I bought this scepter from Madame Sualuo's shop. It's not a sacred item of the elves. I don't want to follow you back to the immortal Jew nation. Yun Sheng stuck out her tongue. She was very tempted when she heard that she could get a 200-year-old magic bee soul stone. After she became an archmagus, it was time for her to get a magic beast soul stone. Unfortunately, there was no suitable gathering place for magic beasts nearby. Seeing that Yun Sheng was unwilling to agree, Divine Wind couldn't help but feel sad. Bringing Yun Sheng back was also a kind of selfishness. The immortal Jew nation had already sent him a message asking him to hurry back to the country. He didn't want to be separated from Yun Sheng. Fine. After I've investigated it thoroughly, I'll look for you again. Here's a magic beast soul stone. I'll give it to you as a gift. Divine Wind quickly put on a bright smile. His personality was really like the wind, blowing wind one moment and then raining the next. Divine Wind took out an exquisite crystal box. Inside, it was a purple-green soul stone. After the soul stone left the body of a magic beast, if it wasn't immediately absorbed, it had to be sealed in a special crystal box. This way, the magic elements in the soul stone could be preserved to the greatest extent. Purple and green in the magic elements symbolize the lightning and wind attributes. This was a 200-year-old wind and thunder bewitching soul stone. This soul stone was a gift from my mother, but after I received the inheritance of the wind spirit, I didn't need it anymore. Your magic scepter also has the blessing of the wind spirit, so this soul stone is perfect for you. After you have it, you won't need to chant any spells in the future. You can directly cast spells. Come, I'll help you fuse it. Divine Wind had Yun Sheng sit down. He helped her fuse the magic soul stone. Chapter 179. Chi Mei was a magical beast unique to the immortal Jew country. Its appearance was very similar to fairies, and it was very difficult to hunt. Only the powerful immortal Jew country's royal magicians had the opportunity to kill a Chi Mei and obtain a Chi Mei soul stone. An ordinary 50-year-old Chi Mei soul stone could be sold for 10,000 gold coins in the magician's world. The 200-year-old Chi Mei soul stone that Divine Wind seemed to casually give out was worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Yun Sheng naturally didn't know this. With Divine Wind's help, she fused with the Chi Mei soul stone that had wind and lightning attributes. After a whole morning, Yun Sheng's magic scepter had an additional purple-green soul stone. Try your magic scepter. Divine Wind's handsome face had a trace of fatigue, but his eyes were full of tenderness as he looked at Yun Sheng. After meeting Yun Sheng, this temperamental Divine Wind King had become a gentle spring breeze. As soon as Yun Sheng thought about it, the magic scepter started to spin on its own. A few fireballs with ferocious flames immediately shot out without any difficulty. What was even more surprising was that when the fireballs shot out, there were also a few small snake-like purple lightning bolts mixed in the fireballs. Your magic talent is very good. Just now, with my help, the Soul Stone's magic compatibility reached 85%. Now, in your magic attacks, there's also a part of the lightning attribute's paralysis effect. When facing an enemy, this paralysis effect can last for more than a quarter of an hour. Divine Wind nodded. Yun Sheng was worthy of being the lucky one who received the Wind Spirit's blessing. This time, the fusion with the Demon's Soul Stone was perfect. Yun Sheng and Divine Wind brought Xiaohei back to Daoi Mountain Guard City. After Divine Wind sent Yun Sheng back to the inn, he went to meet up with the people from Tyrant Soul. Today, he was going to return to the immortal Jew country. Before leaving, he didn't forget to ask about Yun Sheng's specific residence in Zhou State. Yun Sheng thought for a moment, then told him that she lived in a place called Wu Profound Limitless Hall. It was true that Divine Wind rarely walked around the continent, and he had never even heard of the continent's famous Wu Profound Limitless Hall. Instead, he happily said that he would definitely look for Yun Sheng again, and then ran away like a wisp of smoke. Yunsheng found it hard to imagine that if Divine Wind, who was wearing a magician's attire, really appeared outside the dojo, she didn't know if those hot-blooded warriors of the dojo would regard him as someone who came to smash the dojo. Huang Teng and the other two heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Yunsheng was safe and sound. At the same time, they were also very moved that Yunsheng had advanced to become an archmage in just one day. Mu Nanyan couldn't help but let out a strange cry when she saw Yunsheng take out a magic scepter with an extra soul stone. Tomboy, lower your voice. Do you think that this young master's heart and liver haven't been stimulated enough these few days? Wenren Xiao was dissatisfied. There was the beast tide, and now there was a breakthrough. Wenren Xiao's fragile nerves were indeed unable to withstand the torment. At this moment, he only wanted to immediately return to the Jade Capital, hug a few jars of good wine, drink until the sky turned dark, and find a few soft and fragrant beauties to relax. That's a demonic spirit stone. Sheng Lass, your second magic bee soul stone, is a 200-year-old demonic spirit stone. This plaything, just one of it, is worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. The three members of Huang Teng's team all had good family backgrounds, but 1,000,000 gold coins were casually embedded on a little child's magic scepter. The effect was undoubtedly shocking. 1,000,000 gold coins. Only then did Yunsheng know how precious the soul stone that Divine Wind gave her was. Yunsheng also wasn't willing to take such a big benefit for no reason. She thought to herself that next time, she would just refine a few bottles of Moon God's Praise for Divine Wind. Moon God's Praise had a purifying effect, and to the elf race, the effect was even better. The matter of the beast tide finally came to an end. Before Yunsheng left, she met up with Lin Yao again. Father Lin's rheumatic legs had already completely recovered. As for Medicine Emperor Pavilion, because the effect of the improved medicinal plaster from C.I. Entong was very good, it was quickly sought after by the noble ladies in the city. Yunsheng also promised Lin Yao that every 10 days she would send a batch of medicine that she refined to C.I. Entong, and C.I. Entong would be responsible for selling these medicine. With the help of Yunsheng, C.I. Entang's originally declining situation was greatly reversed. That medicine master Qi also couldn't do anything to little C.I. Entong. Just when Yunsheng was busy with trivial matters, the curtains of the old year had unknowingly pulled open, and the new year had also arrived. In the Jade Capital, which was thousands of miles away from Daoi Mountain Guard City, it was already shrouded in the New Year's atmosphere. Every household was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the Marshal St. General's Manor was no exception. It was only 3 days away from the New Year. On this day, the sky was filled with heavy snow, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. Early in the morning, the icicles that were hanging on the eaves were shaken by the galloping horses and turned into ice dregs. A soldier who was gasping for breath and had a flustered expression dismounted from his horse. He practically crawled to the front of the manor. Report, there is an urgent military situation at the southern border. Quickly report to the old general. When the guards heard this, they immediately entered the manor to report to the old general. However, when they arrived at the door of the old general's room, they didn't receive a reply even after greeting him for a long time. The guards then searched the entire general's mansion and even a martial arts field. However, they still couldn't find the Marshal Saint old General Yunba. When the old housekeeper, Uncle Yun, received the news, he muttered to himself for a moment before ordering someone to invite that guard into the manor. He then rushed to an inconspicuous courtyard in the manor by himself. Uncle Yun's original surname was Chun. Because he had served old General Yun all his life, he was later given the surname Yun by the old general. In the manor, even the Yun siblings respected Uncle Yun. This was because Uncle Yun was old General Yun's playmate since he was young. From being a page boy to a sparring partner, Uncle Yun understood old General Yun's nature very well. This year was the second day of the new year. Every year at this time, old General Yun would be at that place. The courtyard was bleak and the winter trees had long been covered by a thick layer of snow. This courtyard was where the eldest son of the Yun family, Yun Songhai, had lived in his early years. 10 years ago, after old General Yun chased young Master Yun out of the manor, the courtyard had been abandoned. However, Uncle Yun had been ordering the servants to clean the courtyard all these years. He had made sure that every scene and every object in the courtyard was maintained exactly the same as it was in the past. After entering the courtyard, Uncle Yun indeed saw Marshal Saint General Yun Ba, who was close to 70 years old. He stood in the courtyard like a statue. His white hair and beard had already been covered by a thin layer of snow, making him look like a vast expanse of white. Below his ankles, there was also a layer of snow. It was unknown how long he had been standing there. Uncle Yun sighed silently in his heart. Young Master Yun had been gone for 12 years, and old General Yun had come to the courtyard 10 times. Every time, he would stand there for half a day. Only an old servant like him could understand the bitterness of this. There had been no news of young Master Yun all these years. Although old General Yun didn't ask, his heart had always been worried about him. He only hoped that one day, this stubborn father and son would bury the hatchet and that everyone in the Yun residence would be reunited. Old Master, there's a military report from the Border's Hunter Citadel. Uncle Yun summarized the matter. What? After hearing the news, Yun Songhai, who had been like a stone statue, had a sharp glint in his eyes. You're saying that a 10,000 level beast tide has appeared in Mount Daoi Citadel. Zhou State hadn't had a beast tide for many years. The consequences of each beast tide were unimaginable. At the end of the year, such a large-scale beast tide had appeared at the border. How could Yujing pass the year peacefully? The matter of the beast tide has already been settled. However, there are still two matters that are more important than the beast tide. Of the two matters that Uncle Yun mentioned, one was that an otherworldly expert on the level of Emperor Zhao had appeared in Zhou State. The other was that someone from later Qin had used the identity of a hunter to infiltrate Mount Daoi Citadel and kill Zhou State's hunters. When these two pieces of news reached the Marshal Saint General's manor, they quickly spread throughout Yujing City. Within Yujing City, including the Imperial Palace, everyone was shocked. Quickly send someone to investigate that old summoner. In addition, investigate that old summoner's apprentice. After finding out his identity, no matter the price, we must pull that person into our camp. Also, immediately invite the deputy head of Wushuan Limitless School over. Tell him that I have something important to discuss with him. Yinba thought for a moment before coming to a decision. Similar orders quickly spread throughout Yujing City on the same day. Yun Sheng didn't know that because of this fabricated Emperor Zhao level expert, she had suddenly become the most popular person in Yujing City. Chapter 180. After the beast tide subsided, Team Huang Tung reorganized themselves in Mount Daoi Citadel. Before leaving Mount Daoi, the Hunter branch asked Feng Kuo to invite Yin Sheng over. Master Yin Yun, the senior that day, was really your master. Is he an expert on the level of Emperor Zhao? As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. Ever since Yin Sheng had a yellow-level master, the hunting branch was very respectful to her. Even the way they addressed her changed. Yin Sheng had expected to be questioned, so she had already prepared her answer. It's my master. I only met him by chance. He would usually teach me some knowledge about summoning. This time, we happened to encounter the beast tide, so he helped. That's good. Since we've confirmed the senior's identity, you can pass this reward to him. The person from the Hunter branch gave Yin Sheng an Empire Purple Gold card. Yin Sheng was confused and looked at Feng Kuo. This is the reward from Mount Daoi Citadel to repay the senior's help. It's a total of 10,000 purple gold coins. Feng Kuo signaled Yin Sheng to accept it. 10,000 purple gold coins was equivalent to 10,000 Empire gold coins. This was not a small amount. Other than the 10,000 purple gold coins, I would like to trouble Master Yin Yun to help persuade the senior to become the Hunter branch's consecrator. After this disaster, The hunter branch had lost a large number of elite hunters and an elder. It could be said that their vitality was greatly damaged. Although the beast tide had subsided, it also exposed the weakness of Mount Deo Citadel's defense and lack of strength. Consecrated? No way. My master is very mysterious and is very low-key. He's not used to staying in one place for a long time. Yunsheng quickly retreated. What a joke. She was about to return to Jade Capital. How could she have the time to be the consecrator of Mount Daoi Citadel? Xiao Sheng, the consecrator of the Hunter Branch, is not just the consecrator of Mount Daoi. It was a consecrator of the Hunter Union, so it did not need to stay in Mount Inaba all the time. He only needs to show his face when the Hunter Union is in a major crisis. The beast horde this time is hard to come by, even once in 100 years. Your master is just a figurehead. The Hunting Union will also pay an additional 20,000 Empire Purple Gold coins as tribute every year. Feng Kuo persuaded from the side. 20,000 purple coins was equivalent to 200,000 gold coins. Yunsheng couldn't help but be shocked. She had only earned 1,000,000 gold coins in the last B rank exam. Being a consecrator of the MT Inaba branch and being able to earn 200,000 gold coins without doing anything for a year, this was a deal worth taking. Seeing that Yunsheng had agreed to the invitation, the person from Mount Daoi was overjoyed. He took out a tribute badge and handed it to Yunsheng. This is the badge provided by the Hunter Association. With this badge, your master will make 3 requests to the Hunter Association. However, these 3 requests must not violate the Hunter Association's rules. Yunsheng also accepted it. Other than that, I have a few invitations here. They were personally sent by the leaders of a few A-rank hunting groups in Zhou State. They can provide generous treatment and hope that you can join their hunting groups. When the Hunter Branch helped to pass the mocking invitation, Feng Kuo's expression changed slightly. In fact, Yin Yun, who had the title of Bloody Lowly, was the biggest beneficiary of the beast horde this time. Those hunting groups all hoped to recruit her under their command. Their goal was to make use of the strength of an expert like Emperor Zhao. Thank you for their kindness. I'm not interested in joining any hunting groups for the time being. After Yunsheng returned to Jade Capital, she had to enter Wushuan Limitless School. She believed that she would not be able to participate in hunting missions for a long time. Hearing that, Feng Kuo's expression softened. Yunsheng was the golden signboard of their team, so she could not leave. After Huang Teng's team finished dealing with these matters, they rushed back to Jade Capital. Along with Yunsheng was Lin Yaoer from Xiantong. Father Lin's body had almost recovered, so the business of the medical hall in Mount Daoi was handed over to Father Lin. Lin Yaoer received Yunsheng and Feng Kuo's recommendation. On one hand, she was preparing to enter the Royal Magic Academy to continue the magic lessons that had been interrupted earlier. On the other hand, Yunsheng wanted to ask her to help reopen the business of the medical hall in Jade Capital. When they returned to Jade Capital, the ground of the city was still scattered with red firecrackers. The smell of a new year had yet to dissipate. Yunsheng, this time it's all thanks to you that we were able to successfully advance to be rank hunting group. Here are 5,000 Imperial Gold coins, which were given by the branch after we advanced to be rank hunting group. The few of us discussed for a while, and the gold coins all belong to you. As for the missions of the hunting group in the future, you can participate or not. If you have anything, just send a message to Wunren Manor. During this period of time, the 3 of us will not be in Jade Capital most of the time. Feng Kuo was a teacher, and he also understood that after Yunsheng went to Wushuan Limitless School, she still prioritized her studies. After the examination in Mount Daoi, they successfully advanced to be rank hunting group. The members also had the powerful summoner of Emperor Zhao's level protecting them. Huang Teng immediately became the leader of the hunters in Zhou State. Even a few A-rank hunting groups threw olive branches to Huang Teng. However, Huang Teng and the other 2 did not join any hunting groups. They received many B-rank missions and planned to go to various places to complete them. Yunsheng did not hold back. She had too much money, so she wanted to tidy up the medical hall find a way to cure her father, and have her own business. Right now, she still needed a large amount of money. After the five of them separated, Yun Sheng accompanied Lin Yaoer to find a place to stay in the city. When the two of them passed by the main streets of the city, they felt their stomachs rumble with hunger. Yun Sheng found a restaurant in the city and found a secluded spot by the window. She ordered a few exquisite dishes and chatted with Lin Yaoer as they ate. Suddenly, they heard a commotion. The sound came from the direction of the city gate. Looking at the south side of the street, two columns of Zhou state soldiers with strict military discipline were lined up in a row. A dazzling carriage drove over. There was a flag on the carriage, and the words Crown Prince Manor swayed in the wind. On the street, a red carpet was spread out. The ceremony was grand. Two people came down from the carriage. They looked familiar. It was Yi Balian and Chun Lianer. Yi Balian's complexion was not good. Chun Lianer's beautiful face, which had obviously been disguised, was still a little uncomfortable. The two of them stood at the end of the street, as if waiting for someone. Waiter, who is so grand that the Crown Prince of Zhou State has to personally welcome them. Yin Sheng was not in Yujing for a while, so she did not know what had happened in the capital. Miss, are you from other places? How can you not know such a big thing? The Crown Prince is welcoming the Beiming Prince of Zhou State, Yi Beiming. In the restaurant, the customers had already gathered at the window. When Yin Sheng heard the words, Yi Beiming, she could not help but be stunned. Chapter 181. This world was truly small. Yin Sheng was stunned. She didn't expect to meet Yi Beiming again under such circumstances. More than a year had passed since they parted at Banana Leaf Village, and she didn't know how Night Fox was doing. His eyes should have recovered, right? Zhou State's crown prince, Yi Balian, was still waiting on a long street below the restaurant. This long street led straight to Zhou State's imperial palace, and it was the only way to get there. Yin Sheng's feelings toward Yi Beiming were complicated. After she obtained half of his magic soul, she ran away without a trace. Logically speaking, after the cornea surgery, she still needed to observe Yi Beiming's condition for a while, but the situation back then was urgent, and Yin Sheng couldn't stay in Banana Leaf Village to wait for him to wake up. Yin Sheng still remembered Yi Beiming's words before he fainted. This fellow was a petty person back then, and he was also extremely cunning and black-bellied. If he knew that she was also in Jade Capital, who knew how he would take revenge on her? Seeing that Yin Sheng's expression was a little off, Lin Yaoer waved her hand in front of Yin Sheng's face. What are you thinking about? Yin Sheng smiled embarrassedly and gave the waiter a silver coin. She asked with a gossipy expression, "Little brother, we are indeed outsiders, and it's so lively down there. Who is North Underworld King?" 1 silver coin was equivalent to half a month's income for the waiter. After receiving the silver coin, the waiter immediately spilled the beans. He was just short of rummaging through the 18 generations of North Underworld King's ancestors. North Underworld King Yi Beiming was the second son of Zhou State's emperor. Although he wasn't old, his life was full of ups and downs, and it was very exciting. He was born noble, but he was also extremely pitiful. Before he was even born, he was already conferred the title of Crown Prince. Who knew that he was born blind? When he was young, his birth mother was involved in a palace coup. After Yi Beiming was deposed, he stayed in the cold palace for several years in the name of recuperating. It was only a year ago that he left the cold palace. When the waiter reached an exciting part, he paused for a moment. Lin Yaoer, who was listening excitedly, urged him to continue. She even poured a cup of tea for him to soothe his throat. The cold palace? What kind of place is that? It's a place that eats people whole without spitting out their bones. Think about it. He was blind, and his Empress mother was dead. There was no one else in the court to protect him. Everyone thought that Dark North Prince was dead for sure. The waiter was so excited that he looked like a storyteller. But Dark North Prince survived. A year ago, he miraculously regained his sight. He appeared in the court and asked for permission to hunt down the Blood Cloud beasts. Everyone in the country knew about the blood cloud beasts. In recent years, the blood cloud beasts frequently appeared in various places. The Dharma Temple, the Hunters' Union, and the armies of various countries all sent people to hunt them down. But only those who had experienced the blood cloud beasts knew how powerful they were. Yun Sheng knew that Yi Baiming was strong, but she didn't expect Yi Baiming to be strong enough to hunt down the blood cloud beasts alone. In the past year, Dark North Prince killed dozens of blood cloud beasts without relying on a single soldier. Zhou State's emperor was very happy. A year ago, he personally conferred the title of Dark North Prince, Yi Baiming, as Dark North Prince. A year ago, a blood cloud beast was discovered in the east of Zhou State. The Night Prince brought 2 of his friends and successfully defeated the evil blood cloud beast. Today, he returned with the blood cloud beast. His Highness the Crown Prince was ordered to come and welcome him. The waiter glanced at the street. In that case, the Crown Prince should come and welcome him. But what's up with the person beside him? Lin Yao also noticed Chun Lian standing beside the Crown Prince. It was Lin Yao's first time in Yujing, so she didn't know who Chun Lian was. But looking at her clothes, she didn't look like an ordinary concubine. She was well-dressed and had a noble aura. She must be a woman of status. That's the Zhou State's Crown Prince consort. I heard that she and Dark North Prince were childhood sweethearts. After Dark North Prince was deposed, she became the Crown Prince's Crown Prince consort, the waiter whispered. Lin Yao looked at her with disdain. This kind of woman was fickle. Even if she had good looks, she couldn't hide her snobbishness. As they spoke, half an hour passed. Although the new year was over, the weather was still cold. Chun Lian wore thin clothes to look good. She was also a sorcerer, so her body was average. After standing on the street for a while, her face turned pale from the cold. When Yun Sheng saw this, she suddenly had a mischievous thought in her heart. She held her magic scepter in her sleeve and instantly cast a wind element spell. On the street, a gust of cold wind blew. "It's so cold," Chun Lian complained. If she had known she would have to wait so long, she wouldn't have come. A few days ago, when she heard that Yi Baiming had successfully killed the blood cloud beast in the east, she couldn't help but want to see Yi Baiming. Thinking back to her childhood and the handsome boy who listened to her every word, Chun Lian couldn't help but straighten her chest. The Crown Prince's expression didn't look good either. It wasn't because he was cold, but because he was the Crown Prince of Zhou State. Being ignored on the street for half an hour undoubtedly made the prideful Crown Prince Yi Baiming very angry. "They're here! They're here!" The sound of a horse carriage came from the front. The people on the street all looked over at the same time. In the restaurant, Yun Sheng also looked over. The man on the back of a horse, after not seeing him for more than a year, the youth had already shed his youthfulness. Zhou State's Baiming Wang appeared in everyone's sight. He didn't wear any cumbersome royal decorations, nor did he wear a luxurious robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He didn't tie his hair into a bun, nor did he wear a jade crown like Yi Baiming. He only wore black clothes and rode a horse. However, such a simple attire attracted everyone's attention to the man's face. It was a face that was thin and handsome. It was a face that was full of masculinity. On the street, gasps could be heard. Even Lin Yao, who sat across from Yun Sheng, couldn't help but feel her heartbeat faster. Yun Sheng's eyes fell on Yi Baiming's eyes. The cornea transplant was very successful. Even though his entire body could be said to be perfect, Yi Baiming's eyes were, without a doubt, the most outstanding. His eyes were like a phoenix's, and his body was tall and straight like a pine tree. His gray eyes flashed with a lazy and unruly light. Yi Baiming rode over. Although he was dressed in black, he was like a ball of intense flame. In an instant, he lit up the eyes of everyone on the streets of Yujing. It wasn't just the people on both sides of the street who were dumbfounded. Chun Lian, who stood beside the Crown Prince, was even more dumbfounded. She didn't expect that after not seeing him for so many years, Yi Baiming not only regained his sight, but also grew into such an imposing man. Compared to him, Crown Prince Yi Baiming, other than his status, couldn't be compared to Yi Baiming at all. The people on the side were also discussing animatedly. The former crown prince and the current crown prince meeting. This was a rare sight. No one knew what would happen next. The crown prince also noticed the discussion between Chen Lian, and the people. He snorted and glanced at the head eunuch beside him. He would never allow Yi Biming to be more in the limelight than him. After the eunuch got the hint, he immediately understood. He swung his horsetail whisk and shouted in a sharp voice, "His Highness the Crown Prince has been waiting here for a long time." Biming Wang, kneel down and greet him. Chapter 182. Yi Biming was a prince, while Yi Balian was the crown prince. The difference in status between the two was obvious with the eunuch's shout. Chun Lianer's infatuated mind instantly sobered up. It didn't matter if he had good looks or was peerlessly handsome. When Yi Balian became the emperor, Yi Biming would at most be a subject. If the emperor wanted the subject to die, the subject had no choice but to die. This was a principle that would never change. Yi Biming did not have a mother or any other power to support him. At most, he would only be a prince. Yi Balian put on an arrogant expression and waited for Yi Biming to come forward to greet him. Yi Biming rode on his horse. Light flashed in his gray eyes, but his lips curled into a mocking smile. "Royal brother, please forgive me. I accidentally injured my knee in the battle with the blood cloud beast. I won't be dismounting to greet you." After saying that, he did not forget to lift up his robe to reveal his long legs. On his left knee, there was indeed a thick layer of bandage, and one could faintly see the color of blood. In the restaurant, Yun Sheng's mouth twitched. She could imagine Crown Prince Yi Balian's expression at this moment. A fox was a fox. No matter where it would be a fox in front of anyone. A sinister light flashed across Yi Balian's eyes. Under his gorgeous robe, his hands were trembling in anger. Since he was already injured, it was not good to force him to dismount and greet him. If he forced him to do so, it would give him an excuse. He could only put on a smile and said, "Since Imperial Brother is injured, why didn't you say so earlier? It's so cold right now. You should quickly go back and rest. As for the matter of transporting the blood cloud beast into the palace, leave it to me. Why aren't you all moving aside?" With that, the crown prince impatiently walked towards the beast carriage behind Yi Biming. Legend had it that the soul stone in the blood cloud beast was very special. Yi Balian had long wanted to send him to the palace and then beg the emperor of Zhou State to give him the soul stone. Seeing how shameless Yi Balian was, Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao, who were accompanying the beast carriage, looked at each other and retreated to the side. The carriage was covered with a thick layer of waterproof tarpaulin. When Crown Prince Yi Balian saw this, he walked forward impatiently and lifted the cloth. However, just as he lifted the tarpaulin, the beast carriage shook violently. Roar! A loud roar came from the beast carriage. A violent earth bear's paw slapped towards Crown Prince Yi Balian's face. Yi Balian didn't expect the blood cloud beast to still be alive. Caught off guard, he took a few steps back in fright. He lost his balance and sat on the ground. Although the crown prince dodged, his face was still hit by the wind from the bear's paw, leaving him with 5 claw marks. "You? Yi Biming, what are you trying to do?" Yi Balian had never come into contact with a magical beast at such a close distance. He was scared out of his wits. He looked at Chun Lianer and saw that her face had changed slightly. The onlookers were also discussing animatedly. He felt that he had lost all face. Your Highness, you're in the wrong." In the letter, Lord Biming had already stated that he was going to escort the blood cloud beast back to the capital, but he didn't say that the blood cloud beast was dead. This time, Lord Biming, I, and the other 2 captured a blood cloud beast alive under the order of the martial arts club's master. We used it to strengthen the martial arts students' bodies. Crown Prince, you were the one who wanted to escort the blood cloud beast back to the palace. You were so anxious that you lifted the tarpaulin yourself. Now you're blaming us. What a joke. Chengbai didn't hold back and scolded the crown prince indirectly. He mocked the crown prince as if he was worthless. Sigh, some people have good lives. Unlike us, we're still running around outside during the new year. We're so busy, yet we're still blamed. Crown Prince. Chun Liana looked at Yi Baiming with a complicated expression. She comforted the Crown Prince softly. You, don't use the martial arts hall's name to pressure this Crown Prince. This Crown Prince wants this Blood Cloud Beast Soul Stone. Yi Baiming's face was red as he angrily pulled Chun Lianer onto the carriage. When Chun Lianer got onto the carriage, she looked at Yi Baiming with resentment. Unexpectedly, the latter didn't even look at her. Instead, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the restaurant to the side. From the beginning, Yi Baiming felt a very special gaze falling on him from above. He couldn't help but raise his head. Through the crowded windows of the restaurant, only unfamiliar faces could be seen. Suddenly, Yi Baiming's gaze changed slightly. He saw two young girls sitting by the window. From his angle, he could only see the side of the girls' faces. He could only vaguely see that they were pretty girls. As if noticing his gaze, the girls also turned their faces. Their eyes were as bright as the stars. They had a very outstanding pair of eyes. Their appearance was refined and exquisite, but it was a completely unfamiliar face. Their gazes silently met. Almost at the same time, the two of them looked away. Haha, this is too satisfying. Baiming, you really are a god. The Crown Prince's actions are exactly as you predicted. Chungbai watched as the Crown Prince's group left. He stepped forward and patted Yi Baiming's horse. The three of them rode forward. The beast carriage also followed in the direction of the Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Hall. As soon as they left, the crowd on the street also dispersed. Yun Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Night Fox didn't recognize her. She felt a sense of relief and disappointment in her heart. Yun Sheng's current appearance was completely different from when she was in Banana Leaf Village. Even her voice was completely different from before. The blind Yi Baiming wouldn't be able to recognize her even if they were close. Wow, what a pity. If only we could get some blood from the Blood Cloud Beast. Lin Yao also stared blankly at the departing crowd. However, her gaze was more focused on the beast carriage. Blood Cloud Beast blood? Yao, shouldn't you be like those girls on the street, looking at the princes and the Crown Prince? Yun Sheng teased. Just now, Yi Baiming's appearance had caused the hearts of the girls on the street to fill their eyes. It had to be said that Yi Baiming had the ability to do so. I don't have that kind of thought. What kind of family do I belong to? How can I be related to the royal family? On the other hand, Yun Sheng, didn't you say earlier that you were going to report to the Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Hall at the beginning of spring? If you have the chance, get some blood from the Blood Cloud Beast. I heard that the doctors on the continent can use the blood of the Blood Cloud Beast to refine pills that can strengthen a person's body. It's very popular among the martial warriors. Lin Yao's old habit resurfaced. Whenever she saw something related to pills, she couldn't help but become excited. The speaker didn't mean it, but Yun Sheng listened attentively. She also remembered that the two people who were with Yi Baiming just now were originally two martial warriors as from the Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Hall. She had seen Yi Baiming's skills before. If that was the case, then his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts was obviously from the Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Hall. It's over. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Didn't this mean that she would bump into that fox sooner or later? The new year had just passed, and Yun Sheng was already starting to worry about her future days in the Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 183. The winter in Jade Capital dragged on until the beginning of March. The grass on the treetops outside the medical center was covered in a soft yellow and green color. Gufeng, who had just finished celebrating the new year in his hometown, came looking for them with bags of local specialties. That silly boy carried a big bag of smoked meat and wandered around the medical center for a long time, but he still didn't recognize Yin Sheng. Dr. Fan couldn't stand it anymore and gave that silly boy the flick on his forehead. Only then did he come back to his senses. What, you're Yin Sheng? How did you change your appearance? It was said that girls grew up in front and matured early, but in just a few months, Yin Sheng's appearance had completely changed. Previously, Yunsheng still had some baby fat and looked like a pink loli. But last time, after obtaining the summoning demon hand and absorbing a portion of the magic power inside, Yunsheng had undergone a huge change in both her appearance and magic power. The Yunsheng in front of him didn't look like a 7-year-old girl at all, but more like a 12-year-old girl. She was originally about the same height as Gufeng, but now she was half a head taller than Gufeng. The baby fat had also completely disappeared. She was originally delicate and pretty, and now that she had transformed, her features were romantic and her skin was as white as jade, making people reluctant to look away. Hearing that Yunsheng's transformation was due to her advancement, Gufeng was even more envious. He stared at Yunsheng's magic scepter and muttered, "How did you guys break through in just 2 to 3 months? Abandoned has also become an archmagus, and you're also an archmagus. You've even embedded your soul stone." Gufeng's young self-esteem was severely damaged. In the 13 magic medicine group, Gufeng was at the bottom again. Hearing him say that, Yunsheng then knew that Abandoned had also broken through. Before Gufeng came to find Yunsheng, he even brought some local specialties for Qi. He and Qi agreed that in the afternoon, the three of them would report to Wu Profound Limitless Hall. Yunsheng had a 5-elemental magic spirit, so it was normal for her cultivation speed to be fast. However, Abandoned's cultivation speed was very strange. When he was in the Royal Magic Academy, Abandoned didn't go to the Magic Tower, nor did he cultivate diligently. However, his strength had been steadily increasing. Although Yunsheng and Gufeng were curious, they didn't ask much. After all, how to cultivate was everyone's own secret. Around noon, Lin Yao came looking for him. She had already gone to the Royal Magic Academy to register as a student. With Yunsheng's recommendation, she had also studied under Mentor Mei Li. Yunsheng also discussed the matter of opening a medical center with Dr. Fan. Dr. Fan thought about it and proposed that Yunsheng combine the small Hui Chun Medical Hall and CI Intong for a while. Anyway, both were medical centers. Yunsheng thought about it and felt that it was feasible, so she handed the matter over to Dr. Fan. In the afternoon, Yunsheng packed up her luggage, put some medicine in the beast language ring, and rushed to Wanlong gambling house to meet up with Qi. Qi was still the same as before. After seeing the change in Yunsheng, he was only slightly surprised, and then followed the two of them to Wu Profound Limitless Hall. Wu Profound Limitless Hall is in the north of the city. I heard that its area is even larger than the Royal Magic Academy. According to the Warriors level, all the schools are divided into 2 types, the inner and outer halls. The inner and outer halls are taught separately. When new students enter the school, they have to study in the outer hall for a while. Gufeng, as the investigator of the Magic Medicine Group 13, had carefully done his homework before reporting to Wu Profound Limitless Hall. As the best martial arts center in Zhou State, Wu Profound Limitless Hall had a long history and a strict internal hierarchy. Even the information that could be found was pitifully little. It was the first day that the three of them reported, so they didn't know what kind of test they would face. When Yunsheng heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Baiming and the other two were obviously high-level martial artists from the inner dojo. None of the people from the 13 Magical Potions team had practiced martial arts before, so they must have been assigned to the outer dojo. The two sides were not even close. When they arrived at the north of the city, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After passing by Wu Profound Limitless Hall's sect, they reported their identities and handed over the recommendation letter from the Magic Academy. The three of them followed the guidance of the guards of the sect entrance and walked along a welcoming path surrounded by pine and cypress trees. Wu Profound Limitless Hall was different from the Royal Magic Academy. It occupied a wider area, and most of the houses and courtyards inside were simple and unadorned. Among them, bungalows were the most common. As they walked, there was a fork in the road at the end of the Bluestone Road. On the left side of the fork was a giant stone tortoise. The giant stone tortoise was the size of a millstone and weighed 500 kilograms. On its back was a golden cauldron carved with the words, Wu Profound Limitless. On the golden cauldron, there was an incense stick as thick as an arm. Just as the three of them were about to approach, They were stunned by the scene in front of them. On the left side of the fork in the road was a wide field paved with green bricks. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and the bricks on the field were illuminated by the sunlight to the point that they emitted a dazzling green light. On the field, there were hundreds of warriors. Among them, there were men and women, and among them were children and youths. They were lined up horizontally with 10 people in a row and 10 people in a row. At this moment, they were sweating profusely as they were busy training. The content of the training was to squat with sandbags tied to their feet and arms. According to their age and cultivation, the weight of the sandbags tied to each person was different. The incense on the golden cauldron had almost burned out. Every warrior's 4 limbs were tense, and sweat kept dripping from their foreheads. At this moment, it was the limit of their bodies. Some of the younger children's legs had already begun to tremble. However, no one made the slightest sound, and no one raised their eyes to look at Yun Sheng and the other 2. It was as if these 3 people who had appeared out of nowhere did not exist. What a disciplined, profound, limitless hall. Someone once said that magicians relied on talent to make a living, while warriors relied on hard work. Profound, limitless hall was the largest martial arts hall in Zhou State. For thousands of years, countless strong warriors had emerged. Other than its foundation, the main reason was that it was strict in its studies. Profound, limitless hall arranged corresponding martial arts classes according to the strength of the students. According to the different levels of the academy, they would also be given various suitable battle skills. However, before breaking through to revered martial artists, the martial arts hall students had to participate in the martial arts hall's 3 practices. The so-called 3 practices were 3 practices in the morning, afternoon, and evening. They were the morning breathing exercises, the afternoon weight-bearing horse stance, and the evening martial arts training. The morning breathing exercises were to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and convert it into do qi in the body, helping to gather qi and concentrate. The afternoon weight-bearing horse stance was to train the strength of the legs and also to train do qi. The evening martial arts training was for actual combat and to fight against enemies. This hour was just in time for the warrior's afternoon training, which was the weight-bearing horse stance. Everyone could only rest when the incense on the golden cauldron had burned out. If anyone withdrew midway, they would have to face the punishment of double the amount of practice. Yun Sheng and the others had just arrived, so they had never seen such a situation. The 3 of them were dumbstruck when they suddenly heard a gust of wind in their ears. An arrogant young warrior wearing a pure gold hall uniform appeared. He was about 15 or 16 years old. Yun Sheng secretly sized him up and found that the do qi on the young man's body was not ordinary. Compared to Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao, who she had met earlier, although he was still lacking, he was at least much stronger than the warriors of the same age that Yun Sheng had met before. The young man did not participate in the practice. He sized up the 3 of them, and when he noticed the magic scepters at their waists, a mocking look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 184. This drill ground was the place where the warriors of Wushuan Limitless Martial School's outer dojo trained daily. This young warrior was actually a warrior of the inner dojo. Yun Sheng remembered that the group of disciples brought by the deputy head instructor of Wushuan Limitless Martial School were also wearing this kind of uniform. In Wushuan Limitless Martial School, the inner dojo students wore scarlet gold robes, while the outer dojo students wore white robes. This person should be a warrior of the inner dojo. In the entire Limitless Martial School, there were 50 inner dojo warriors and 500 outer dojo warriors. If one wanted to enter the inner dojo, they would have to be at least at the peak of Martial Grandmaster, close to the level of Martial Saint. In other places, a Martial Saint's level of cultivation was enough to take on the role of a warrior instructor. Therefore, Wushuan Limitless Martial School had a tradition that the inner dojos ranked 21st to 50th would take turns to supervise the daily training of the outer dojo's warriors. During the period of supervision, the inner dojo students enjoyed the same authority as the dojo's instructor. If it was light, they would be beaten and scolded. If it was heavy, they would be punished physically. Therefore, the outer dojo students were very respectful to the inner dojo's supervising senior brothers and sisters. It was no wonder why this young warrior looked so arrogant. When he looked at people, his nose was up in the air, as if he did not treat people as humans. Senior brother, we are the exchange students from the Royal Magic Academy. May I ask where we should go to complete the procedures to enter the dojo? Goofing was shocked by Wuxuan Limitless Martial School's training methods. Naturally, he was very respectful to this inner dojo senior brother. He walked forward and respectfully asked the young warrior in front of him. The young warrior that Yun Sheng and the others met was Zhang Zipo, who was ranked 34th in the inner dojo of Wuxuan Limitless Martial School. His talent was not bad in Wuxuan Limitless Martial School, and he had recently broken through to Martial Saint. Zhang Zipo's martial arts were not bad, but his character was not good. Not to mention that he was aggressive and unreasonable. He would always make a move on some of the outer dojo female students. What he hated the most were those magicians who did not learn anything and used all kinds of fancy magic. The news of 3 exchange students from the Royal Magic Academy had already spread to the inner dojo at the end of last year. According to the Deputy Hall Master's arrangement, the 3 exchange students were supposed to enter the inner hall to cultivate. However, due to the internal affairs of the Wuxuan Limitless Hall, especially the martial artists of the inner hall, they rejected the addition of 3 magicians who had weak physiques and did not even know basic martial skills. Everyone objected, and in the end, the Deputy Hall Master had no choice but to arrange for the 3 exchange students to receive basic physical training in the outer hall. They could only join the inner hall after passing the test. Goofing and the other 2, who had returned home for the new year, did not know about this. Who is your senior brother? Get lost. Zhang Zipo didn't even lift his eyelids. He glared at Goofing and walked straight to the warriors who were training, leaving the back of his head to Goofing. This made Goofing feel very awkward. Yin Sheng and Qi couldn't help but frown. This person was so arrogant. My lower plate is unstable. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Zhang Zipuo walked into the middle of the drill ground. Suddenly, his legs exerted force, and a female martial artist who was already on the verge of collapse was shoved to the ground. Your waist is weak. A woman is a woman. Why are you here to practice martial arts? Your legs are shaking like something. You call this a horse stance? He walked around the drill ground again. Along the way, more than 10 martial artists who were struggling to hold on had their problems picked out by him. The late cultivation task was doubled, and most of them were female martial artists. Yinxing noticed that even when dealing with female martial artists, Zhang Zipuo was not polite at all. His hands and feet were either touching people's waists, buttocks, or staring at the female martial artists' chests with lecherous eyes. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Those female martial artists who were in the horse stance dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. They could only endure their resentment and did not dare to move. Finally, the incense on the golden cauldron burned out. The martial artists all heaved a sigh of relief, but they did not dare to relax their posture immediately. They could only stare at Zhang Zipuo with fear and pain in their eyes. Everyone knew Zhang Zipuo's temperament. After he became the instructor of the outer court, everyone suffered a lot. As long as they were slightly dissatisfied or withdrew their posture too early, he would take the opportunity to increase the late cultivation task. Seeing that, Zhang Zipuo nodded his head proudly. All right, today's afternoon training will end here. All of you remember, those who are able to join the Martial Profound Limitless School are all experts among experts. The Martial Profound Limitless School is not a place where those lowly mages and dogs can come and go as they please. Zhang Zipuo was full of energy. As he spoke, he glanced at Goofing and the other 2 who were awkwardly waiting at the side. You, how can this person speak like that? Even the good-tempered Goofing could not hold it in anymore. His face turned red as he angrily clenched the magic scepter in his hand. What is it? Are you not satisfied? The trash exchange student from the Imperial Magic Academy still wants to go through the procedures to enter the school? After Zhang Zipuo finished speaking, he burst out laughing. Those martial art practitioners from the outer martial arts hall also echoed and roared with laughter. Hundreds of people laughed loudly, causing Goofing's mind to buzz. He shyly turned around and was about to leave. A burst of crisp laughter, which was strangely clear amidst the mocking laughter. Goofing, this is your fault. I told you to find someone to ask for directions, but you found a mad dog. You must know how a dog's mouth can spit out human words. Why are you so serious with a mad dog? Zhang Zipuo's smile froze on his face. The one who spoke was the only female mage among the three mages. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and rushed to the front of Yunsheng. When he saw Yunsheng's appearance clearly, Zhang Zipuo's eyes couldn't help but stagnate as they fixed on Yunsheng's face. In a martial, profound, limitless school, there were more men than women. Even if there were a few women, they would all have thick waists and short legs because of their martial arts training. The young female mage in front of him had a slender figure, a face like the silver moon, and a pair of vivid black eyes. Although she wasn't very old right now, after this year, she would definitely be a stunning beauty capable of causing the downfall of a city. Zhang Zipuo's perverted heart immediately rose, and his original angry expression was replaced by a salivating smile. TSK. Everyone says that the Imperial Magic Academy have a lot of beautiful women. It really lives up to its reputation. Little beauty, what's your name? If you want to go through the procedures to enter the school, Senior Song can accompany you. While speaking, Zhang Zipuo suddenly attacked, and a perverted pig hand made a gesture of wiping Yunsheng's tender face. His skills weren't bad, and he was sure that the other party was only a mage, so she definitely wouldn't be able to dodge his perverted pig hand. Thinking of being able to touch that smooth little face, Zhang Zipuo fiercely drooled. A ruthless light flashed through Yunsheng's eyes. This person was truly shameless. Before she could even move, Abandon, who was beside her, had already waved the magic scepter in his hand like a ghost. Under the magic robe, a dense green fog pounced towards Zhang Zipuo. Zhang Zipuo was a revered martial artist after all. Just by looking at the color of the green fog, he knew that it was a magic poison fog. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, and his hand turned into a palm. With a sweep, the wind from his palm brought about a wave of Do Qi and dispersed the green fog. However, he was also forced to take a few steps back by the green fog, looking very miserable. The green fog was blown away by the Do Qi and landed to the side. Wherever the fog went, the vegetation immediately withered. What a powerful poison magic. Zhang Zipuo was also shocked when he saw it. Men! Zhang Zipuo waved his hand, and dozens of warriors from the outer school immediately rushed out. He pointed at Abandon. Capture this brat. Just now, he actually used a magic of unknown origin to plot against me. The moment they entered the school, they broke the rules of the Wushuan Limitless School. Magic is not allowed in the Wushuan Limitless School. Several martial artists from the outer hall rushed out and surrounded Abandon. Chapter 185. On the drill grounds, an undercurrent was surging. Seeing that Yunsheng and the rest were surrounded, the martial warriors of the outer hall had different reactions. Other than the dozens of people who were on good terms with Zhang Zizai, the majority of the people remained calm. Some of them were not used to Zhang Zizai's usual conduct, and some of them were not that repulsed by mages. However, there was one person who looked a little anxious. Upon closer inspection, that person was Yunsheng's old acquaintance, Lei Hu from the Banana Leaf Village. Ever since Yunsheng left the Banana Leaf Village, Lei Hu had succeeded in his studies in the town's martial arts dojo and was recommended to enter the Jade Capital. After passing through layers and layers of selections, he was finally allowed to join the Wu Profound Limitless School. However, because Lei Hu was born in a poor family and the battle skills he practiced were not up to standard, he could only stay in the outer hall. When Yunsheng and the other two had just arrived, Lei Hu had not recognized Yin Sheng. There were many people on the drill grounds, so Yin Sheng did not notice Lei Hu. But when Yin Sheng was about to make a move, her posture and movements made Lei Hu recognize that she was Yin Sheng. With dozens of martial warriors fighting against 3 mages, and with senior brother Song holding the fort, big sister would definitely be at a disadvantage. After Lei Hu came to the Jade capital, he had learned a lot. He thought for a moment, then sneaked out of the drill grounds and ran towards the inner hall of the Wu Profound Limitless School. At this moment, only by finding the instructor or the deputy head of the dojo would he be able to resolve this dispute. It was unknown if Lei Hu's luck was good or if it was a coincidence, but after running for a short distance, he saw a person walking towards him. Senior brother Chung, it's great to meet you. The person Lei Hu met was the famous senior brother of the Wu Profound Limitless School, Chung Bai. Chung Bai was also a student of the inner hall, but he was completely different from Zhang Zizai. He was an amiable person, and although his family background was not bad, he had never looked down on other martial warriors. So regardless of whether it was the inner or outer hall's martial warriors, they all supported him. It was just that senior brother Chung Bai was already a martial marquis, so he was basically not in the dojo. It was said that he had just returned from hunting a blood cloud beast a while ago. Hey, kid, I remember you're called Huzi, right? This is the time to practice the horse riding stance. Why are you running around? Chung Bai laughed when he saw Lei Hu's nervous face. There are a few magicians outside. They say they're magicians from the Royal Magic Academy, and senior brother Zhang ran into them. Dozens of them surrounded her. I was afraid that something would happen, so I hurried over to report it. Lei Hu wiped his forehead. The exchange students are here. Chung Bai had heard about the exchange student from the vice headmaster, but no one had shown up yet. Let's go. Take me there. On the drill ground, Yun Sheng and the other 2 were ready for battle. Seeing that a battle was inevitable, Yun Sheng quickly formed a battle plan in her mind. Among the 3 members of Group 13, Gufeng was simple and honest, and Abandon was silent. In this way, Yun Sheng had unknowingly become the backbone of the group. When something important happened, she would be the one to make the decisions. Abandon, stand in front. I'll cover the back. Gufeng, you'll be sandwiched between us. Yun Sheng finished speaking, and the magic scepter in her hand flashed. Kind people were often bullied. The more people there were on the other side, the more they had to control the situation. Otherwise, when they entered the dojo in the future, they would be bullied. Yun Sheng's experience as a big sister in Banana Leaf Village had taught her that the more people there were on the other side, the more they could not lose in terms of momentum. Gufeng saw that Yun Sheng and Abandon were both angry, and was somewhat nervous. Yun Sheng, Abandon, are we really going to fight? What if we anger the people in the dojo? What's there to be afraid of? With you and me here, I'll take responsibility if they're crippled. Yun Sheng was full of confidence. Didn't they look down on magicians? Let them open their eyes and see what real magic was. When Gufeng heard this, he slapped his forehead. That's right. Yun Sheng's medical skills were top-notch, and he also knew light magic. As long as they didn't kill this group of people, so what if they crippled a few? They weren't afraid. Only then did Gufeng feel relieved, and immediately began to chant. Gufeng was only halfway through his chant. Troublesome, Abandon said impatiently. A purple-winged flying python with wings suddenly flew out from under his magic robe. Taking a closer look, that flying python wasn't a real flying python, but a magic python condensed from magic elements. The flying python broke through the air and spread its magic wings. With a few hissing sounds, a large amount of purple fog was instantly spat out from its mouth. Magic fog. This was obviously a new poison magic that Abandon had comprehended after breaking through the cultivation of an archmage. Seeing the purple fog, the warriors of Wushuan Everlasting School were already prepared. They covered their mouths and noses, but they didn't know that it was useless to cover their mouths and noses when the purple fog was spat out by the magic python. As soon as the purple fog dispersed and touched the warrior's skin, they felt dizzy. Their hands and feet went numb, and then their limbs went soft. Apart from martial honor Zhang Zipo, Some of the weaker ones were all physically exhausted. Plop, plop, plop. One after another, they all fell to the ground. For a moment, a large area of the school grounds fell. Yinsheng and Gufeng were dumbfounded. They finally understood what abandon meant when he said troublesome. It turned out that this kid thought that fighting was troublesome, so he used poison magic to knock people down. Zhang Zipo, how dare you? Who allowed you to gather people to fight? At this time, Cheng Bai and Lei, who had just arrived. The scene of the school grounds falling made Cheng Bai's mouth twitch. He thought that he could see magic and battle skills flying all over the sky. Who knew? As soon as he saw Lei, who behind Cheng Bai, Zhang Zipo knew what was going on. Senior brother Cheng, I'm in charge of the outer hall's instructor today. These people came to cause trouble. I don't know what method that magician used, but he poisoned everyone. Zhang Zipo pushed all the responsibility onto abandon. Cheng Bai didn't say anything. He frowned and pointed at Zhang Zipo's nose and scolded, F***CK off, you still have the nerve to say that. You guys can't even take down 3 magicians. No, you can't even take down 1 magician. Wushuan Everlasting School's face has been completely lost by you. Later, you'll wear an iron sandcoat and stand on the horse stance for 2 hours. When Zhang Zipo heard this, his face immediately collapsed. The iron sand vest was a special type of training clothes from the Martial Profound Everlasting Martial School. A large amount of iron sand was poured into it, and when worn, it was like carrying 50 kilograms of weight. It was a harsh method used by the Martial Profound Everlasting Martial School to punish martial artists who made mistakes. After 2 hours, his entire body felt like it was falling apart. As an inner hall warrior, it had been a long time since anyone dared to punish Zhang Zipo like this. However, the one who spoke was Cheng Bai. In terms of strength, Cheng Bai was a Wuzong, while Zhang Zipo was only a Wuzun. He didn't dare to retort in front of Cheng Bai. Understood. Zhang Zipo's face was gloomy. He glared fiercely at abandon and retreated to the side. Cheng Bai's gaze swept past Yinsheng, Gufeng, and abandon. Finally, his gaze landed on abandon. You're the magician who made a move, right? Although Zhang Zipo was in the wrong for today's matter, you used magic in Wushuan Everlasting School and violated the rules of our school. You also poisoned dozens of people in the school. Today, I can't forgive you. Thank you Chi Bao, Fur Fox, Childless Cutie ZZ, and Lord Cutie for tips. The Fox Man was showing off. Little Wild Cat, my popularity completely beats yours. Chapter 186. As soon as Cheng Bai finished speaking, Yunsheng and the other two's expressions changed slightly. Cheng Bai's words clearly meant that he wanted to settle the score. The warriors who were unconscious on the ground were all temporarily unconscious. They could wake up with a splash of cold water. How could Cheng Bai not be aware of this? However, the people of Wushuan Limitless School were actually bullied by an exchange student. In other words, Wushuan Limitless School was inferior to the Imperial Magic Academy. This was what Cheng Bai wanted to pursue. Senior brother, we have no intention of harming people, nor did we know that magic could not be used in the martial arts hall. We are here to report that it was your martial arts hall that attacked first. Yinsheng recognized Cheng Bai. The last time Wushuan Limitless School brought people to the Imperial Magic Academy to observe, Cheng Bai was in the queue. He and the other warrior were both martial honorable or even martial ancestor. She was definitely not his opponent. I recognize you. You are the female magician who refined the high-grade magic medicine. I don't fight with women. I'm looking for the boy in the green robe beside you. It doesn't matter who attacked first. What is important is whose territory this is. In Wushuan Limitless School, strength is respected. If you have not completed the procedures to enter the martial arts hall, you are an outsider. It is not allowed for outsiders to fight the people of the martial arts hall. If you want to go through the procedures, you have to defeat me first. Cheng Bai had paid attention to Qi when he was in the Imperial Magic Academy. He looked for a fight because he was curious about Qi's magic. Secondly, he really wanted to win back some face for the martial arts hall. Qi walked out without any explanation, but was stopped by Yun Sheng. Women should not interfere in men's affairs, she said coldly. He waved the magic scepter in his hand, and the magic python immediately flapped its wings and flew over. A purple mist rushed toward Chengbai. Insignificant skill. Chengbai smiled confidently. He was not afraid of the purple mist that could make people unconscious in an instant. A ball of dou qi quickly wrapped around his body like an all-pervasive armor. The purple mist was completely unable to penetrate. When a warrior cultivated dou qi to martial ancestor, their ability to control dou qi would greatly increase. They could instantly cover their entire body with dou qi, making it difficult for swords and spears to penetrate. Chengbai jumped up and punched the purple mist. The wind from his fist was bitingly cold like a cannonball. The magic python was instantly torn apart by the fist wind. When the magic python was shattered, Abandon's body suddenly shook as if he had been hit by a heavy punch. His incantation was immediately interrupted. Seeing this, Gufeng immediately chanted, wanting to use the light of heaven to protect Abandon. However, Chengbai was already prepared. He laughed loudly and said, "Kid, don't underestimate martial artists. Your magic is not bad, but it's too slow." Chengbai's figure floated towards Gufeng. Close combat was the most disadvantageous for mages. If they couldn't cast their spells in time, Gufeng and Abandon would be at a huge disadvantage. Chengbai, don't go too far. Chengbai, who already had victory in his grasp, stirred restlessly under his feet, and several earth spikes rose from the ground. On the drill ground, the only female magician among the three, Yun Sheng, held a magic scepter in her hand. Her lips moved slightly as she chanted a spell at lightning speed. TSK. Chengbai pursed his lips. He had been careless, thinking that she only knew how to make potions. It turned out that she was quite good at magic as well. Chengbai didn't dodge. He channeled his energy into his feet and stomped down hard. Those sharp earth spikes were immediately crushed into powder. It's good that the three of you come at me together. Saves me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. Just as he spoke those harsh words, a huge fireball came crashing over. After earth magic, it was fire magic. Did it have to be so fast? Chengbai reacted quickly. He jumped and immediately scurried to the side. In the firelight, he saw that the female magician's pretty face was tense as she looked at him with a smile. Looking at the magic scepter in her hand, he saw that there were 2 magic soul stones embedded in it. An archmage. He clearly remembered that the last time he was at the Royal Magic Academy, she was only a magician. How did she become an archmage in just a few months? I underestimated you. An archmagus of fire and earth. But so what if you are an archmagus? Unless you have an endless supply of magic energy, once your magic energy is exhausted. Chengbai continued to dodge. His cultivation was indeed high. Under the effects of fire and earth magic, he could still barely cope. After hearing Chengbai's words, Yinsheng laughed even more heartily. 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. Seeing the 2 familiar dimples, Lei Hu, who was watching from the crowd, couldn't help but complain for Chengbai. He had been with Yun Sheng for a while. Every time she smiled like that, it meant that Senior Cheng was going to be in trouble. What Yun Sheng said next almost made Chengbai lose his balance and fall to the ground. Qi, Gufeng, don't stand on ceremony. Come at me together. 5 bottles of quick-acting meditation water, each. If it's not enough, just ask me. She handed out 5 bottles to each of them. The 3 of them moved in unison. They opened the bottle cap and drank the meditation water in one gulp. That posture, without any hesitation, was quite heroic and also quite shameless. It was as if the meditation water didn't cost money. In fact, the meditation water really didn't cost much. Yun Sheng's meditation water was newly refined after she'd advanced to an archmage. Its effect was much better than the one she'd given to Feng Kuo and the others. After drinking a bottle, her magic power recovered with a whoosh. The 3 of them didn't stand on ceremony. They raised their magic scepters, and countless small spells whizzed over. Chengbai's face turned from red to white, then from white to purple. It was a spectacular sight. He had forgotten that this group of mages were potions. They had an endless supply of meditation water. Just as his foot landed, there was another patch of earth spikes on the ground. Changbai jumped and dodged a fireball, but another deadly cloud of poison came. The battle techniques he used on the three of them were all blocked by Goofing's light balls. The magic seemed to never stop, one after another. Even though Changbai was skilled, his physical strength was limited. A moment of carelessness and slight negligence caused his clothes to be burned by a fireball. If he wasn't careful, the shoes on his feet were scraped open by the earth spikes. The worst thing was that the female mage's magic seemed to take no time at all to chant. The earth spikes were full of momentum. Changbai dodged all the way, and she followed all the way. A perfectly good drill ground was turned into a piece of rotten farmland under the unending stream of earth spikes. Those martial artists who were originally on the drill ground had no choice but to scatter to the side. Just as Changbai was hopping about, the roar of a beast came from somewhere in the dojo. After that roar, Changbai's expression changed abruptly. Enough, stop. This young master isn't fighting anymore. Changbai shouted to stop, almost in a sorry state. The martial artists from the other dojo were all dumbfounded. Senior brother Changbai actually had such a day. Normally, when he competed with others, he would fight seriously. How could he be like these 3 potion students? They didn't play according to the rules at all, and even brought their own meditation water to cheat. Then may I ask Senior Brother Chang if we can continue to enter the dojo? Yin Sheng had a satisfied expression as she looked at the panting Changbai. We'll talk about entering the dojo later. Right now, no one has the heart to care about your business. Everyone listened to my orders and immediately rushed to the entrance. Changbai waved his hand with an anxious expression. He had clearly heard that beast roar. It was clearly the violent earth bear that he, Baiming, and Jiu Xiao had brought back earlier. Everyone from Wushuan Limitless School said yes in unison. They didn't care about the tattered drill ground and all rushed to the dojo's entrance. Chapter 187. In just a few breaths of time, the originally lively drill ground was empty, leaving only Lei Hu behind. Huzi, why are you here? Only then did Yun Sheng discover Lei Hu. Big sis, I'll tell you about this later. I'm also a member of Wushuan Limitless School. The dojo is in big trouble. I need to go and help. After Lei Hu finished speaking, he rushed towards the direction of the beast. Let's go and take a look as well. Yin Sheng, Goofing, and Qi also followed Lei Hu and ran towards the dojo's sect. When they arrived at the sect, a large group of people had already gathered. Most of the warriors in the outer and inner halls of Wushuan Limitless School had rushed out. Their faces were filled with anger, but no one made a move. Zhou State's crown prince, Yi Balian, brought a group of imperial guards. Not far from him, there was an earth-violent bear lying in a pool of blood. It was the blood cloud beast that Yun Sheng had seen on the street earlier. There were many wounds and traces of magic attacks on the blood cloud beast's body. It was obvious that it had been surrounded and killed. Yi Balian was someone who would haggle over every penny. That day, after he was played by Yi Baiming on the streets, he was filled with unwillingness and tried every means possible to seize this blood cloud beast. However, the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall did not agree to hand over the blood cloud beast, so he was unable to succeed. In the past few days, when he received the news that battle strength was not in the Jade Capital, he immediately deployed the elites of the Crown Prince's residence and the Imperial Guards of the palace to rush to Wushuan Limitless School's medicine hall and directly snatch the blood cloud beast away. The people of Wushuan Limitless School were naturally unwilling. When the two sides fought, the blood cloud beast was killed by the Crown Prince. Changbai, you actually dare to bring people to surround and attack this Crown Prince. Are you trying to rebel? Yi Balian had brought enough men with him today. Among the Imperial Guards, there were 3 experts at the peak of the martial saint realm. He had long inquired about it, and when battle strength went out, Bu Jiuxiao also accompanied him. Currently, only Changbai and Yi Baiming were left in Wushuan Limitless School. Yi Biming's strength aside, Chengbai alone was not a match for a few experts. Yi Balian always got what he wanted, whether it was a woman or this blood cloud beast. Imperial brother, you're wrong. Chengbai didn't attack you from all sides. He was afraid that the blood cloud beast would injure you, so he attacked. Yi Biming walked out from the crowd. He was still dressed in a dark black robe. The intense black color made him seem like a dazzling sun. With just one sentence, he attracted the attention of everyone present. Yi Biming was born to be such a person. Even though he had been imprisoned in the cold palace for many years and had lost his power for many years, he still could not change this fact. If that's the case, then hand over the blood cloud beast. The crown prince, Yi Biming, saw that Yi Biming had become the center of attention the moment he appeared, and his heart was filled with jealousy. In the past year, Yi Biming had killed many blood cloud beasts for the Zhou state. He had never entered the battlefield, but his achievements were already illustrious. Yi Biming's prestige among the common people had risen, which made him, the crown prince, look even dimmer. The blood cloud beast belongs to the dojo. The head and deputy head aren't here, so we can't easily hand it over to outsiders. Yi Biming's face was calm, but his eyes were cold. There was no room for discussion. What a joke. Everything under the heavens belongs to the king. Within the Zhou state, every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, and every sand belongs to the imperial family. They all belong to Imperial Father. Don't think that just because you killed a few beasts, you're amazing. And don't think that just because you have the support of Wushuan Limitless School, you found a backer. This crown prince has already said that this blood cloud beast is mine, and no one can take it away. If you dare to disobey this crown prince will separate your head from your body. Yi Biming sneered. He waved his hand, and the imperial guards behind him all took a step forward. They faced each other on the battlefield and faced Yi Biming. When Yun Sheng arrived, she saw the stalemate between the brothers. Inside and outside the sect, everyone was so nervous that they didn't dare to make a sound. This was the imperial power. There was no familial love in the imperial family. This is too much. That dog's crown prince is simply unreasonable. Goofing muttered. He had been dissatisfied with the crown prince for a long time, and today he felt that the crown prince was even more unreasonable. Just when everyone thought that Yi Biming would clash with the crown prince, the corner of Yi Biming's mouth curved slightly. His light gray eyes suddenly changed color, like the sky before a storm. Royal brother, do you know why this blood cloud beast was sent to Wushuan Limitless School? Do you really think that it's to make it convenient for me to cleanse my marrow and bones? Yi Biming waved his hand and pointed at the hundreds of Wushuan Limitless School warriors behind him. Behind me, there are hundreds of warriors. They are all the future pillars of Zhou State. In recent years, the fate of Zhou State has declined, and the number of warriors has withered. Wushuan Limitless is the cradle of warriors in Zhou State. A blood cloud beast can strengthen the physique of hundreds of warriors. And these hundreds of warriors are the immortal cornerstones of my Zhou State. Only the blood cloud beast can strengthen my Zhou State. Only the blood cloud beast can strengthen my Zhou State. The moment these words were spoken, it was like a rock hitting water, stirring up 1,000 waves. Those warriors of Wushuan Limitless School who were originally afraid of power and did not dare to make a sound, especially those who were born poor and could not enjoy precious medicinal herbs and beast blood, only felt a surge of heat in their hearts. It turned out that senior brother Jean was not afraid of difficulties. The reason he went out to hunt blood cloud beast during the new year was to strengthen everyone's physique. On the other hand, this damn crown prince, who usually ate extravagantly, not only did he not have enough good medicine and pills, he even brought people to snatch their blood cloud beast. When the two were compared, the crown prince seemed even more selfish. On the crown prince's side, he was also speechless. Not to mention the crown prince himself, being stared at by hundreds of vicious gazes, he was already feeling scared. The imperial guards were also muttering to themselves. Look, they were all descendants of the royal family. How could the difference be so great? The North Nether King had only captured the Blood Cloud beast for the sake of Zhou State. The Crown Prince was even more furious. If he were to snatch the Blood Cloud beast away from Yi Baiming, he would not care about the overall situation. For his own selfish reasons, he would take the Blood Cloud beast for himself. In this way, he would offend the entire Wushuan Limitless School. However, if he did not take the Blood Cloud beast away, he would not be able to swallow his pride. Chengbai watched from the side. He was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. He shouted, "The only way to strengthen our Zhou state is the Blood Cloud beast." With a shout, hundreds of martial artists from the martial arts school also shouted. In an instant, the voices of the people gathered like a tidal wave, each wave louder than the last. Crown Prince Yi Billion was surrounded by the crowd. When he looked at the imperial guards behind him, they were also looking at him with disdain. He was angry and resentful, but he could not vent his anger. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. The Crown Prince was embarrassed and angry, unable to advance or retreat. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, had a calm expression. Such a dramatic scene seemed to be a coincidence, but it was completely in the hands of Yi Baiming. Yunsheng watched from the side and sighed. She really did not know how the Emperor of Zhou State became the Emperor, choosing a Crown Prince. How could such a Crown Prince compare to a night fox? At this moment, she really sympathized with Crown Prince Yi Billion. When a pig and a fox fought, the two's fighting strength was completely different. Chapter 188. Zhou State's emperor had chosen a good crown prince. He didn't care about the hundreds of people in the Wushuan Everlasting School and snatched the Blood Cloud beast for his own selfish reasons. Hundreds of eyes were like countless knives glaring at Yi Billion, making him feel as if there was a sharp edge on his back. Even the imperial guards were dissatisfied with him. Zhou State's fate was waning, and the warrior's bloodline was weak. As a magician, the Crown Prince naturally didn't care about the warrior's situation. At this moment, Crown Prince Yi Billion was in a dilemma, and the one who caused this situation was that damned Baiming King. However, Yi Baiming was calm. He could clearly see the Crown Prince's predicament. Forget it. I don't think the Crown Prince is such a narrow-minded and selfish person. Yi Baiming finally spoke. His words seemed to be speaking for the Crown Prince, but those with a discerning eye would think that the Crown Prince was such a person. The Crown Prince's face turned red and white. Yunsheng was secretly amused. As expected of a night fox, killing without spilling blood and cursing without using vulgarities. I heard that the Crown Prince is trying to become a master magician. A Blood Cloud beast's soul stone will definitely help the Crown Prince break through the bottleneck. How about this? The dojo only needs the Blood Cloud beast flesh. The Blood Cloud beast's soul stone is useless. Since the Vice Dojo Master isn't here today, I'll make the decision for him and give the soul stone to the Crown Prince. Yi Baiming condensed waves of fighting aura on his fingers. His 5 fingers flashed as he cut open the violent earth bear's thick fur with his bare hands. When he retracted his hand, there was a soul stone in his hand. The vigorous fighting aura protected Yi Baiming's hand, not staining it with a drop of blood. The soul stone was sparkling and translucent like jade. It was very clean. Shock flashed across Crown Prince Yi Billion's face. He was even more fearful of Yi Baiming's strength. The warriors in the dojo saw that there were fewer soul stones, but just as Yi Baiming had said, soul stones were important to magicians, but to warriors, they could only be exchanged for some gold coins. They were dispensable. Royal brother, here's the soul stone. Keep it well. Yi Baiming smiled and handed the soul stone to Yi Billion. When he removed the do chi from the soul stone, Yunsheng clearly saw a dark haze flash past the center of the soul stone. After the Crown Prince received the soul stone, he gave up and left with his men. After the Crown Prince left, Yi Baiming and Chengbai also left. Before leaving, Chengbai called out to several martial artists, "Take this violent earth bear to the medicine hall and hand it over to Elder Zhang." The violent earth bear that had its soul stone dug out was quickly carried away. Not long after Yi Baiming and Cheng Bai left, Yinsheng walked out of the crowd and asked, "Tiger, what did you mean by using beast blood to strengthen the body?" Yi Baiming did not recognize her, and Yinsheng was indescribably happy. Yes, using beast blood to make a special potion for fusion can strengthen the body. Lei Hu nodded in agreement. Yinsheng also remembered that Lin Yao had said something similar. Yes, beast blood is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. I used to fuse beast blood in the town's dojo, but the effect was very ordinary. Wushuan Everlasting Hall's beast blood is different, but it's a pity that the blood cloud beast is too precious. I'm afraid that the beast blood refined this time can only be provided to the Inner Hall's senior brothers and sisters. As long as I can get some demon beast meat, it'll be good enough. Lei Hu is envious. In my opinion, it might be better if you don't fuse with any blood cloud beast blood, Yinsheng said in a low voice. If she didn't see wrongly, the soul stone that Yi Baiming dug out from the blood cloud beast body contained a very strong dark magic element. Under the effect of that magic element, the meat and blood of the violent earth bear were not simple. I'll take you guys to report. It's almost dark. Lei Hu also came back to his senses. After arriving at the inner hall, Yinsheng saw Elder Lu. Elder Lu was a middle-aged woman. Looking at her age and appearance, she seemed to be in menopause. She was also very angry. Just like the rumors said, she hated mages. Her face was ugly and hard. Exchange students and mages. I really don't understand what the deputy curator is thinking. The 3 of you, each of you has a magic lock. During school, whether it's class or other times, you must wear it. Before leaving school, you can go to the Internal Affairs Hall to unlock it. Elder Lu finished speaking and was about to take action. Only then did Yinsheng know that the magic lock was not a real handcuff, but a special kind of acupoint sealing battle technique. Its effect was similar to the modern acupoint sealing technique, cutting off the connection between the mage and the magic soul. In this way, the mage would not be able to condense magic elements and would be equivalent to a cripple. Facing the magic lock, Gufeng and Qi were somewhat unwilling. The people of Wushuan Limitless School were not very friendly to them. However, Yinsheng was the first to walk forward. Seeing that she was very cooperative, Elder Lu's attitude became better. When they walked out of the Internal Affairs Hall, the 3 of them had already obtained a set of Wushuan Limitless School's white warrior robes. Yinsheng, why did you agree to the magic lock? This is great. The 3 of us don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. If we meet again, wouldn't we be bullied to death? Gufeng sighed. Ever since he had the ball of light, his confidence had increased a lot. However, after putting on the magic lock, he felt that there was not a trace of magic in his body. This feeling was as if he was running naked on the street and would be pulled over and beaten up at any time. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. But don't worry, I think it won't be long before we don't need the magic lock. Yinsheng was full of smiles. Hey, do you have any good ideas? Gufeng asked. It's a secret. Yinsheng had a mysterious expression. At this time, she happened to see a few warriors carrying the violent Earth Bear's corpse into Wushuan Limitless School's medicine hall. With Lei Hu leading the way, Yinsheng and the other 2 quickly arrived at Wushuan Limitless School's dormitory. Wushuan Limitless School's dormitory was much better than the Imperial Magic Academy's public student dormitory. Men and women were separated, and 3 people shared a dormitory. Lei Hu brought Gufeng and Qi to the men's dormitory, while Yinsheng stayed with 2 other female martial artists. Holding the newly obtained warrior robe, Yinsheng had just walked into the dormitory when she suddenly heard a gust of wind from a fist coming towards her. Although she had put on the magic soul lock, she had the foundation of the Jade Marrow technique and the Shinong Eye, so her vision and hearing were extraordinary. In front of her, a fist shadow was about to hit her face. Without hesitation, Yinsheng twisted her slender waist and dodged the sneak attack in front of her. Mages are not welcome here. Get out immediately. Several female warriors stood at the door with their hands on their hips and stared at Yinsheng with disdain. These were all female warriors from the outer hall. Their figures might not be as strong as those male warriors, but their do-chi was also rather pure and could be freely released. What was to come had still come. Yin Sheng sneered in her heart. She knew that these arrogant warriors would ostracize her. Whether it was in the modern world or in the boundless world, bullying was always endless. Earlier in the Magic Academy, Gufeng was a good example. Unfortunately, these female cultivators were going to kick an iron plate today. Who asked them to not know what was good for them and provoke her? Yin Sheng. Chapter 189. Yin Sheng looked at the female warriors beside her carefully. She didn't have the time to take a closer look at them on the school grounds just now. Now that she looked, she realized that Wushuan Wuji School was indeed worthy of being called the #1 martial arts school in Zhou State. On the Boundless Continent, due to the existence of soul stones and magical beast blood that could strengthen one's magic power and transform one's physique, there wasn't much difference between male and female mages and warriors. Even if a woman's innate strength couldn't compare to a man's, as long as she chose suitable magical beast blood and pills to transform, she could have a physique and strength that wasn't inferior to a man's. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a mage or a warrior, there was no lack of powerful female characters. Even in the Zhou State Army, there were some female generals. Therefore, as the #1 martial arts school in Zhou State, Wushuan Wuji School didn't discriminate too much in the selection of male and female warriors. They treated all warriors equally, and among the students they recruited every year, nearly 1/3 of them were women. These female warriors were taught various combat skills that were suitable for women's physiques in the martial arts school, allowing them to display their greatest advantage. The group of female warriors who blocked Yun Sheng's dormitory door were all around 13 or 14 years old. They were tall and weren't inferior to Yun Sheng after she advanced. The women of the Boundless Continent matured early. In addition, they were warriors who practiced martial arts to strengthen their bodies. They all looked like adults. More than 10 people stood together, forming a human wall. Their aura was enough to scare an ordinary mage half to death. It was a pity that Yun Sheng was no ordinary sorcerer. Yun Sheng was pushed aside by the female volleyball team partly because of her identity as a mage, and partly because of Cheng Bai. Senior brother Cheng Bai of the inner school was modest and handsome. Usually, he would ask about these female warriors' well-being. He was very popular. However, this cunning female magician in front of them had used despicable magic and potions to force senior brother Cheng Bai into an extremely sorry state, and had even almost injured him. This undoubtedly angered the majority of Cheng Bai's female fans. Sorcerers were known to be physically weak on the continent. In addition, everyone knew that Yun Sheng and the others had been locked up by Elder Liu in the Internal Affairs Hall. Even a magic scepter had become a decoration. Therefore, after the discussion, the girls became even more fearless. He had thought that with a little threat, the new magician would obediently scram. Who would have thought that this pretty female magician was not angry at all, and was instead very calm? She raised her eyebrows. I advise you to move aside. I have a bad temper and even worse patience. Scram back to the Royal Magic Academy. The dojo is not a place for people like you. The girls stepped forward, wanting to chase Yun Sheng away. But as soon as they met Yun Sheng's cold eyes, they felt that they couldn't move. This magician seemed to be different from ordinary magicians. She looked a little scary. One of the female warriors seemed to be the leader of the group. She glanced at Yun Sheng. You can stay if you want, but you have to pass the dojo's assessment. You have to know that all of us went through untold hardships to get in. Can you do the horse riding stance with weights for an hour? Or can you lift a stone lion that weighs a few hundred kilograms? Or can you kill a 3rd or 4th level magical beast with your bare hands? The female warriors at the side also chimed in. These were all tests that each of them had to face when they first passed the assessment. No matter which one of them, it was very difficult to complete. Zhou State had tens of thousands of martial arts students. Those who could successfully pass these tests were no more than 2 out of 100 people. Although they were women, they were not inferior to men in terms of heroism and courage. They would never let these useless magicians enter the incomparably sacred dojo in their eyes. A stone lion that weighs a few hundred kilograms, right? Fine, I'll compete with you to lift the stone lion. If I lose, I'll leave the dojo. If I win, this dormitory will belong to me alone. Yin Sheng was not scared and issued a challenge. The dojo dormitory had 3 people in a room. She had no interest in sharing a room with these immature female warriors. Compete with me, little guy. Why did you choose me? I advise you to choose another one. Do you know who I am? I'm Luo Qing, ranked 21st in the outer dojo. The female warrior laughed out loud, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. The female warriors at the side were all laughing nonstop. Although there was not much difference in strength between male and female martial warriors in the Wu Profound Limitless Hall, the top 10 battle skills were all masculine battle skills that only men could learn. Therefore, in the inner and outer halls, the male martial warriors were still slightly stronger than the female martial warriors. The female warrior that Yun Sheng pointed out was much taller than the average woman. She was about 1.7 meters tall, and her muscles were comparable to a bodybuilder's. Yin Sheng's first impression of her was very similar to Mu Nanyan from Huangtong. However, Mu Nanyan was a magician while Luo Qing was a warrior. Luo Qing was not boasting. She was the publicly recognized leader of the outer dojo female warriors. She was also the female warrior with the strongest do-chi and the highest overall battle strength. Her strength was close to that of a revered martial artist. The outer dojo had been spreading like wildfire that she was about to break through to revered martial artist. However, for some reason, Luo Qing's strength had been stagnant for a while and had not broken through. Luo Qing was not at the school grounds during the day. When she returned to the dormitory, she heard that an exchange student had humiliated senior brother Cheng Bai in front of everyone. This person had even openly moved into the dormitory. Because Luo Qing had received guidance from Cheng Bai in her early years, she respected Cheng Bai very much. Someone actually dared to humiliate senior brother Cheng Bai. When Luo Qing heard this, she became angry. Without saying a word, she led a dozen people to block the exchange student. Her original intention was to scare off Yun Sheng and make her obediently scram out of the dojo. Who would have thought that they would be wrong this time? This magician who had been enchanted with magic, even if she did not have a magic scepter and magic power, was still a vegetarian. Outer Dojo 21? Yun Sheng thought to herself, I've picked a pretty good opponent. That's good as well. I'll take this opportunity to test out Egg Popping's second body fusion technique. I won't change. I'll choose you. The reason I chose you is very simple. Because you're the strongest among them. I will only compete with the strongest. Yin Sheng smiled faintly. Her pair of black eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Luo Qing's laughter suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had suddenly stuffed an egg into her mouth. This female magician is too arrogant. If I don't teach her a lesson, she won't know why the flowers are so red. Good, very arrogant. My opinion of you has changed. However, we still have to compete. We will see who is the real deal on the school grounds. We can't use the outer hall's drill ground today, so we'll go to the inner hall and borrow a drill ground. Luo Qing was also a forthright person. She was very curious as to how this seemingly weak and slender female magician will be able to defeat her in strength. Chapter 190. After the Blood Cloud Beast incident during the day, the Wushuan Limitless School at night was abnormally quiet. Everything was quiet. Unlike the 500 martial artists in the outer hall who lived in a 3-person dormitory, the 50 martial artists in the inner hall each had their own room. The top 5 martial artists in the inner hall could even have their own individual courtyard. This hour, the evening training was about to begin. As a martial artist in the inner hall, the evening training was the most important. When the inner hall martial artist arrived at the inner hall's drill ground in 2s and 3s, they discovered that the usually quiet drill ground was filled with people. These people were all female martial artists from the outer hall. What's going on? What are the martial artists from the outer hall doing in the inner hall? During the day, Senior Brother Chung and a few exchange students fought and destroyed the outer hall's drill ground. They didn't have time to repair it, so I'm afraid that the people from the outer hall came to borrow the drill ground. That's not right. Everyone is standing outside, but there are two people standing in the middle of the drill ground. It looks like they're going to fight. Whoa, it's Luo Qing, the strongest female martial artist in the outer hall. There really is a fight. Quickly call the Marshall brothers inside to come out and watch the show. In the Wuxuan Limitless School, private fights were strictly prohibited. However, for these young and vigorous martial artists, it was obviously impossible to completely control their fights. Thus, a fight competition was born. The martial arts competition in the dojo was not limited to fighting. It could also include sparring, horse dance, and so on. During the competition, in order to uphold fairness and strictness, a senior brother of one level higher would be invited to preside over the competition. However, today's fight was somewhat unusual. The two eye-catching young girls standing on the drill ground were competing in a weightlifting competition that would make the average male martial artist speechless. In just a short moment, the news of a fight in the inner hall's drill ground spread throughout the entire dojo as if it had grown legs. At this moment, Lei, who was bringing Gufeng and Qi to tour the dojo. When he heard that someone was competing, he enthusiastically brought the two of them to the drill ground. As he walked, he said with saliva flying everywhere, "Your luck is not bad. The Wuxuan Limitless School's fight competition is very exciting. Last time, a senior brother directly competed on the drill ground and used a martial arts technique. It was a feast for the eyes. Although the effects of a martial arts technique could not be compared to magic, it was still not to be underestimated." Lei Hu said as he led the two of them to the crowded drill ground. Unfortunately, the drill ground was completely packed. Lei Hu could only ask everyone he saw, "Who are the two senior brothers sparring today? What's the content of the sparring?" "It's two female students from the outer hall. I heard that one of them is even an exchange student. TSK. They really don't know what's good for them." Of all people, they actually dared to challenge Luo Qing. The person who had been slapped had a face full of schadenfreude. Luo Qing's name was quite famous even within the inner hall. Female exchange student. Was it that big sister? When Lei Hu heard this, he was stunned. How did big sister provoke big sister Luo Qing on her first night in the dormitory? Let's go in and take a look. Don't let anything happen. When Gufeng and the others heard this, they could only try their best to squeeze into the crowd. The three of them squeezed into the crowd with great difficulty and saw Yun Sheng and Luo Qing standing opposite each other on the drill ground. Between the two of them stood a middle-aged man with a yellow beard. "Ah, it's Elder Miao from the Discipline Hall. It's over. Luo Qing must have invited Elder Miao here. This is bad. With Elder Miao here, even if Big Sister wants to deny it, it's too late." Lei Hu really wanted to slap himself. He should have thought that Big Sister might have a conflict with someone in the girls' dormitory. Luo Qing was an outstanding female student in the outer hall and had a good relationship with the elders of each hall. Although she looked like a boorish person, she was actually very meticulous. Luo Qing knew that this exchange student was invited by the deputy head curator. Now that the deputy head curator wasn't here, she would definitely be punished when the deputy head curator came back and blamed her. Therefore, she invited Elder Miao from the Discipline Hall to come and compete with Yun Sheng in the name of a martial arts competition. She also had someone spread the news. As she expected, the news of her competition with the exchange students spread throughout the martial arts hall in a short time. Those who should come came, and those who shouldn't have come also came. As long as Yun Sheng lost in front of everyone, she would have to obediently get out of the martial arts hall. At that time, the exchange students who came with Yun Sheng would also lose face and automatically leave the martial arts hall. In addition, with the fair and strict Elder Miao as the referee, Yun Sheng wouldn't dare to deny it. Elder Miao had a square face and looked quite fair. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, he coughed a few times and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Silence. Tonight, student Luo Qing invited me to come and officiate the competition between her and the new student Yin Sheng. The content of the competition is the stone beast. No matter who wins or loses, both sides have to admit that they lost. Otherwise, the discipline hall will not let them off easily. Elder Miao originally didn't want to participate in this kind of competition between students, but he was also very curious about how the female mage from the Imperial Magic Academy would compete with the most outstanding female warrior of the Outer Hall. As soon as Elder Miao announced this, the crowd became even more excited. Stone Beast, Luo Qing, who was known to have the strength of 1,000 pounds, was actually being challenged by a mage. It was said that the female mage had cast a magic lock on her. Heavens, what was wrong with this world? A female mage was actually challenging a warrior in terms of strength. Waves of laughter and cheers, one after another, mercilessly rushed towards Yun Sheng. Without exception, everyone was supporting Luo Qing. The sound waves quickly spread outside the school grounds. Lei Hu and the others were also very anxious, but when they saw that Yun Sheng and Luo Qing had already walked toward the stone beast used by the Pang'er warriors, they couldn't do anything about it. In the northernmost part of the inner hall, in a secluded small courtyard, it was pitch black all around. Two handsome men were sitting opposite each other, playing chess in the dark. Did you hear anything? Chungbai paused while holding a white chess piece. His ears twitched slightly, as if he heard the competition that was about to start on the inner hall's drill ground. Chungbai, you're a good person, but your heart is not calm. A sickle-like Do Qi flashed in the dark. Yi Baiming was holding a black chess piece. With a flash of his fingers, the chess piece carried Do Qi and attacked the white chess piece in Chungbai's hand. Chungbai's expression turned cold. Do Qi, like a firefly, immediately appeared on the white chess piece. He shook his wrist. The two chess pieces collided in the dark. Chungbai's chess piece immediately broke into two halves, turning into a chess corpse. The two seemed to be playing chess, but in fact, they were playing a battle chess game. Every chess piece represented a battle skill. This was also the best way for Yi Baiming, Chungbai, and Bu Fong to practice their battle skills in private. Back and forth, the chessboard was surrounded by danger, and a new round of fighting began. On the inner hall's drill ground, Yun Sheng and Luo Qing's competition had just begun. Chapter 191. On the training grounds of Wuxuan Everlasting Martial School, there were all kinds of weightlifting utensils, which were usually used to increase the strength of martial artists' arms. In the other martial schools in the mainland, the weightlifting utensils were only stone lions. However, in Wuxuan Everlasting Martial School, there were 3 types of stone beasts. They were a stone lion, 200 jin, polished from South Mountain stone, an iron bull, 500 jin, cast from 100 tempered iron, and a gold-lead elephant, 1,000 jin, watered with gold-lead water. In the Great Zhou dynasty, ordinary citizens and healthy men could also lift 50 kilograms of stone tools. But in order to enter the Wu Profound Limitless Hall, regardless of gender, they had to be able to lift at least 100 kilograms of stone beasts. After a few years of training in the martial school, martial artists must be able to lift at least 200 jin of stone lions. However, if they want to enter the inner hall, they must be able to lift at least 500 jin of iron bulls. Luo Qing was an outer hall martial artist, so she naturally knew about this rule. However, Yun Sheng did not know about it. It was only after Elder Miao explained that Yun Sheng roughly understood. Magician, let me remind you again. You can choose other competition content. I think you don't even know how heavy 200 jin is, right? Luo Qing mocked. Yun Sheng acted as if she did not hear anything. She just walked in front of the lions, bulls, and elephants. She muttered in her heart, Puffed Egg said that after it advanced, it can already fuse with me. There are a total of 2 types of combat skills that it can fuse with me. One is flight, which is the state of the winged man. The second is monstrous strength. How much monstrous strength does it have? Is it 200 jin, 500 jin, or 1,000 jin? Yin Sheng had never done anything rashly. Tonight, she took the initiative to challenge Luo Qing. A large part of the reason was that she understood that if she wanted to gain a foothold in the outer hall under the magic lock, she must have a certain degree of deterrence. And Luo Qing just happened to deliver herself to her door. There was nothing more convincing than defeating an outer martial arts practitioner who was ranked 21st in the outer martial hall. In addition, Luo Qing had just proposed a challenge, so she immediately thought of the strange power of the puffed egg. Yin Sheng had used the body fusion combat skill the last time she was in Mount Inaba. She had not had the chance to try a second body fusion combat skill. Tonight was the best opportunity. After a preliminary analysis, based on the fact that Luo Qing was still in the outer hall, Yin Sheng was certain that she could only lift a 500-pound iron bull at most. Yin Sheng wasn't in a hurry to enter the body fusion state. For someone like her, who had unlocked her third extraordinary tendon, 200 kilograms of weight was nothing to her. Yin Sheng's unusual calmness made Luo Qing unconsciously put away the idea of looking down on her. This female mage was very special. Could it be that she really had full confidence in defeating him? Luo Qing was secretly surprised. The surrounding people's ridicule seemed to have no effect on Yin Sheng. This person was too calm. Seeing that both sides had no objections, Elder Miao came forward. Since both sides have no objections, I will announce the rules of the competition. The competition will be divided into 3 rounds: lion, bull, and elephant. The 3 types of weightlifting equipment can be lifted in any way. After lifting, it must be held for more than a quarter of an hour. The competition will officially begin. Luo Qing will start first. Even the impartial Elder Miao couldn't help but be partial to the students of the martial arts school at this time. If Luo Qing succeeded, it would create a lot of psychological pressure on Yin Sheng. It would make Yin Sheng lose her momentum. Then let me try first. Luo Qing made the first move. She walked provocatively in front of the waist-high stone lion that was half the height of a human. She didn't use her hands. Instead, she lifted her foot. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, the tip of her foot lightly kicked the stone lion's abdomen. Her breathing was not chaotic. The stone lion was suddenly kicked up by her foot. It spun in the air like a ball. When the stone lion fell, Luo Qing stretched out her left hand and firmly caught the stone lion. She held the stone lion for about a quarter of an hour before she put it down. The whole process was easy and natural. It was as if the 200-pound stone lion was nothing more than a light rubber ball in Luo Qing's eyes. The crowd cheered. Lifting a 200-pound stone lion was nothing, but using the strength of one's feet to lift it for a quarter of an hour with one's left hand wasn't something that everyone could do. Luo Qing's first round was a resounding victory. As a result, an invisible pressure pressed down on Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng smiled slightly and walked in front of the stone lion unhurriedly. Yin Sheng walked in front of the stone lion and made a standard lifting action. Several of the strange tendons in her body were activated. A surge of strength rushed into Yin Sheng's hands. The 200-pound stone lion was lifted high above Yin Sheng's head. Everyone was stunned. It stopped above Yin Sheng's head for a quarter of an hour before it was put down. She did it. Wow, she really is a magician. Her strength isn't small. Waves of discussion were incessant. Even some of the warriors who were booing couldn't help but be curious. After all, in their eyes, magicians were synonymous with sick men. They didn't expect that the female magician in front of them was also a freak of strength. Luo Qing's face was still calm, as if it didn't matter if Yin Sheng lifted it or not. The second round, the 500-pound iron bull. Student Yin Sheng will lift it first. Elder Miao was surprised, but he still announced that the competition would continue. He was also very puzzled. Could it be that the Imperial Magic Academy had changed its nature and let the magicians strengthen their bodies? Yin Sheng swung her slightly numb arm, feeling a little bitter. The weight of the iron bull had increased by 2 pounds all of a sudden. 5 times. If she had the chance to go back to the modern world, she could directly change her profession and become a weightlifting champion. calmly walking in front of the 500-pound iron bull. Yun Sheng was stunned for a moment. To combine or not to combine? 500 pounds should be Luo Qing's limit. But where is my limit? After opening her third extraordinary tendon, Yun Sheng also felt a vigorous vitality surging in her limbs. After thinking for a moment, Yun Sheng finally decided to continue to rely on her own strength to lift the 500-pound iron bull. Yun Sheng's hands tightly hugged the iron bull. The iron bull was refined from 100-years-old iron. Its size was similar to a stone lion, but its body was very smooth, making it very difficult to lift. 5 times. It was really heavy. Yun Sheng lifted it with both arms. The iron bull shook with difficulty, but its arms couldn't be lifted anymore. Behind her, countless eyes were fixed on Yun Sheng. If this female magician was able to lift it again, it would really be against the heavens. Yun Sheng took a deep breath. The Shenong jade bracelet in her hand flashed with a sparkling light. Almost at the same time, the 3 extraordinary tendons in her body exerted force together, and the jade marrow technique in her body was frantically operating. Up. Following a delicate shout, Yun Sheng steadily raised the 500-kilogram iron bull above her head amidst a series of gasps. Chapter 192. If it weren't for the presence of Elder Miao from the Discipline Hall, all the cultivators present would have suspected that the iron bull had been swapped with a fake. Was that really an iron bull? Was it not made of cotton or paper? For most of the warriors present, the iron bull weighing 500 kilograms was a threshold that prevented them from stepping over the threshold to become a warrior of a higher level. But tonight, this threshold was crossed by a female magician, a slender female magician who did not seem to weigh more than 100 kilograms. Sensing the astonishment of the surrounding students, Elder Miao, who was the referee, coughed awkwardly. Luo Qing, student Yun Sheng has successfully lifted the iron bull weighing 500 kilograms. Would you like to proceed with the next round of lifting? No. Luo Qing's unexpected refusal made Goofing and the others happy. They thought that the female warrior was going to give up on the competition. Who would have thought that Luo Qing would spit out a shocking sentence? I request to skip the iron bull weighing 500 kilograms and directly try to lift the golden lead elephant weighing 1,000 kilograms. Skipping the iron bull weighing 500 kilograms and directly try to lift the golden lead elephant weighing 1,000 kilograms. The entire audience boiled with excitement. Even the inner hall students were dumbfounded. Luo Qing couldn't have been stimulated silly, right? A 1,000-kilogram golden lead elephant was a weight that only the inner hall students could challenge. Elder Miao was astonished at first, but then he was pleasantly surprised. He ignored the boiling students and asked, Luo Qing, are you speaking the truth? Could it be that you've broken through to martial honor? Only a martial honor could lift 1,000 kilograms golden lead elephant. For the Wushuan Everlasting School, the significance of having another young martial honor was great. Yun Sheng's expression also became serious. 1,000 kilograms. It seemed that she had underestimated Luo Qing's strength. She originally thought that 500 kilograms was Luo Qing's bottom line. Who would have thought that she had also hidden her hand and had actually reached the level of martial honor? However, what Yun Sheng didn't understand was that she had carefully observed Luo Qing with her Shenong pupil and found that her strength hadn't broken through to revered martial artist yet. So, how was she able to lift this 1,000-kilogram golden lead elephant? Luo Qing doesn't dare to hide anything from you. I still haven't broken through to martial saint, but I've already comprehended a new battle skill. It's the deputy curator's Mount Tai, Luo Qing said proudly. However, at the same time, her expression was somewhat gloomy. It seemed that she had no choice but to reveal the truth. He made a breakthrough in his battle technique. Very good, very good. Once the deputy curator returns, I will immediately report to him and accept you as his disciple. After so many years, I didn't think that someone would be able to learn the deputy curator's secret technique. Elder Meow had already forgotten that he was still in the drill ground. Mount Tai was a very special battle skill. It was difficult to learn, and many people could not learn it. However, once they learned it, as long as they used the battle skill, they could double their strength. In the eyes of many people, a mere double might not even be comparable to a type of pill. But the advantage of this battle skill is that when used, there is no martial realm restriction. For a revered martial artist, this doubling of strength may be nothing, but for a martial saint, doubling of strength is terrifying. Therefore, there were still many people scrambling to learn this battle skill, but the number of people who were able to learn it was very few. Who would have thought that Luo Qing had actually quietly learned this combat skill and exposed it in tonight's battle? It's over, it's over. I didn't think Luo Qing was so powerful. Lei Hu's originally joyful face immediately turned gloomy. What do you mean? She hasn't lifted it yet? Yun Sheng hasn't lost yet. Goofing didn't know any battle skills. He just looked at the field. Originally, Yun Sheng was in a good position to win, but in a short while, the situation changed. It's the deputy curator's battle skill. This is troublesome. Why don't I see senior brother Changbai? Lei Hu anxiously paced around in circles. He looked around, but did not see Changbai's elegant figure. Hua! A burst of thunderous cheers instantly rushed into the night sky of Wu profound, limitless school. Even the shining stars in the starry sky dimmed in comparison. Fisk, I'm so tired. Biming, why don't we take a break? I'm not like you. I have endless battle chi. In the northern courtyard, Changbai lay down on the ground, looking pitifully at Yi Biming. The chessboard of the two people had long been covered with white pieces. Changbai was completely oppressed, and at this moment his heart was itching to hear the cheers coming from the field. He was not in the mood to accept the challenge. Yi Biming did not say much, throwing a bottle of qi gathering powder over. Changbai saw the bottle of qi gathering powder and almost burst into tears. Medicine again. These days, using medicine to smash people was really satisfying. Today, this day, was really too torturous. The battle of qi on the chessboard of the northern courtyard was still ongoing. On the field, there was an uproar of voices. Using her combat skill, Luo Qing steadily lifted the 1,000-kilogram golden lead bull, causing the surrounding cultivators to applaud and cheer. Yun Sheng stood to one side, her expression unclear. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was attracted by Luo Qing, she said, "Bo Bo, immediately combine with me and enter the second combination state. 1,000-pound golden lead elephant. Is there a problem?" "My dear master, are you talking about the little elephant? No problem, Bo Bo. I can lift it up with one toe." Yin Sheng and Puffed Egg had a tacit understanding. The second combination was completed without anyone noticing. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Qing was in high spirits, looking provocatively at Yun Sheng. "Magician, you're stronger than I expected. How about this? As long as you apologize to Senior Changbai, I can take back my bet of expelling you from the martial arts school." "So you're seeking justice for that senior brother Xiaobai. What a pity. You're the one who's apologizing, not me." Yun Sheng brushed her hair aside as her black eyes flickered with a resplendent light like gems. Luo Qing's face darkened. The Yun Sheng in front of her didn't look any different from before, but if one looked carefully, one would find that on Yun Sheng's cheeks, there was a pink color like a puffed egg's eggshell, which made her look more delicate and beautiful. If others looked at her, they would think that she was blushing because of stage fright. "It's just 1,000-pound golden lead bull." Yun Sheng jumped up like an arrow, like a swimming dragon, and slid to Luo Qing's side. She clenched her 5 fingers and grabbed one of the elephant's legs. She took a deep breath. Her face and ears were not red. That golden lead elephant seemed to be weightless. Yun Sheng lifted it up with one hand like a goose feather. The whole drill ground was in an uproar a moment ago, but the next moment it became silent. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone stared at the graceful figure in the drill ground, and they even forgot to breathe. Even those who had previously laughed at Yun Sheng forgot to laugh at her. In the night wind, Yun Sheng's hair fluttered in the wind, revealing an exceptionally beautiful side profile. Her eyes were even brighter than the brightest star in the sky. The moment Yun Sheng raised the golden lead elephant above her head, her mouth blossomed into a beautiful smile that was as beautiful as a rose. At that moment, she was like a peerless expert standing at the peak of the world, and all the people around her could only crawl on the ground and watch her magnificent feat. Luo Qing was stunned, as if she had been hit head-on. Chapter 193. There wasn't the expected clamor, nor was there any commotion. The surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. It was so quiet that even Elder Meow couldn't react in time. After witnessing Rosie's battle, everyone thought that it would be impossible for this female mage to lift 1,000 pounds of lead and gold. But she lifted it. Not only did she lift it, but she also seemed to be lifting it more easily than when she was lifting 500 gene. At this moment, everyone in Wushuan Everlasting School felt as if thousands of grass mud horses were running through their hearts. F***CK. Could this be any more abnormal? Gufeng and Qi were also petrified. Gufeng thought to himself, so it turns out that Yunxing's most abnormal strength isn't her alchemy, but her strength. In the future, I definitely can't be close to her. Once her 1,000 gene claw strength comes down, I'll immediately turn into dust. Qi's expression under the green robe was unclear. He was secretly sizing up Yun Sheng, inside and out, from top to bottom, but he couldn't see anything. In the inner hall, the calmest person was none other than Yun Sheng. This was also her first time trying out the puffed egg's second battle skill. She was secretly happy in her heart. This time, the puffed egg is reliable. But how much strength does this guy have? How can he not feel anything when he lifts this 1,000 gene thing on his head? Do you still want to compete? Yun Sheng nonchalantly raised the lead gold elephant and turned to ask the petrified Elder Meow. Only then did the latter come back to his senses and said, "Oh, why don't we compete with 2 hands, one on the left and one on the right?" Yun Sheng calculated. In front of the puffed egg, 1 lead gold bull and 2 lead gold bulls were the same. When Yun Sheng said this, the martial artists of Wushuan Everlasting School had the urge to fall to the ground and become corpses. Luo Qing's expression was wonderful. Her face was red, and she couldn't say a word. 2 hands of 2,000 gene. Perhaps only the top 5 martial brothers in the inner hall could do it. I don't want to compete anymore. I'm willing to accept my loss, Luo Qing said with difficulty. Oh, you admit defeat. Then according to the agreement, you should. Yun Sheng gently and skillfully threw the lead elephant to the side. Her face was filled with a malicious smile. Give up your dorm room and stop causing trouble from now on. Luo Qing closed her eyes. This time, she had really suffered a crushing defeat. Although Luo Qing also suspected that Yun Sheng had used some kind of trick, neither she nor Elder Meow could tell that Yun Sheng had used any kind of cheating method. She was still locked up. That's for the best. It's getting late. I'll take my leave first. Yun Sheng waved her hand and winked at Gufeng and the other 2 in the crowd. Just as she was about to walk through the crowd, the martial artists at the side all took a big step back. When Yun Sheng took a step forward, the martial artists took a step back. In an instant, regardless of whether it was the martial artists in the inner or outer hall, they all pulled a large distance away from Yun Sheng. If there were people who had bad intentions towards the 3 mage students from the Imperial Magic Academy after this competition, no one dared to stir up trouble. What a joke. They had thought that a little white rabbit had come, but in the blink of an eye, they found out that the other party was a female Tyrannosaurus, and the type that could spit fire at any time. The difference between before and after would take a long time to recover. After Yun Sheng and the others left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Luo Qing stood alone on the drill ground with her head lowered. The hazy night made it impossible for people to see what she was thinking. Luo Qing, don't blame yourself. That female student is outstanding. She was invited by the vice head to help the martial arts hall. You losing to her is not considered a disgrace. Although you lost tonight, it's still honorable. Tomorrow, you will be transferred to the inner hall. Elder Miao had cleaned up the scene. Seeing that Luo Qing still hadn't left, he went forward to comfort her. Those who were able to enter the Wuxuan Everlasting Martial Arts Hall were undoubtedly all martial artists within the Zhou state. Although Luo Qing was an outer hall martial artist, this time, she had displayed an astonishing talent. She had profited from this disaster and became a disciple of the inner hall. When she heard that she was going to join the inner hall, Luo Qing, who should have been happy, didn't reveal any joy. On the contrary, there was an additional trace of worry in her eyes. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Elder Miao didn't give her any room to speak. When Yun Sheng returned to the dormitory, she found that there was no one in sight. The female martial artists who originally lived here had already consciously cleaned up the dormitory. Yun Sheng's new dormitory had a serene and elegant environment. There was ample space and all kinds of furnishings. The conditions were much better than when she was in the Magic Academy. Yun Sheng placed the puffed egg back into the Linglong Beast Pagoda. Inside the Linglong Beast Pagoda, Xiao He and the newly summoned Ant King were quietly cultivating. With this treasure, Yun Sheng no longer had to worry about the cultivation of her magical beasts. Just as Yun Sheng was about to start meditating, a knocking sound came from outside the door. When she opened the door, she saw that it was Luo Qing. Don't tell me you're not willing to admit defeat and want to challenge me again. Yun Sheng looked at Luo Qing with displeasure. Tomorrow, I will enter the inner hall to study. I was too reckless this time. I shouldn't have competed with you. Luo Qing's domineering attitude from before had completely disappeared. She had only come to look for Yun Sheng after careful consideration. Hearing you say that, it seems like you don't want to join the inner hall. That's strange. I heard Lei who say that the inner hall is much better than the outer hall in terms of facilities, conditions, and environment, including the combat skills you can learn. Moreover, once you join the inner hall, you can choose to directly join the Zhou State Army in the future and directly obtain the title of a military officer above the 7th rank. Yin Sheng saw that Luo Qing was not here to cause trouble, so she dodged and let her in. Yin Sheng also discovered that Luo Qing's true strength was not only ranked 21st in the outer hall, but she chose to stay in the outer hall. There must be some difficulties. If I stay in the outer hall, I can take care of the sisters here. If I leave, Luo Qing hesitated. The Wuxuan Everlasting Hall was not as simple as it seemed to be in the eyes of outsiders. Before Yun Sheng came, Luo Qing had always been the big sister of the female martial artists. Usually, when the female martial artists of the outer hall encountered any problems, Luo Qing would be the one to step in. But now that Luo Qing had entered the inner hall, the female martial artists of the outer hall were in trouble. Yun Sheng was intelligent. When she thought of Zhang Zipo's careless actions towards the female martial artists on the drill ground today, she understood the general idea. You are worried that after you leave, Zhang Zipo will be even more unbridled and fearless towards the female martial artists? Such a villain, why don't you directly report to the dojo? Zhang Zipo's actions were not a secret in the dojo. Do you think that the Wuxuan Everlasting Hall is as simple as you think? I have a good sister called Lianxiang. She and I joined the Wuxuan Everlasting Hall together 5 years ago. The two of us have a very deep relationship. We live in the same dormitory and cultivate combat skills together. Luo Qing sank into her memories, tears faintly flashing in her eyes. Luo Qing did not know why she would say this in front of Yun Sheng for no reason. She only knew that she had kept this secret in her heart for a long time. Chapter 194. Yun Sheng was a newcomer, but her experience at the Imperial Magic Academy made her deeply aware that the more glamorous things were, the more often they hid filth and filth behind them. What Luo Qing said involved an old affair between a female martial artist from the outer hall and Zhang Zipo a few years ago. Lianxiang and Luo Qing were good sisters. Lianxiang's martial talent was slightly worse than Luo Qing's, but she was beautiful and was a rare beauty among the female martial artists from the outer hall. Among the female martial artists whose muscles were not inferior to the male martial artists, she was like a lotus flower that bloomed out of the water. After Lianxiang entered the hall, although she was only 11 years old, she was favored by many people as soon as she entered the outer hall. However, Lianxiang did not pay attention to those wild bees and butterflies. Her family was poor, and she hoped that with her opportunity to enter Wuxuan Everlasting School, she could join the Zhou State Army in the future and pave the way for her younger brothers and sisters. Who would have thought that since Zhang Zipo became the martial arts instructor, he would take a fancy to Lianxiang by chance? Zhang Zipo was not only a martial artist from the inner hall, but he was also the only son of Elder Zhang of the Medicinal Hall. A large part of his cultivation base was also built by relying on Elder Zhang's medicinal pills. For martial artists, the medicinal pills of the Medicinal Hall could be said to be very important. Relying on Elder Zhang's protection, Zhang Zipo was tyrannical in Wuxuan Everlasting School. Even if someone was bullied by him, Elder Zhang would appease them afterwards. After meeting Lianxiang, Zhang Zipo pestered her in every possible way. Not only did he touch Lianxiang in front of everyone, but he also asked Lianxiang out many times in the name of personal guidance. If Lianxiang did not agree, he would make things difficult for her and increase her training mission. Unable to bear the burden, Lianxiang finally could not bear it and reported the matter to the Martial Arts Center. Who would have thought that not long after the matter was reported, Lianxiang would suddenly disappear during a training trip? She disappeared for 7 days. 7 days later, when the anxious Luo Qing and a group of female martial artists from the outer hall found Lianxiang, her clothes were ragged, her body was bruised, and even her mind was unclear. No one knew what inhumane things had happened to Lianxiang in the past 7 days. After Luo Qing brought her back to the dojo, she ignored everyone's attempts to stop her and went to look for Zhang Zipo. This matter was even brought up to the deputy dojo master, but in the end, Zhang Zipo found several witnesses to prove that he had not left the dojo in the past 7 days. In the end, the deputy master could only suppress the matter. If he had known earlier, he would have followed Jiu Shao and gone out with the deputy pavilion master. It was better than staying at Yi Baiming's place and being tortured physically and mentally. In these 2 years, Yi Baiming had killed many blood cloud beasts and accumulated many merits. Even the emperor of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, who had always treated him coldly, saw him in a new light. He even gave Yi Baiming a Baiming mansion. However, Yi Baiming was not willing to live there and had always been lodging in the Wuxuan Everlasting Pavilion. Chengbai did not know the specific reason and did not want to think about it. As soon as the chessboard ended, they heard someone in the courtyard telling Yi Baiming and Chengbai about the written test that had happened on the drill ground that night without missing a single word. Chengbai turned around to look, but did not see anyone. When Chengbai was young, when he went to the Cold Palace to play with Yi Baiming, he had already discovered that there seemed to be an unknown power secretly protecting Yi Baiming. He and Jiu Shao had also guessed whether it was the people left behind by the late Empress Li. There were many rumors about Yi Baiming's mother, the Empress Li, in the palace. At that time, Chengbai and Bu Jiu Shao were still young. The only thing they remembered was that Empress Li was the biggest contributor to the Emperor of Zhou State's ascension to the throne. She was a legendary woman, and it was said that she had nether guards that were comparable to the Emperor of Zhou State. Empress Li's sudden death had also caused Yi Baiming to suffer. As for Empress Li's underworld soldiers, it seemed Chengbai did not think too much about it. No matter what Baiming became in the future, the fact that they were good friends would never change. Those exchange students are the female sorcerer who played you in circles this morning. Yi Baiming fiddled with the chessboard. That's her. Looks like the outer dojo is going to change. That little fellow is not to be trifled with. I'm afraid that the good days of the Zhang family's father and son in the dojo are coming to an end. Chengbai smiled. Ever since he experienced the thrill of hunting the blood cloud beast, he was not used to returning to Wuxuan Everlasting Hall. You're quite confident in that female sorcerer. Yi Baiming was already used to Cheng Bai's attitude of wanting to see the world in chaos. She's a very interesting little fellow. She's a person who surprises people every time I see her. If you're interested, I can introduce her to you another day. She's a little beauty. Cheng Bai made a perverted expression. Yi Baiming paused for a moment. A blurry figure floated in his mind. He said coldly, "Not interested. In this world, other than her, he would not be interested in any other woman." Chapter 195. The next morning, Luo Qing brought a group of female warriors to find Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng took out a large pile of scented sachets and gave one to each of them. "What is this?" The scented sachets looked small and exquisite, similar to the mugwort sachets worn by children during the Wiyuan festival on the Boundless Continent. But smelling it carefully, the fragrance inside was different from mugwort. Insect repellent sachets. I saw a lot of mosquitoes on the drill ground yesterday. When everyone is training, everyone should wear one to avoid being bitten. This kind of sachet also has the effect of calming the nerves and clearing the mind. Wearing it is very effective for women's skin, Yun Sheng said vividly. The female warriors were originally unwilling to come, but Yun Sheng's performance on the drill ground last night was too shocking. What's more, in the middle of the night last night, Luo Qing told them to listen to Yun Sheng when she was not in the outer dojo in the future. Now that Yun Sheng said that wearing a scented sachet had the effect of repelling mosquitoes, the female warriors looked at her with disdain. How could warriors be so delicate? But looking at Yun Sheng's skin, it was smooth and delicate like a peeled egg. Although she was a female warrior, the principle of a woman dressing up for her lover was unchanging. After some discussion, each of them wore one on their body. The fragrance in the sachet smelled faint and very pleasant. The female warriors quickly got used to it. "Don't worry, we'll know when we get to the drill ground later. I guarantee that Zhang Zipo will not dare to harass the female students of the dojo in the future," Yun Sheng said with a smile. According to the rules of Wuxuan Limitless School, since Yun Sheng and the other two had joined the dojo, they had to be trained 3 times in the morning, afternoon, and evening like the other students of the dojo. After Zhang Zipo was taught a lesson by Yun Sheng and the others yesterday, he still had an arrogant look when he appeared on the drill ground. But towards Yun Sheng and the others, although he did not have a good tone, he did not dare to make things difficult for them. Just last night, Senior Brother Cheng Bai had announced that no inner hall students were allowed to bully the exchange students. Otherwise, he would not let them off easily. Cheng Bai's intimidation was still very effective. For Yun Sheng and the others, qi gathering in the morning was the easiest. A warrior's qi gathering was very similar to a magician's meditation. Even if Yun Sheng and the others were locked in a magic lock, it still did not hinder them from meditating. The most difficult part was the afternoon training. Under the scorching sun, Yun Sheng, Gufeng, and Abandon stood under the scorching sun with a group of warriors. Zhang Zipuo was patrolling the drill ground as usual. 50 gene of iron sand for men and 30 gene of iron sand for women. 1 hour. But when Zhang Zimo walked in front of Qi, he could not help frowning. On the drill ground, everyone was wearing warrior robes. Only this green-robed exchange student was still wearing a magic robe, which made Zhang Zipo very angry. "You, take off your cloak immediately. Everyone will train together. No one is allowed to have special treatment," Zhang Zimo ordered. Gufeng, who was standing not far away from Abandoned, immediately broke out in cold sweat. It was almost impossible for Abandoned to take off his magic cloak. Ever since Gufeng had known Abandoned, he had never seen him take off his magic cloak. Yun Sheng had even made a bet with Gufeng about this. They bet that Abandoned would take off his magic cloak when he slept. In the end, the two of them waited for Abandoned to sleep, and Abandoned simply fell asleep with his magic cloak on. Yun Sheng was still unwilling to give up. She made another bet with Gu Feng on whether or not she would take off the magic cloak when he was bathing. Yun Sheng lost this bet even more because Abandon did not even need to take a bath. He could just use a cleansing spell. Hence, although Yun Sheng was very curious about Abandon's appearance under the cloak for almost 2 years, she had never had the chance to see Abandon's true appearance. As expected, Abandon did not have any reaction to Zhang Zimo's reprimand. "Brat, did you hear what I said? If you don't take off your magic cloak, your afternoon training today will be doubled." For the past 2 days, Zhang Zimo had kicked an iron plate with these exchange students one after another. He was already so angry that his teeth were itching. Double training meant 50 kilograms of iron sand. Carrying 50 kilograms of iron sand on a warrior's back and standing in the sun for an hour was already unbearable, not to mention using it on a mage. He thought that such a threat would be enough to make Abandon give in. But Abandon did not have any reaction at all. Zhang Zimo was so angry that he immediately ordered someone to bring him a sandbag stuffed with 50 kilograms of iron sand. Abandon did not say much. He tied the sandbag to his hands and feet and silently got into the horse-riding stance. "All right, I'll see how long you can be tough." Zhang Zimo's face turned green. He glared fiercely at his surroundings. The warriors in the outer hall hurriedly retreated to the side and tied the sandbag to themselves. Yun Sheng was also given 2 sandbags. This type of sandbag was a type of sandbag leggings specially made by Wushuan Everlasting Hall. It was shaped like a piece of tofu and filled with black iron sand the size of a grain of rice. It was 5 to 6 times heavier than an ordinary sandbag. Not only that, some charcoal powder was also added to the iron sandbag. After tying it to the 4 limbs and standing under the scorching sun, the iron sand and charcoal powder absorbed enough heat and sweat, causing the entire iron sandbag to become incomparably hot. Even if it was tied with clothes, it was as if a piece of iron had been branded. With such a thing tied to the limbs, the whole process could be imagined. Yun Sheng glanced at Abandon. Under his green cloak, there were 4 times more sandbags than her own. That brat did not make a sound. Goofing's situation was not bad. He originally came from the mountains. Although he was a magician, he had done a lot of work in the mountains. Hour of weight was barely enough for him to support himself. When the incense on the golden cauldron burned, the horse-riding stance at noon began. Before starting today's training, Yun Sheng had consulted Luo Qing about the techniques of the horse-riding stance. She tightened her waist and arched her legs, slowly circulating the inner energy in her body. The sun was blazing hot. At noon, hundreds of warriors from the outer hall were quickly covered in hot sweat. Half an hour had passed. Yun Sheng felt her hands and feet begin to go numb. A pain similar to ants drilling into her body from the soles of her feet. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her clothes were soaked. The iron sandbags tied to her hands and legs were getting hotter and hotter. The sharp iron sand seemed to want to break her skin and drink her blood. Yun Sheng clenched her teeth. The pain on the tip of her tongue made her slightly sober. With a thought, the jade marrow skill flowed out from the Shinong medical bracelet on Yun Sheng's hand. The jade marrow skill was as its name suggested. Yun Sheng only felt an icy cold inner energy rush through her limbs and bones. The originally dizzying heat immediately dissipated a lot. It was like drinking a large can of frozen cola during the dog days of summer. What surprised Yun Sheng even more was that when she activated the Jade Marrow technique, she suddenly realized that under the scorching sun, she could feel a vigorous inner strength. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.